1/3 going to the Donkey Duff. We're going to go pick up where we left off in the Planet Crafter. Doing the new Toxicity DLC. This will be our second day doing it. Oh, games that actually load fast. We are at 50% of our way to a purified atmosphere. I'm curious with this one how the later progression is going to work. We did find a bunch of tungsten last time, and I had just gotten back here and really haven't had a chance to do stuff. Oh, we can get our bigger backpack. 3 super alloy and a titanium. But yeah, so one problem I have is we're getting lots of stuff that's filling up our inventory. Okay, and so the rest of that's all fine. But yeah, so it's you. So need a tungsten purification gel, purification capsule, and 2 plastic to get the better goo cleaning. I also need this thing. Oh, and I can't make the plastic rod yet. Alright, so let's get those figured out. So we'll check our cabinet out here first. But yeah, so for those who haven't seen what this DLC is about, you do a lot of like just cleaning up toxic waste kind of things. Okay, so you needed purification capsule, a purification gel. So I need a one of those. Well, actually, I need 2 of those. And I need a pristine mushroom. Then I'll need the tungsten, which I just shoved in the corner here because I was way later than I should have been up. So that's the goo cleaning 3. And then the goo cleaning 4, I'll need another polymer. And I'll need another purification gel. And then 2 tungsten. But yeah, so just getting all our upgrades in place as quickly as we can. These things will help me stay alive, clean up stuff faster. Alright, so we got the level 4 of the cleanup stuff. We've already got our toxic area detection. And in this thing, we can't make the plastic rod yet. We're probably close, right? No, we're not really. We're about 1/3 of the way there. Okay. And then meanwhile, for all this stuff, I need a bunch of stuff I can't make with the tier 5. I can make the explosive powder and all that, so I need 2 super... Well, first, just shove those in random boxes. I don't care anymore. There's so much toxic stuff. Like, that's honestly the thing. It's not even cleaning up that's getting me with the toxic waste. It's, I get the byproduct from it, and I don't know what to do with it, because I've got so much of it. Okay, so we need explosive powder. So that'll be 2 sulfur, and iridium. And there's our explosive powder. And then for the run even faster, I need 2 super alloy. Yeah, so I'm just going through real fast, getting our upgrades in place to help out, moving around. Anything we can upgrade, you might as well. Okay, so from here, I can get the faster mining chip and the blueprint. Well, I can't... Yeah, I can make all of these things. How many spots do I have left? None, so we're not going to make those things. Fair enough. Okay, let's get a sip of water. Go ahead and grab the rest of this so I can shove it in here. Alright. So we check on our map. We did look around and we saw that we could get sulfur over here. There's iridium down there. We're not hurting on that. Did they add building snapping? Not that I've seen. We found the tungsten. We got the osmium by the big area there. Our aluminum is down there. We got more sulfur, cobalt, all that. We got super alloy down there. So for the projects we need to be working on, let's see here. So I need to do the bioplast. That's growing mushrooms is how we get the bioplast. So I'm gonna probably need to expand our farming situation to not be nearly as small as it is. We could probably move it back there. How close are we to getting the next upgrade on the farming? Ooh, I'm not seeing the next upgrade on the farming at all. There it is. Yeah, so we're waiting on biomatter. So it's probably getting... Yeah, so it's going to be increasing our farming. So let's go ahead, and so that's iron, aluminum, and water. That should be easy. So you can go over here to aluminum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go, let's go for this in a big way. So we get 6 of each of those, and then we need 6 water. Just realized I had that there. Alright, we're gonna have to adjust a lot of this. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. All right. Take these out. What I might need to do here is get 2 iron and a titanium and expand that room. Okay, and I'm just trying to get a whole lot of these going. That way when it comes to the produce and all that, have as much as I can manage. Okay. So I've got them all going. So for right now, I'm going to toss the mushroom here, the bean there, the eggplant here, the squash there. I need to grab more seeds. So grab the bean, the squash, another squash, 2 of those. Because I'm going to put them all together. So this is the squash section. This is the eggplant section. And then this is the bean section. We only have the 1 mushroom, but those mushrooms will give me the bioplast. And the bioplast will be a big one for being able to make progress there. I actually have 1 mushroom array, which is nice. Arrange that. Okay, so in the meantime, what else can we work on? So this would be nice to get, the auto crafter. Like, very genuinely, I would be really tempted to make that happen. 155 power. How much power do I have left? We can make that happen, but oh no, I don't have the ability to make the super alloy rod yet. Never mind. I can make the shredder if we do ever end up with a massive surplus of stuff. Let's see. What else should I be working on? The storage is fine. This we're waiting on the bioplast for both of those. And those will give me a significant increase in plant production. You can work in the interim. I do have another fertilizer. So get another algae, sorry, another flower spreader. So I'll need 2 more water, a magnesium, and a super alloy. Okay. Oh, and also need an actual flower to put in there. There's a 400%er. This would say you enjoyed watching the playthrough. You love the Planet Crafter. Yeah, no, Planet Crafter's absolutely excellent. So you'll probably have more water for me. Okay, so that should help with our plant biomass to get us towards bees faster. Okay, because in the biomass front, we have a long way until we can get a plant rocket. But we're about halfway to bees. So that'll be good. Meanwhile, you're terraforming at a pretty good rate. For here... heat is probably the next thing I can level up. So that's going to be more of our big heaters we got back here. And those big heaters are aluminum, iridium, titanium, and silicon. Aluminum, iridium, titanium, and silicon. Gonna need our place to put those. Pretty sure these are the ones that still have to be indoors, right? Because I know eventually you could start moving them outdoors. Yeah, so these are the indoor ones. Okay, well... There we go. So we doubled our heaters. So that should help us get the Biodome 2 built. What did I need for the first Biodome? Because we never did build that. The first Biodome is 3 super alloy, a Lirma, 2 cobalt and all that. So 3 super alloy. The Lirma seed is 2 cobalt. And what else did I need? An aluminum and 2 titanium. Alright, so I gotta put that off of here somewhere, and I don't know where we're fitting it. None of these are a good spot. Probably going from the inside. Oh, okay, I didn't think you could branch it off that way. Okay, so this just gives me the information here. It doesn't really do much on its own, which is why I was like, maybe I don't care about it. But still, that's whatever. It's giving us more oxygen, and I believe that's just it, more oxygen. Yeah, it's just giving us a bunch more oxygen. It's not bad. We can go ahead and get the pressure going here as well. So that's 2 iron, 2 titanium, 2 aluminum. And we're short on iron. Alright. Heating up your living room so powerful it's warming the entire planet rapidly? Yes. I know, everything's low. Eat a pair of eggplant just to knock down the inventory. Take a sip of water. Okay, so while we wait for that, how is our power? 156, and extractor is 34 energy. So let's see if I can't get the materials for the extractor. Let's see. There's the 2 osmium. Iridium rod. Aluminum and a superalloy. And a titanium. Okay. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to ride the tram down, and we're going to find one of the areas, like either aluminum. I don't think we can pull up superalloy with a extractor 1. I might try, but I'm pretty sure it's an ore extractor 2 we need for superalloy. We're going to get that moving. Actually, I've got enough inventory space. Hold that thought. We're going to zip on down here. I'm going to pull up the toxic water. I'm going to feed it into our system up there, so that we're still continuing to clean this area. It's just going to take time to clean all this, and if I don't actually work on it, it'll never get done. Okay, we're 83 out of 125 clean. Because yeah, then we can just take this, feed it into the machine, and I'll have to figure out what I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and try and go for is if I can get the auto crafter built, I might just set up the auto crafter to make, you know, stuff like the plastic fiber stuff and the gas and all that. So that it constantly is eating up some of that pollution. We got tiny little patches of vegetation here. There we go. Get a little air. Now we're going to go down. And it's just that way, you know, I will have pulled up, what was it, 15 more of the toxic water. Because it is the thing that as we remove the toxic water, eventually we'll have just clean water left. And so I'm working on all that. But all in all, things are moving along. We are... So it's hard to tell the phases, because instead of being like the first phase, you know, like getting an atmosphere and then working your way up to like having a blue atmosphere and then a breathable atmosphere and those kind of things like we have on the other planets. In this one, the phases were a lot more along like, you know, toxic wasteland, toxic dust, acid rain, toxic eruption, and then finally after all that it's like, you know, blue atmosphere, and then now we're purifying the atmosphere. I should have checked. I didn't check where the aluminum was. I think the aluminum is on the other side of where we get the osmium. It's the other side of the dome. And unfortunately, I don't believe I can check the map out and about. I think later on, I believe we get a chip. And instead of having the compass, we'll get a better version of it. So Planet Crafter, the internet you're hearing? Yes. And you already cleaned all the toxic waste so far as goo that was along this tram line. This tram line is the one thing I'm a little mixed on right now. I do think what will ultimately happen is we'll just get a teleporter and skip from one side to the other, and it may be a situation where I have like my main base and then like a mini forward base. Because this side, it seems like having the vehicle would be really nice. The other side, I don't think it'd be at all useful. Yeah, so the aluminum was either over there or back there behind the dome. The dome itself, I remember, was the osmium. I'll need 3 iron. That way I can set up an area. I also think it was not a bad idea for them to make it so that, you can't build in areas that are affected by the toxic stuff. Since this has always been just... It became a thing that it was just a way of dealing with commuting and needing air and all that. But it kind of became a necessity over time. Not truly a necessity, but a pretty strong push for this to be able to travel. Hey, Radaman! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good rest of your stream. What did I see you playing? I was lurking there for a minute. It was something different. But I am liking the new DLC. For those who... Return to Moria, that's right. But yeah, so playing some Return to Moria. Yeah, so definitely go check out Radaman. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking her out. Plays a lot of similar games to what I play. Doing some Return to Moria. But definitely someone worth hanging out and all that good stuff. But I'm enjoying the new DLC. It is pretty solid. It's like someone just booted up Twitter and got the YouTube comment section and all that, and then said, what if that was a planet? And then told me to clean it up. Okay. Alright, so we've got some toxicity here. It's only a 0.5, so it's not too bad. I'm trying to scooch around back here because I believe it said I would find the aluminum back here. Now, the downside is it might be one of these toxic pools that it's at, so I'd have to clean it up to make it so I could do much here. Let's see what you'll produce if I put you here. Bingo! That'll be aluminum. Well then for the moment, just to get out of my inventory, could do that nonsense. Cool. So that means I got aluminum. It's behind the dome. I did not bring the stuff for a beacon. What's it take to make a beacon? You can be a big hassle, you can be quick. I know aluminum is one of the things. So let's see. Beacon. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits at Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I do play a whole range of games for like RimWorld and like basically settlement builder, city builder, simulation, a whole range of stuff. Okay, so for the beacon, I need silicon. I did not need the magnesium. I need a titanium. But yeah, for those unfamiliar with the Planet Crafter, the basic premise of the Planet Crafter is you have been convicted of a crime. They never do specify what that crime is. Did you actually do it? Like, was your sentence, you know, appropriate or wildly inappropriate? Perfect. So you can go here and just go plunk. But so the idea is to get your name cleared. You terraform a planet. That is your sentence. You get dumped onto a planet, you terraform it, and upon success of terraforming the planet, you're supposed to have your charges dropped. You also don't really know like all the details of the outcome, and I won't spoil past there. But so with that, you get plunked on, if you're playing the base game, on a planet that looks like kind of like Mars. There's not really an atmosphere of any meaning. It's red, it's barren, it's frozen, it's awful. I thought the blue one meant I could get into it. But your job is to slowly terraform it, so you work on like building up an atmosphere, then trying to get enough oxygen in the atmosphere to make it breathable, and then you start like growing plants, and you take a perfectly good planet you've made and you introduce insects, ruining everything. You know, then you work through like getting mammals and fish and all sorts of stuff. But it's kind of cool that you get to like watch the world progress, where it's this like barren, awful wasteland, and then you slowly make it better. Now, with this... Oh, cool, there's uranium here. I'm going to deliberately leave the uranium there for right now. So I know where, like, the uranium's located. But, with this one, this is the new DLC called Toxicity. And the idea is, where normally you're just trying to take kind of like a barren wasteland of a planet and make it far nicer. In this case, it's a step farther in that the area is like literally toxic. So as you can see, I've got a gauge in the middle of my screen that's fast depleting. And if I let it run out, it starts to actively kill me. Right now, I'm just cleaning up all the toxic waste I can. I need the pristine mushrooms. Because that's what it's going to take to make things better. Take a sip of that. I do want these, and that's my inventory full. So I can't clean up anymore. But yeah, so we've been making solid progress towards terraforming. So, like, this area down here, that was all covered with toxic waste. We picked up a bunch of aluminum scrap and all that over there to keep things going. Let me go ahead and pop into this little room to top off my air. But, like, Planet Crafter ends up being an absolutely gorgeous game. It gives you a lot of Subnautica vibes. Just like the building style is very, very similar to Subnautica. But other than being, you know, both of them being a survival crafter, they really do kind of diverge at that point. So like Subnautica, it's more about strictly you explore the world, you progress the story, and you do a bunch of crafting and all that to facilitate that. And that's not saying anything negative. Subnautica is an amazing game. This one, it does still have that exploration element. Like, that part of it still exists. But in this one, it's more about terraforming. So you're sitting there, like, building up your different machinery and all that to, you know, heat up the planet because it's super cold. You know, get more of a higher pressure atmosphere. Get oxygen there. Because eventually I'll be able to, you know, just breathe the atmosphere. Right now, I have like, a very limited oxygen tank, so I have to keep, like, you know, hurrying back into that. That's the way I say hurrying. You can get away from places for a good couple of minutes before the oxygen starts getting low once you start getting your run going. At the very beginning, you kind of run out, grab a couple things, and run back. But, you know, there's a solid progression. So I did put a beacon on the aluminum. That way, in the future, when I need aluminum, I can just run down there and grab it. Like, this whole tunnel was toxic, so I had to clean up the whole tunnel. Otherwise, if I tried to run through, I'd get, you know, exposed to the toxic, and eventually it would become lethal. I cannot wait to get a teleporter so I don't have to ride the tram back and forth. Because all the other goodies are on the other side. And it's honestly, I've debated a couple of times about moving, not my whole base, because I'm not reconstructing it, but moving some of the stuff like food and water to the other side, and, like, just working from there short term to avoid the tram. But then sulfur is on this side. And there's lots of ways we could solve those problems later between drones and whatnot. But I don't have those tools. Yeah, so I got my base up here. You got rockets on. Oh, I should check on the purification rocket. I can launch one of those. I forgot about that. Because we don't have any of those up, I believe, and those usually give you a really strong multiplier on the rate you're doing stuff. But ultimately, that number at the very top, the terraformation index, that's kind of your progression. It's got a little bit more to it than that, but that's just kind of the bird's eye, like, hey, how's my progression going? Alright, so let's drop off the toxic junk in here. It's always full. It's always full. Okay. So with the fertilizer, I can make another one of these. So let's just grab some extra water. And I got a really good flour. So I can go over here. Plunk you down. Drop a flower in there. And that'll get us more plant matter and more oxygen going. Put that in there. Let's check on our plants are growing. And we'll eat a bean, so we're not starving. Drop you in. Okay, so that'll give me enough for a bioplast, which is one thing we've been hurting for. We've got the fancy mushrooms. You can drop off seeds in here. Uranium in there. Iridium in here. Titanium over there. The aluminum can go in here behind me. We're low on iron. Let's see. There's the magnesium. Okay, now I gotta remember what I need for bioplast. Silicon and a water. That's easy. But as you can see, all this equipment set up. One nice thing is this isn't designed to be like sweaty and try hard and all that. So you don't have to do like the whole factory or satisfactory where you cable everything together. It's just broadly, how much power do you have? Is that enough to meet the needs? That's fine. You don't have to like tether and cable everything together. So there's the one bioplast. So with one bioplast, I can get my algae generator going. So I need an eggplant. I need 2 for that one. I need an eggplant, a magnesium, and a superalloy. And if we go right down here, I've got a little lake down here. And we can put down here. It's kind of funny that, at its core, this is basically an idle game. Ish. The progression, yeah, I would say it has that tendency where you build the thing and it just kind of slowly fills. I would definitely say you have to collect a bunch of the resources and you have to do that manually and it takes time. So it's not really an idle game, because usually you're almost always running around working on something to either like expand your heat production. But yeah, so it's I do see and agree with the thread that you're watching the numbers go up kind of thing. But versus, like being a clicker game where you just click on the thing and it does that, it's got like a more active play style. Let's see, when you first played, you thought the power had to have proximity to the base. Old habits I get. Oh yeah, no, because you just get so used to that being the way like every game works. Okay, so... Right, so I wanted to get the purification rockets. So it's 2 gel, 2 plastic, and a tungsten. So let's get those up. The gel is purified water in a capsule. Capsule, water. There was 2 of those I needed. Capsule, purified water. And I need at least 1 of those, so I can go here and go boom, 1, 2. Plastic polymers. And one of these will have 2 rocket engines in it. So I'll grab those for launching. Because what these do is the rockets will increase the multiplier on whatever it is I'm launching by, I need 1 more polymer and a tungsten. By 1000%. So that's a 10 times multiplier. So absolutely worth doing. Right, so let's go plastic, 2 of these. And then I need a tungsten, which I got tucked way back here. But yeah, I'm desperately wanting to get some of the automation online. Alright. There goes that rocket. Yeah, so that'll speed up the rate we purify things really, really fast. So with that, we grab you. We don't grab you because I don't have enough of the mushroom. Oh no, I do have enough mushrooms. Okay. I need 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go ahead and get this all made. So polymer, polymer, gel, gel, and I think that's everything. So you can send up another rocket. Have we come across any bits of lore? Yeah, we have come across some bits of lore. Not during this individual stream, but we have on this run, we've got a bunch of lore. Let me check to see if there's anything I had missed. Okay, we actually have a couple more in here. Are you sure we can trust the Sentinel Corp with this kind of research? I'm glad they're funding us, but I find it hard to believe that their true motives. Who would want to go to a desert planet and try to terraform it, all alone, no less? Their brief seems more interested in the economic aspect of than the well-being of these famous colonists. I'm not even sure we'll be able to develop the technology needed to terraform an entire planet anyways. Planetcrafter briefing. Your mission is to conduct advanced scientific research in order to develop a range of technologies that will enable the terraforming of entire planets by isolated individuals sent independently to these planets. These technologies must be unlocked in specific order based on the progress made by the colonists in order to ensure their chances of success without unnecessary expense. Although this mission will be very complex to accomplish, you will find everything you need on this planet, both in terms of equipment and human assistance. The Sentinel Corp has asked us this morning to begin testing and send the first potential candidate. After conducting a few interviews, we've selected a candidate. I'm not going to lie to you, it looks like a suicide mission. I'm confident in our calculations and technology, but there are so many parameters to take into account. Yeah, so it looks like we're getting kind of some background lore of how Sentinel Corp, who's the one who facilitates us being kind of chucked here to deal with this, how they kind of handle all that. So we can go grab you, grab 2 titanium, and grab 2 aluminum. We'll chuck down another drill while we're sitting here. Because those get air pressure up, they vaporize the ground. Okay, so let's take a little inventory here. So we are at about 18 MPU so far as our purification going. We need 30 MPU to make plastic rod, which is our next progression thing. For the terraformation score overall, at 50 MTI, we can collect lake water to drink. That's going to be a lot faster than the collection thing I've been using, so that'll be good. At 63 parts per billion of oxygen, we get the heater. We're nowhere near that. At 12, I believe that's picokelvin of heat, we can get the tier 2 biodome. We're a little over halfway there. And at 100 MPa air pressure, we would get a gas extractor. We're at 4, so we're nowhere near that. Biomass, when we hit 175 kilograms of biomass, we get the plant rocket. We're nowhere near that. At 80 kilograms of plants, we get the beehive, which means insects will start becoming a thing in our future. And meanwhile, if we check here, this is our overall stage. So we're in the vegetation renewal stage. So when you go to the first planet, it'll be like, okay, you know, you're getting an atmosphere. You are getting rain. You're getting an oxygen-rich atmosphere. You have blue skies. You have plant life. You have insects. You have amphibians. Like, they'll have all the different stages along the way. This one, because it's a toxic world, so as much of it is making the world not toxic as it is actually trying to get, like, vegetation and all that going. So now we have purified atmosphere, and that's actually going pretty quick. We're probably looking at somewhere in the area of, like, 2, 3, 4 minutes. Maybe, well, maybe closer to, like, 5 minutes to the next stage. Most likely stuff will unlock when we get there. I've got goodies. So let's just go ahead, and we're going to pop down here, yoink more of the toxic water, because I'm trying to purify the water in this area. Because the way this one works is you put water purifiers on it, they scoop the toxic waste out of them, and you empty them so often and process that toxic waste into craftable materials. And so I'm trying to make a conscious effort to purifying everything on this side of the train, so I can kind of just go to the other side and not have to worry about as much on this. And plus, I have a feeling there's a lot of stuff locked behind these things. So I got my 3 purifiers over here. Okay, so I've purified 97 of 125 units of water. Is the total goo piles cleaned in all areas of the new place? Or do you have a different counter for each? So each place has their own counter, but then there is an overarching counter as well. So when I go to an area, it says, you've got 50, 10 out of 53. That's for that local area. But when I go up to the little computer screen in my base where it's like, you've cleaned 200 something out of 2,000 or whatever it is, that is like all the goo on the map, period. So you can kind of keep, you know, both the progress of your local area as well as like very broadly. So you can chuck a bunch of that in there. I need a bunch of cabinets just for toxic waste. Because all of these cabinets here in the middle, that's all just like toxic waste stuff that I've processed into other materials. Yeah, so it's all microplastics, that's whatever. That's toxins. Got room for like 6 more things. Yeah, I got plenty of room. I'm just grabbing all the stuff so that my machine here can keep on processing. Lake water collector. Purified water cycle. Okay. So we now have a lake water collector. I believe that's going to require bioplast, which immediately makes it something that's going to take me forever to do, because bioplast requires mushrooms, and I've only got 1 seed. It requires 3 bioplasts. That ain't happening. Yeah, so I've only got like 1 mushroom growing in here. So that's the whole thing. Don't forget about your purified S under the track to the left. Your purifier... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been kind of ignoring that one for the moment. I'm working on getting 1 done, and then going after the other one. But yeah, no, I do also, for those who don't know, over where the, see that box? Right down the hill down there is another place. I'm kind of just bottlenecking on our ability to purify stuff. And I haven't been motivated to try and improve the throughput on our purifier because I lack the storage to put it to use. Alright. So we're going to go back over here, and I'm just going to start clearing up areas. And we'll make it a point to explore the areas as I clear them up. Because for the moment, I'm kind of bottlenecking on, one, finding crystals that that we haven't seen any on the map yet. I have a bad feeling for the crystals. I'm going to like need to depend on the meteor showers for them, and that's only once you progress far enough. Otherwise, we're gonna be waiting on other things to get done. We're at the purifying the water phase, which is curious because the implication of purifying the water is that, you know, the water would be clean. But we do have a manual process where we have to clean the water. So that's a head scratcher. I am curious in the long term that a lot of these resources that we get from the toxic waste do seem like they're limited. Granted, it seems like they're limited in very generous quantities. I am wondering if we will find... Maybe they mean pure rain? It could be. But it does make me wonder if, like, late game, if you kept going and going and going, you'd eventually hit a point where you can't send up any more of the rockets for, like, the purifying because, you know, you've run out of the materials you need for that. Okay. Like I said, I'm just going to target areas that we have not cleaned up yet. And we're just going to start cleaning up. And there's the plastic rod. So when we go back, I can upgrade how long I can be in toxic waste before I have to kind of retreat to safety. Grab all the goodies out of you. Okay, I mean, we got some goodies. For right now, I'll toss the silicon in that back. Grab the uranium. Grab that. Not you. Grab the super alloy. Grab the aluminum. Take our snacks. Grab the iridium. Okay. Because I'll rush back and see about the, Sorry, I'm gonna rush back and see about getting the thing that lets me stay in toxic waste longer. I might also want to consider building the vehicle building over here. Because we make the vehicle, it does have a storage. Now, downside is I'm still bottlenecked by this tram. It's gonna be a matter of getting the bots and the teleporter. I also should check to see where we get the bots unlocked. Yeah, so we got some seeds here, we got a bunch of this stuff, we got a little bit of toxic waste. I did get some squash seeds, we don't really need those. The pressure multiplier in those can be really good when we get to the stage that we can make the multiplier beacons. We're not there yet. But when we do, that ends up being a really big thing. But the good news is our terraformation index has really picked up since we put up those two, case in point, since we put up the extra stuff to progress things, the extra heaters, the extra pressure, the extra oxygen plant production, and the purification rockets. And that's kind of one of the things you can get yourself stuck on in this game, is you have, like, there's a juggle between exploring and getting the things you need to progress things faster. You'll start to run into points where you're not able to make really good speed because you're just building more of your lower tier thing because you're lacking the higher materials. But at the same time, there's also actually taking the time to build things to progress things, just because those will ultimately get you a lot of good stuff. And I just realized we have more explosive power. I can make more nuclear reactors. So we could continue getting some of that stuff built up here. It is also a thing in the game that when you go, say, from like a tier 1, like the very lowest tier wind turbine, up to like the very first tier solar panel, they almost always go up to by like a factor of 10 to 15 or whatever. Like, it's huge leaps. So like with this drill, when I get the next year tire, there's no point in keeping them. Like, these solar panels, I'm probably going to get rid of. The only reason I haven't is they don't really have the storage for their materials. Just haven't dealt with it yet. Okay. Not that. Drop you there, put the toxic junk back here. We got iron and sulfur. Yeah, then I want to take a quick peek to see when I'm going to unlock the drones and all that. Because once I unlock the drones, that's a whole big thing. Okay, so looking at our main thing. So the good news is I'm right about to get the machine optimizer. That's a huge, huge one. The machine optimizer will allow me to boost stuff nearby by massive amounts. The biomass screen is a little ways away. And then for the drones are forever away. That's where the drones are. The drones might as well not even consider for a while. Yeah, the teleporter's also pretty far away. But that rod is also far away. Yeah, so we're gonna get this multiplier. That's gonna be a huge one. The biodome and all that's not gonna help. Well, that's in... Oh, it's 80 tons, not kilograms. Yeah, we're nowhere near the beehives. I was about to be like, wait a second, I should have that. Yeah, units matter. Okay, so we're already at almost 20% for purified water cycle. I do have an explosive powder, so we could make another nuclear reactor. How much uranium do I have? Do I have enough uranium to spit out 3 rods? No, that's fine. So no extra nuclear reactor yet. And how's our power? 71. Let's see. I could make a rocket engine and get some uranium happening. So the rocket engine was that, an iridium rod, and then 2 uranium. And then I need 2 super alloy, and I believe it's 3 cobalt for a uranium rocket. And so I believe the uranium rocket boosts heat. So it's one of those things that you get 2 big things out of this. One is I put this up here, it'll make uranium asteroids come down for me to collect uranium. And then 2, it'll also go and mean from now on where I had a 1000% multiplier on, or 1000% multiplier on heat or pressure, whichever one it was, I don't remember. It'll instead be a 2000. So it's additive with other rockets, but multiplicative against, you know, whatever your base buildings are. And there's a machine optimizer. Where's my... Where's my uranium? It might be have to wait for the rain to pass. Alright, so machine optimizer. So it's 2 explosive powder and uranium rod. Actually, that's probably going to be my better use. Alright, let's get this going. So we do have 2 sulfur, iridium. I'll grab the uranium rod. There's explosive powder. There's the second explosive powder. And I'll need 2 iron and a cobalt. Okay. So then we have these fuses. So I've got 3 fuses for oxygen, 1 for purification, and 1 for pressure. We're going to go for the ones that we can kind of get the most bang for our buck out of. So if we look, you're going to give me 161 oxygen. The grass gives me 100. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of a thing here where we can go over here, add the booster, and chuck. Okay, so I can only do 1. All right, so let's change that plan. Okay. Because I thought I could stack multiple in there, but I just didn't remember. Alright, so you can do purification, we can do oxygen, or we can do pressure. Which one is going to give me the newest stuff first? Tungsten rod, toxic area information, atmosphere purifier, detoxo tree seed. Okay, and that's when that all wraps up. Meanwhile, for over here, we have oxygen, which has a long way before anything of substance, or pressure, which is even farther, but the pressure does get us to ore extractors. I'm going to go for the pressure. That's probably not the right choice. Okay, and we'll have a sip of water. Let's see if this is the uranium we brought in. I don't think it is. It is. Okay, cool. Because about to be like, I don't really have a lot of uranium to spare. to wait for that to come down. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just fly around, check wherever these things land. And grab what ore we can. Because they'll end up having a bunch in there. But as you can see, it's being hard to retrieve it right when they crash. The big chunks of rock will disappear after a bit. Okay, so we got one down there. Looks like there's one here, and there might be another one over there. Okay. We got the tier 3 detoxifier. Let's check both those things, because I have the better mask to get. A lot of things are progressing really fast now. Which is what you want, is the thing you'll happen is you'll hit like thresholds where you get a new material and suddenly you can build a bunch of stuff. That gives you access to a bunch of things that progresses it faster. Okay, so we still got room for 10 more. I need to be going for air yesterday. It's fine. I'm just going to eat my oxygen tank because I'm not going to get back in time to not use it. Now, I'm guessing the meteor actually may have hit up top. And the very last Lardine on 600 stream streak. Catch the last 600 streams without missing a single one. Which is absolutely absurd, my friend. So thank you again, you know, not only for tuning in, but being here, like, literally every day. It means a lot that you keep coming back each and every day, popping in, saying hi, doing all that good stuff. That is quite the stream streak. And I'm guessing the rest of the ore is at the top of that ridge. Thank you, the very last Sardine, for gifting a tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you give the sub to the community and whatnot. I hope you, I can't grab those. Alright, we need to go back and grab oxygen. I'll see if there's more up here to scoop up. I'll gladly give a sub and not have to pay for one most expensive subscriptions for 3 months. How's the update? The update is really good. Can we get a shout out for Allison Adventures, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. There's a bunch of uranium there. I will need to grab some water. And an oxygen tank, which is 2 cobalt. Yeah, go check out Allison Adventures. Playing some Enshrouded recently, but does a lot of similar games to what we do here. So if you like the content here, probably going to like it there. I'm gonna do one last pass to check for more uranium, and then I need to check the other stuff. Alright, so we got that one. Take a peek over the hill. Make sure I didn't miss like a whole meteor crash. Nope. And let's go and see up here, because that's what you kind of do, is you do the, you call in like a uranium or an iridium asteroid for those two. And then if you take the time to clean up after it, you'll get like a good 2 rods worth of stuff. So we had a little bit over here that I couldn't quite get at. Yeah, I'll just have to wait. I can't get into it. Alright, that's fine. It's a fun time. It takes a long time for the planet to settle, though. Yeah, no, you kind of start learning, like, the progression in the game and how you can speed that up. Alright, so with that, we did unlock a couple of things. Right. We unlocked the plastic rod, which is a ton of plastic polymer, and then 1 toxin. And then we could use that to make the better mask. So let's get that going. So I need 2 tungsten. A ton of plastic, a ton of toxin. More toxin. I don't know what changed, but we're suddenly getting a lot of progress there all at the same time. I need 1, 2, 3, and I need 1 more toxin. That's 1 plastic rod. Alright, well that's good news, because that eats up a ton. And then for you, I'm going to need 2 pristine mushrooms. I need 2 of the gas. And I'm going to need 2 purified water. And now I got our better masks. Alright, so we got that. The next thing on the list is we do have the better detoxifier. How much power do you have left? 21! That is not a lot of power left. Okay, so we're dealing with the power now. Cool, I have enough for the rods. Drop you off, give me that. For the nuclear reactor, I will need a super alloy, an explosive powder, which would be 1 iridium, 2 sulfur. Is one of your cabinets full? Yes. But that's compressed versus the ridiculous amount of loose material, so I'm kind of just being like, I could grab it from that cabinet, but I'm just gonna keep going with what we're going to just keep trying to compress those materials as much as possible. Okay, so we've increased our power. Alright, so now let's look at this. So I need 3 tungsten, a plastic rod, and 2 purification gel. The good news is, this thing is going to give me 1 back when we empty it. Alright. We're at 6, so I need 2 more. We're hungry. So every time you harvest these, you have a very small chance of getting a seed. If I'm not mistaken, I could be. And so that's what we're kind of hoping for each time we harvest. Alright, so let's grab all the water out of here. You're gonna get your own cabinet now. Let's grab 3 iron, which I probably don't have. I don't. Let's go outside and grab some iron, because I'm going to need to make yet another box. That's fine. Okay. So we can make another cabinet, and we'll just start tossing the water in that cabinet for the time being. Let's see. That's the water cabinet. Alright, so for this thing, I need 2 gel. Now as where things get messy, grab me these, truck them in here for the time being. Start chucking these in the other room. Take apart the whole machine. So there's one of the gels. So we got both our gels. So now I need 3 tungsten. Let me go right back over here. This is the better version of it. We can chuck you in here. It just has a way bigger container. It also does way more for purifying. Okay, so we got that made. For you, I would need a tungsten rod. We can't make that yet. I can, however, make the water collector 2. And that requires the stuff we make the pristine. So what we're going to end up needing to do is go grab our water collectors, and we can get the bigger ones. How is our power doing? It's doing okay. Because that will give us a significant upgrade. It'd be nice to get that one. How close am I to getting the tungsten rod? The tungsten rod is at 85 MPU. So honestly, I'll probably just wait for that so that we can get the tier 3 going. And we're basically flying through this at this point for the toxicity side of things. We're at 50% there. I have my basic needs met here. Let's go ahead and clean up a little bit of another area. Looks like the stone made him cleared out enough that I might be able to pick the stuff that was stuck in the rocks here. Alright, well I'm glad it came back because that was 5 more uranium. Okay, so drop this off. Yeah, well we have, let's double check. So oxygen we're getting pretty close to the end, heat we're getting pretty close to the end. I do have the multipliers on pressure right now, which is probably not the right choice. Probably heat would be the better one. The only reason I'm focusing on this one is if I can get over here to the better ore extractors, that just means I can later on just produce whatever goods I need. Let's see. Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and zip on over here, and we're gonna collect stuff. Because I believe once we get the tier 2 extractor, I can go to where we have uranium and put down a tier 2 extractor. I can go to where we have, you know, I think it'll be like the handful of gems and all that I won't be able to put it on. But like super alloy, the uranium, the iridium, I believe we'll be able to put drills on all of those. And then instead of having to like launch the rocket each time I want to get another dose and then running around claiming it all, instead what we can do is just go over there, empty out a cabinet, later on have the drones do it for me. But really starting to hope that pretty soon we'll get lucky and start getting some quartzite and that kind of stuff. Because if we can get that, we can start worrying about getting the teleporters online. And the teleporters will be huge, because I can put one teleporter on either side, and then maybe bring the materials for a teleporter and just plunk it down wherever I'm working. I clean out the area around and they yoink the teleporter back out. Usually I end up with a good 3-4 teleporters running in one of the runs in this game, just because you'll have some materials you keep going back for. I want to say you get the teleporters a pretty good amount of time before you, Alright, 1 second. My AC is being weird, so I'm just trying to deal with that. But, I don't feel like dealing with that. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to adjust my AC real fast. It was, like, really hot, and the AC had turned off, and I'm like, okay, hang on. We need to talk about this. It is entirely too hot to not have you running. Let me just leave that... Well, grab those. You'll leave that box alone. Yeah, this is where the iridium is. I'm gonna leave that alone for right now, leave that alone for right now. I did not expect the energy multiplier to be that big. That's actually a really good one, so I'll probably go back... Yep. Well, probably when we get back, we will, get uniforms. Yeah, so when we get back, we'll probably go and move the thing I have making the pressure higher to be on the energy. Because then I can get away with building a lot more stuff for, you know, heating things up, cleaning things, that kind of stuff. Actually, I'll grab the aluminum as well. I need to go back soon. That was water. I was hoping it was air. Yep, that's fine. It's fine. Okay. Let's try and hurry over here. Now, it is a thing that when you start running out of air, it doesn't, like, drain your health. The screen just fades to black. And you either got sorted or you don't. That's fine. Okay, so we did get an energy fuse, and so that'll be a much bigger one for us, because I use that and I move my multiplier over to where all my nuclear reactors are. That's a 150% boost to all of my energy production. So it's basically like for those 3 ones, if I put it there, it's like getting 1.5 extra nuclear reactors, and usually I think those things can support up to 8 buildings. So you get the idea there. That'd be the perfect time for me to go and rip down a bunch of those solar panels, because those the whole collection of solar panels is something like 1 nuclear plant's worth of power. So we go and yoink it all down as like one big collection, and I boosted myself to have like a whole extra 1.5 nuclear power plants, it'll give me all that aluminum back, so I would be able to potentially use that to make more super alloy, which is one of the main things for making more nuclear power. If I have to call in another nuclear, like another rocket, that's fine too. Because at this stage we're finding, at this stage we can get aluminum. I just go to my drill and collect it. So we're no longer dealing with that limitation so far as being able to get the material at all. We can have like a throughput issue where I go and I collect 2 or 3 of it per run or something like that. And that can be painful. I'm not anticipating that being an issue. I'll eat our food there. Okay. Boy, cleaned up that area about halfway. And maybe what I'll do is I'll take a moment to run down to the one side, grab all the junk out of... Well, actually, no, we were waiting to get the next unlock. So what I'll do is I'll wait till we have the unlock, I'll run down there, I'll grab all the wastewater, bring it back up. And all that nonsense. Okay. Let's go here. Drop you in. Drop you in. Grab you. Aluminum. Iron. Silicon. The full uranium rod. We could drop off. 1 second, we're gonna grab these out. Okay, so we got the tungsten rod. I'm gonna drop all of you in here. And then we're gonna go to the multiplier thing here. And run it over here. And now suddenly I go from having like 70 extra power, whatever, to 700 almost. Okay, so with that said, let's run down here. We're going to grab these from down below. Grab all the toxic water out of it. It might honestly be a thing down here that... Well, I mean, we'll just grab it and we'll make them into the tier 2s. Because then the idea is I'll end up needing to shift these around a little at a time. You know, wherever they're needed. Keep the process cleaning. We're going to leave those ones first, because those ones just need one more round, and that area is clean anyways. So I'm going to go and run these back up, then we're going to go the other side, empty them, and pull those up, get the upgraded versions, and then run them back over. Because I figure by the time I do that, I might be able to go back to that first set, and they'll have fully purified that water. And so it'd be time to relocate them anyways. Now, one thing is we haven't really been grabbing the spores. And I'm trying to remember what the spores gave me that the other stuff didn't. I think it might have been the gas. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, it's the gas. So you can toss all that in there. We're going to go ahead and top off our air. Let's go run down here. And that water's already purified down there. Oh, I should also grab the algae, because we're going to need a lot of that too over time. Use that to make stuff like the fertilizer and all that. You have to make bacteria samples. Yep, and here they are. Yes, this one's got 100 polluted water. Okay, so now I run these back, as I mentioned it. Let's grab those. I don't think those respawn either. I'm also curious if you need to clean up the toxic spores as well. I don't think you do. Oh, and I also see there is a single uranium up on that ledge. From our meteor shower. Okay. So we can drop off more toxic water. Spice rock for the win? Yes. There we go. So, let's drop off the uranium. I don't need that right now. Alright, for making the really good ones, so I'm going to need tungsten rods, plastic rods, and the purification thing. I actually might not have enough tungsten. Alright, so the next thing we're doing is making a tungsten run. Oop, I need a little bit of toxic skiff. Okay, and now I need the polymer plastic. So I need 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then plastic. And drop you off and you. And then what else do we need? The purification gel, which is purified water and the gas capsule. Okay. That's everything for 1. Let's plop it down, then start the process on the next one. And I'm low-key hoping that those have way more storage. So instead of just like 5 slots, we'll get 15 or something like that. Oh, okay. That's what? 8 by 6? Yeah, alright. That's a small, ridiculous upgrade. Cool. Okay. That means I can actually get back some of my, yeah, it's like 48 or something, so like putting 2 or 3 of those down on a body of water will fully clean that entire body of water. Like, and then, you know, obviously I'd have to collect this stuff, which is the only real downside is collecting this stuff's gonna be a problem. But with that big, if I put down 3 of them in an area, I could just not come back. I could just leave it there. Okay, so tungsten, am I straight up out of? Yes. Alright. So yeah, that's good news because that means I get more mushrooms to spare. Okay, so let's go over here. Grab ourselves some water. Take a little sip. Plunk the spares in here. Come on, mushroom seed. Nope. So grab the mushroom seed, drop the eggplant off, drop the squash off, drop the other squash off. We'll have some spare beans. Gonna chuck one of those over here. The circuit board will put in like our, I don't know what I'm doing with this right now box. And then for you to get in our bioplast, I need a silicon and no extra water. Okay. Alright, and I was going to make the bigger algae thing out of this, which would give me a significant boost to our oxygen in plants. So that's 2 super alloy, a magnesium. The big thing is the fertilizer. Okay, so for fertilizer, let's see what I need for that. I need 3 algae, 2 eggplant and a sulfur. At least you have a bird bath for water. Yup. Alright, so what we could do here is we'll go down to our algae production in that tiny little pond down there. I'm going to grab the algae, then I'm going to yoink that up, and then basically replace it with an algae 2 thing. Okay. Now later on we're going to want like drones and all that kind of stuff to like zip around and deal with this, but we're not quite there yet. But that'll save me the flying back and forth nonsense. Okay. So, for fertilizer, I need 1 more eggplant and a sulfur. Okay, and that just means that we need 1 more super alloy. Now we're doing empower. 500, whatever. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna go right back to where we yanked that up and put like the upgraded version down. Which is basically the same idea, it just works a little better. And then we're gonna cut to the right and see if we've got that other place fully purified. Okay. Now I can zip on over here, because we have this fully purified, I can yank all those up, get those mushrooms back, and then like I said, we need to make a tungsten run. If I can make the materials happen, I'm going to try and take a drill over the tungsten area and see if it can do it. Don't answer yes or no. I'm not sure if it will work. It's one of those ones that's on that fence where I could see the tier 1 drill working. I could also see the tier 1 drill not working. It's like tier-wise, it's like right on that fence. I think it's cleaned. Yep, it is clean. Now, does that do the whole area? Yeah. Alright, that area is cleaned. Meanwhile, we're standing here. Might as well fill my inventory with this stuff. Alright. So I've got that one sorted out. And like I said, the other one only having 100 stuff, I could see putting down like 2 of the upgraded cleaning, like the water cleaning things, and just letting them kind of percolate and get all that stuff. And then eventually, you know, as I need material, I can go grab it out of the boxes. But otherwise, I can just, you know, set it and forget it kind of thing. It's going to take a while because it's going to take a lot of tungsten, though. Which is good. That gives me something to use a tungsten on. It also uses a really high volume of much... Oh, yeah, it's going to take those apart. We should do that. Alright. So meanwhile, drop you in, drop you in. Go in here. Drop off the sulfur. Go to one of these cabinets. Drop off this junk. Drop off the mushrooms. Do I have more iron? I probably don't. Not enough. You can just go in there for right now. I'll definitely not want to keep it that way long term, but it'll do for now. Okay. So I got all that sorted. Right, so... We'll start with those and see how much I can put away. So aluminum, cobalt, iron, silicon, and I think that's all we're going to lift up because I filled up the cobalt area. Alright, so let's go check on our map. So, if we look down here, so there's the zeolite. We're not really hurting for that. There's sulfur down there. There is superalloyed, obsidian. Oh, it was to the left, wasn't it? Yeah, so we come through here. Then we take a left, and there's the tungsten. Alright. So let's see if I can get what I need to set up a, set up an extractor. So I'll need an aluminum, a superalloy, 2 osmium, and what am I missing? And a titanium. Alright, so let's run over there, and let's see if I am able to put the tier 1 drill on the tungsten, and just see what that does. I'm also going to need to go back at some point and be like, okay, what's the next thing we're unlocking? But it's looking like for the purification stuff, tungsten's going to be a bottleneck, so I want to get ahead of that. Because then, like I said, we can kind of just pop over here when we run out of tungsten, go hit the drill at least a little bit. Meanwhile, for building, is there anything new we've got here that I've missed? Not seeing anything immediately. We got the tier 2 biodome, which generates tree bark. That does give me a lot of oxygen. So it's not something to ignore, because like this is giving me 161 oxygen. Now granted, this thing I can't apply the multiplier, but even the 400%, it'd be like 2 or 3 of those is 1 biodome. These I also don't get to apply the multiplier. So yeah, so the biodome is definitely going to be worth making. It's going to take a little bit. I'm going to need a lot of algae to do that. But yeah, so we can replace our tier 1 biodome with a tier 2 biodome, because that'll also give me the tree bark. And we're not going to have much use for tree bark yet. But tree bark, ultimately use that for, you know, some of the stuff to like make the big tree planters, that kind of thing. Because we should get to the point pretty soon where we're scaling up our, tree production kind of thing, or sorry, our plant production kind of thing. Hey, Lily, how's it going? Alright, so we're going to cut over this way to the left. We snag that one spot of toxic waste I see sitting on top here. Because as I cut across here, I'm going to watch for toxic waste and clean up. Yeah, because I'm only missing 9. There's a bunch up here. Could grab that for right now. Unless I see like a mushroom seed. Must be below. They've got a thing that shows the distance. There you are. Alright, that area is fully purged of toxic waste. Yeah, no, I did have a room over here, I think. The Dream House Planet Crafter, it's going good. We are slowly making the world a less awful place. There's the room. Alright, so now's where we get to figure out, can I put the drill here? And will it, you know, give me tungsten? Alright, so not up here. But it will pop down below here. And then if it doesn't give me tungsten down here, that's just not going to work. Like I said, it's one of those ones that's like right on the fence about do I or don't I think it would give me what we want. Yeah, so... that is a pretty strong negative indicator. So I can kind of cheese it where it's apparently my position that decides. Yep, okay. So that's worth knowing. I cannot get the tungsten with the tier 1. I said that was very likely going to be the case, so it's not super shocking. There's some tungsten, there's some food. Don't really care about the rest right this second. This is an interesting spot. It's all rock, so I can't build that. Okay. Yeah, so this cave seems very promising. What's up? Okay, that's fine. We get out. Yeah, so I cave back there. Okay, we did get the plant rocket unlocked. And this is where I was like, I'm probably gonna need a lot of stuff, because you notice we're not seeing any of the actual toxic goop here. But back there, there's 149. My suspicion is it's way back in there, and that I'm going to need to have stuff to make it so I can survive a good while in the toxic to be able to clean that area. That if we're going by like the story, you know, about things what's going that way, like if we're going by the story, the implication was that they drilled for the tungsten, they hit something and released all this toxic crap out. Is that a rocket you learned, or are you happy for your viewers? We did learn a rocket. Thanks for noticing. And we apparently learned a second rocket. Rockets for everybody. Okay. Yeah, so it should be enough tungsten for one more of the water cleanup things. Not quite a second one. And I think that's going to be good, because that'll let us keep clearing up that water. Because I'm assuming that's going to be one of the major time sinks, is just getting all that stuff cleaned up, detoxified, and all that. Right now, let's actually deliberately toss the materials I need for the drill in the box. We're just gonna leave that in the box. We can go over here. There's more toxic to pick up here. I'm just gonna grab that toxic really fast. But yeah, so I'll keep the materials for one drill up there. Just that way, when it's like time to go for a drill, I can just grab that, plunk it where we're gonna plunk it. Yeah, so you have 22. And our inventory's full. Cool. There's so many solar panels up there. I'll have to see how long it'll take me to get to the extractor 2. Because once we get the extractor 2, a lot of stuff is going to get really easy, because we'll get the uranium, we'll get the iridium. We won't get a bunch of like the random extra crap we don't really need. We'll probably be able to get the tungsten. Let's see. I don't think we can get the zeolite or the obsidian. Oh, I gotta remember. Because I'm trying to remember what the cutoff was with the 3. I think the zeolite was the tier 3. Either way. Yeah, so we've got the level 2 biodome. We want to get that built. That'll be one of our priorities here, and we want to get those other 2 rockets up. Because those rockets, I believe the one is going to give me information about, like, this area has toxic waste, that area doesn't have toxic waste, that kind of thing. So, you know, we can run back, figure out where we're targeting, go back out, clean up some, come back, that kind of thing. And I could also take the approach we did with the other toxic waste area, where I just put down a room with a bunch of storage, we just clear it all out. That honestly wouldn't be a terrible idea. And it's just a back and forth when I need to get, you know, food, water, that kind of nonsense. I'm really hoping with the satellite it'll also tell me, like, how much water contamination is left. Like, I'm curious how verbose it's going to be on the information. If it's just going to be broadly like, hey, this area is not clean. Or, hey, here's the percentage of clean. Or, hey, this area, there's goo versus this area, there's water contamination. Like, I'm curious what level of depth of information we're getting with all that. Okay, so with this, we can go over here and drop off that. Then go in here and grab one thing of toxin. Make a tungsten rod. Is there enough for more? There is exactly enough for a second tungsten rod. We will need some water. Okay. I take that back. There's one more that I need for a second tungsten rod. We can drop off the aluminum. Like the space food. Okay, so for the really big ones, I need the plastic. And that means grabbing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then, like, all the toxins I can carry. Okay, so we got that. I'm gonna need more of those, aren't I? So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. More toxins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually don't need to count because I don't have more plastic than I need. Okay, I need a little bit more toxins. Nice. Okay, and I need 2 of the gel. So for the gel, I believe it was 2 of the clean water and 2 of the gas. Alright. And that should be enough that we can put that down here, and it will fully clean that water start to finish And then, you know, when that's done, we can yoink all the stuff out of the water, move the collection of 3 of them onto the next pond, and just work it around the map. But yeah, no, the plastic rods and the tungsten rod, so mostly the plastic rods, that definitely does a good job of just burning through those materials that we're getting tons and tons of. So I'm really happy about that. Okay, we can grab... Ooh, this might actually push our power. Oh, you work fast. Okay. I underestimated. I thought the thing was going to take a hot minute to fill up. Apparently it cleanses the water relatively quickly. We are going to have horrific problems with inventory management. If we can get the autocraft, if we can get to the point of being able to make the super alloy rods, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. But if we can get to the point of getting the super alloy rods, we should be able to take those super alloy rods and make the autocrafters, and then with the autocrafters I could sit there and just have it make all the steps to making the plastic rods, and just use as a way of consuming a lot of that material. Okay, so I'll take care of that for right now. How is our power? 192, so not as bad as I thought. We have apparently hit the purified water cycle, and we're now on just regular vegetation cycle. So, let's see. So we had 2 rockets we unlocked. There was the toxic map one that we unlocked, and then there was another one. So the toxic map information, so it's another plastic rod and more tungsten, so I don't have that. We already have purification rod up. And we have the plant rocket, which is going to require the biodome 2. Okay, so we're going to need the biodome 2, and we can worry about the rest later. So for the biodome 2, that's a regular biodome, but the biodome 2, I need bacteria samples and fertilizer. It means I need algae, and I know I don't have enough. So let's go on down here to where we put down our tier 2 algae thing, grab all the algae we can, and see how far we can go towards getting the biodome 2 built. Otherwise, we need to make another run over to grab more tungsten. Okay. My inventory must have been full when I was cleaning that up way earlier. Alright. I'm guessing you're full? I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. So I got a ton of algae. I'm gonna need a ton of water. So I need 2 bacteria samples and 2 fertilizer, I believe. The other one just needed... The other one didn't need any of it, so... 2 bacteria, 2 fertilizers, so... Bacteria, bacteria. So I'll need 4 eggplant, 2 sulfur. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so that's 1. And so I just need a super alloy and a sulfur. I've got the inventory space, so we're going to go back here. Like that. And I just need 1 sulfur. Oh, is this... Oh no, this one's still flat. Cool. Yep, so that's going to now make bark. It's also a much, much, much better producer of oxygen and plants. Let me guess. Cobalt's full? Yes, it is. That's fine. We can go here to the titanium. I don't remember how much of what we need. We can go ahead and put some more windows in here. Cool. And that still leaves me some titanium to drop off. And I didn't actually need all the water I grabbed. Gonna grab that, grab one back, toss in more algae. Cool. We'll drink one of those now. Snack on a bean now. Okay, so as far as unlocks go, we are right about to get the biomass screen, so that's good news. We're about a third of the way to the bigger heater, about not quite half the way to the next drill, and 1/10 of the way to the gas extractor. We are not quite halfway to the flower spreader. And for the tree, I needed, or sorry, for the plant thing, I believe I needed bark. Yeah, so another fertilizer. That shouldn't be hard. Okay, so for more fertilizer, I need 2U. I need 2U. It was a 1 or 2 eggplant. And I need 6 algae. So there's 3. There. I thought I chucked some algae in one of these storage containers, but I guess I might be wrong. I need 1 more algae. I'm suddenly, like, completely forgetting what we were working on. Okay. I didn't need to grab the stuff for 2 of them. That's fine. So I can go here, drop you 2 off, drop you 2 off, drop the sulfur. I will need super alloy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10. So we can make an iridium rod. I'll need 2 uranium ore. And I'll need a bark and a Lirma, and that'll be a plant rocket up. So that's going, so let's grab the Lirma. There we go. Meanwhile, for the other one we need tungsten, that's right. The other one I'm gonna need plastic and tungsten, and we're not ready for it. While we wait, let's go ahead and ruin our inventory by clicking that button. And doing that. Okay. I'm gonna try and process down some materials. So I know I'm gonna need a bunch of these plastic rods. So I'm just gonna kind of hop back and forth. Try and knock him down as much as I possibly can. Let's see. There's the toxins cabinet. Okay, before we do that, let's just grab the polymers I've got in here. You see what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to get all of this out of control inventory and compress it down as much as I can get away with. All right. We've almost got this knocked down to as small as I'm going to be able to get it right now. They're actually finally running out of toxins. Yep, so let's pop over here. We got the polymer and the polymer rods. So that opens up a lot of inventory space. The purified water, I mean, I could drink it if, you know, worst case. But there's just a lot of it. Alright. Looks like it's all that processing. Cool. And let's see if we got our tree branch ready. Yep. So I'm going to launch a plant rocket, which will give us a 1000% multiplier on our plants. So that'll do a lot of good for getting that going, because the biomass is going to be my next major thing to work on. So plant rocket. Alright, so the next one is the toxic area information rocket. I'm going to need the tungsten rod is going to be the whole big problem. We did go and drop the stuff down below. Let's go take a sip of water and top that off before we head on. Cool. And how are we doing here? We're at 2,000. Oh, wait, we have the biomass screen. Let's get that up real fast before we leave. So biomass screen is iron, silicon, and aluminum. So aluminum, iron, and silicon. Not sure exactly where I'm putting it. So I'm not allowed to quite put it there. Alright, what we might do, so let's grab terraforming screen. And then the biomass screen. Okay. So we got more data. Alright. So, we're going to need to get more tungsten. This is going to be a reoccurring problem from the sounds of it. We're going to just go down there, we're going to grab all the tungsten we can. That just is what it is, there's not a whole lot to add there. But if we can get ourselves another rod, maybe two, that'd be good. I think I'm pretty content with the 3 water cleaners, because they're not as effective as the air cleaners, as far as actually cleaning up, doing the purifier. If we like look up here, so we have this one here, which does 89 purification per second, and that one does 100, but this is doing it for 12 energy, so I'm getting roughly 8 to 9-ish purification per energy, where this one, it's 120 energy for 100 purification. So genuinely, compared to the two, this one I actually have like 0.8, 0.9 purification per energy, versus the other one I get much better. Now, it is going to be a thing that because the mushrooms seem to be a kind of limited resource, eventually I'll want to upgrade those anyways. But I would suspect we'll get like a higher tier of the air purification thing that, you know, changes all that and makes you just want to get the bigger one anyways. But for the time being, I feel like having 3 of them cleaning an area, and I can just pull all the water and shove it into a machine when I need to, works well. The thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to probably need to get more of the spores, and I'm going to need to keep getting more of... actually, you know what? We're pretty okay on the spores. I'm getting too much of the purified water, and I don't have enough stuff to do with it, is kind of the big issue I have at the moment. Yeah, so we cleaned the iridium area over here. I think the optimizer can only work on limited number of machines once is another reason to upgrade them. Yes, this is another very, very good point. Yeah, if I go to put a purification optimizer on it, it can only handle, I believe it's 8 machines. Alright, well, thank you, winter chest there. Just straight up gave me a tungsten rod. So that means I'm at least getting the rocket up. But while we're here, since I've already gotten into the neighborhood, like I said, we're going to do, whether it's cleaning up more of the sludge or getting tungsten, we're going to progress this area down here. Grab this chest because I haven't checked it. Also grab it all. We can top off our air in this spot. Okay. They went and cleaned up a lot of the stuff from the right. There's some fertilizer. We'll grab the super alloy. We'll grab this. Grab the rocket engines, grab all that, and a mushroom seed. We're good. Mushroom seed's a really big, really big win. With the mushroom seed, I'm going to be able to get bioplast going twice as fast. Because that's been a kind of pretty hard limiter on us, is the fact that I can't get like bioplast once every other visit back home. So with those, every time I harvest, I'm getting 1 bioplast. The bioplasts primarily are used for when you're dealing with anything water related. So like your thing that collects water in there, when we go to collect fish eggs and all that, or plankton, we'll use bioplast for that. So that's a pretty big one. Eventually we'll, and there's the tier 2 flower spreader. So we're going to want to build those. And that should again boost our plants and our oxygen production. I didn't notice that waterfall the last time. It may have been there. But I didn't particularly mentally note that it's there. It is cool seeing, like, these were these kind of, like, toxic little things, and now they're kind of looking more like flowers. I think the idea is that, like, the vegetation was kind of in a not-so-okay state. Like all plants, the pH of the soil was 0.05 wrong, and so the plant just withered and died. Also, it grew in concrete, because also plants. It's just a matter of whether or not you want the plant, and whether, like, the slightest breeze is the end of its existence, or it'll literally grow in sand and concrete and all that. Yes, that was a good one. We only got 2 of the loose tungsten, but I just straight up looted a rod. We got 2 more of the mushrooms, we got some uranium and iridium. We got 2 rocket engines, which means I don't have to build the rocket engine and a mushroom and a fertilizer. So that's all good news. I eagerly await the teleporter. This is the one negative I would say about the map, is that while this is kind of this cool track, the back and forth on this track every time, because it's one of those things I'm looking at. I'm willing to bet with the jetpack I can probably cross this slightly faster than this. But this thing gives me oxygen, so it's just easier. I think the devs are trolling on the map size. This has to be their biggest map of all of them. I think it is the biggest map of all of them by a fair margin, but I honestly don't think it'd be bad if we can get our hands on the teleporter. And I think that's been kind of the one big snag, is the teleporter delay. The other thing that would help is It's bigger than Humble, but smaller than Prime. Is it smaller than Prime? Because it does feel like it's bigger than Prime. Now, granted, I'm only talking, you know, the X and Y, not the Z. Because I could definitely see if this doesn't have, like, an underground area like Prime did. That could definitely be true. If we're counting that terrain as well. It's been a long time since I've done Prime. But, I mean, the map feels huge. The worst thing is I can actually picture where, like, all the resources are in Prime from going for all the achievements and everything. Okay. So, let's start by dropping the toxic junk in here. And what am I missing to just fire? It's a plastic rod. I know I need a plastic rod. That's like you and Satisfactory. The store page says the DLC says slightly smaller than Prime. Gotcha. Good to know. Okay, so I need to make a micro compass chip because it says one, but I have it from the thing. Is that the only train, or is there more? That's the only train I've dealt with. I haven't particularly noticed another. There's other tracks that could have one. So let's see, so I'll get another magnesium, silicon, and aluminum. I'll take some of the water. Yeah, no, it's definitely bigger than Humble. Humble was, Humble as a planet was not that big. I will say Humble did have a decent amount of verticality, though. That's kind of the tricky thing about when you're, like, talking a map and it has layers. Alright, so that'll give me more map information. Drop. That's not the right box. Drop you in here. There's the iridium. There's uranium. There's super alloy. I'll just chuck the rocket in there for a minute. Oop, and the fabric. You can pop over here and drop the mushroom. Fertilizer can just go in this box. Oop, went too far. Honestly, for right now, I'm not going to grab the other ones. This cabinet's basically bursting. Okay. So, not a whole... Yes, none of those are going to unlock anytime soon. Alright, so the Tier 2 flower thing. So you are 2 fertilizer, a water, and all that. Okay. So let's go grab some more algae. You like the way the map changed based on the progression, opening up a huge area underneath? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you look at all the maps, I mean, I don't know about this one. I haven't noticed it as much this one, but it could just be different. All of the maps so far, again, I don't know what happens to this one. They've done, this is not the way I need to be going. All the maps so far have done a really good job of you gradually get access to more and more of the map. Because, like, with Prime, it was all the ice melting. That as the ice melted, you were able to get into more areas than you were before. And then with Humble, there was some of that. There was the sand. I won't specify to not spoil, but there was the sand stuff. And all that. With the moons, you had... I think, like, almost all the planets had ice. Like, and that's not shocking. You literally walk up to the ice, it goes, this will melt at whatever number, like, whatever temperature Kelvin. Or whatever MTI, or whatever it was. And then, like, I won't spoil the last moon, the last of the moon update moons. It's a shame they don't allow the extractor. I understand they were designed to be a challenge thing. I just found the challenge spot part of it a little bit on the tedious side. Like, it's not that it was hard, it was just, you know, not the most engaging thing. Alright, so for another fertilizer, I need 2 eggplant. So I can go 1, 2. I need some of you, and I need a fertilizer. Then I gotta remember where there's that. So let's get that. And I need 2 alloy. What's the other one? Yeah, 2 super alloy. And 2 water. Alright, so we'll just go right here. Plunk you down. And grab you. Shift you over. And pick you up. Alright, so let's do the comparison. So this was going to give me 161 oxygen, 9.2 plants. This is going to give me 325 oxygen and 43 plant. So you get the idea. It is not even comparable. They are leagues different. So I can go over here. That means I need another fertilizer. So I can go to you, grab, not that, grab you. Grab 3 of those. Grab a sulfur. And that's enough to get the next one up. Did I have any more of the flower ones? Yep. Just need 1 more super alloy. And then I believe that's all the flower planter things. And these things are mostly just a joke now, the grass growing ones. But I also don't really need the materials right now, so I'm just gonna leave them there. Give me that back. Okay, so that should be a massive boost there. So as far as the oxygen production, we've probably doubled. But as far as the plant production we've got there, we would have increased that by... a factor of 5? You gotta go to grass, the HOA will get mad? Oh yeah, I forgot about the HOA. Yeah, so we're not getting any of those things anytime soon. We're gonna be waiting on this. Yeah, that's fine. And as far as this goes, the Atmosphere Purifier 3, we're not quite halfway there. So let's check on the information. So we've got this now. Yeah, so it's got all the polluted areas marked. So it's got like my little warnings here being like, yo, that's biohazard, that's biohazard, that's biohazard. Yeah, so I need to go down there and clean stuff up. I kind of like this as well because with this setup, instead of just trying to like bleed off that tiny little bit % more productivity, I could do that. But just the same, I could also just go and work on cleanup while things progress. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, and I'm gonna go and take my my quote-unquote long break that's about 5 minutes to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, grab dinner. It's already in the slow cooker, literally I just gotta put it in a bowl, so it'll be a nice fast one with that. But I'm gonna run down there, welcome my wife home, and be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in a few minutes. That is weird timing. I'm not quite ready to be back, but I'm literally holding a bottle of habanero hot sauce as it's playing that clip. Because, you know, I got some chili here and I wanted to put a little habanero. Now granted, normally I would use like a red habanero sauce, but this is what I have open upstairs right now. So bear with me for 2 seconds. I wasn't actually ready to get off of the clip. Like I was just putting that in there and I was gonna get right back after that. So I just need to put this back in the fridge. But it's just one of those things of like, I like habanero. It is one I actually got from while I was at TwitchCon. Alright, I'll be right back. But yeah, no, it's I definitely eat more than I probably should. I used to grow habanero. Okay, so things to be working on. 1, I can clean up toxic waste. 2, let's go down here and see if this already has all the wastewater sorted out. We're gonna yank all that, chuck it in the locker, and all that. Spicy peppers are good for health, at least. Yeah, no, there's a lot of health benefits from eating spicy food. Now, granted, there's a difference, to be clear, between eating spicy food and like obliterating your digestive tract with Carolina Reapers. Not that you can't have Carolina Reapers or anything like that, but like, you know, there's a certain point where it's like, okay, you're doing. There's so much of it. There's a certain point where, you know, you're doing harm to yourself from all the acidity, like just murdering your stomach lining, versus the health benefits of it. But yeah, no, generally spicy food's good for you. Something moderation. So let me go and grab all that, like, toxic water. Chuck it in the cabinet over here. Alright, we can grab polymer. Is it healthy to get in sensitive places like your eye? No. Don't get hot pepper in your eye. Capsaicin acid and your eyeball are not good friends. Okay. Okay. How long till I unlock the super alloy bar? So we don't have it yet. Oh, that's not till 750. Well, we're about to hit 260 or so. Okay, so we get these pretty close to each other. At 750, I can get the super alloy bar. And then with that, what was it I was trying to make with the super alloy bar? Oh yeah, I was gonna make the auto crafter, so I could just like park it down next to this. And with that going, I would be able to just sit there and be like, just keep processing these materials, you know, to compact them. Okay. Drop you all in there. Drop you all in here. Alright. So we grab all that toxic stuff. Drop you in. You're in the wrong cabinet. Cool. Grab all that plastic and more toxic stuff. Okay. So, grab the plastic out of there. Oh, we've run ourselves out of the toxins. That's it. That's all the toxins we got. Okay, so I'm gonna end up needing to grab other materials for toxins, but that's good. We are slowly getting it all sorted. Alright, so you still want to go down here and empty out the other ones, get it into our system. And like I said, I'm going to be grabbing those containers since we've already cleaned that water. And I'm just going to look at the map for the next dirty spot to drop those to get them all cleaning. Because we should have other ones and get that sorted. Oh yeah, like if we go across the way into the right, if there's any water down there, we already cleaned up all the goop. Cool. So that area is fully cleaned. And so then we just need to work on the next area. I was trying to think for the terraformation index, what would be the next thing I'd probably want to work on to advance that? Because the plant and oxygen, we've got that going. I could probably get more of that going, though, and we could shut down a bunch of our little things over here. Cool, and I got 3 extras. Okay. Yeah, because the plants will be the big one. The plants, it was what? Fertilizer. What's the purification at? 213 MPU. At 500, we get the bigger atmosphere things. Oh, let's actually check on the map. So if we check on the map, we want to go across the way here. So nowhere back here am I seeing the radioactive symbol. So this whole side of the map is clean. That area... Yeah, so back here... I believe I cleaned this area of the goop. I did not clean the water. And then over here, that area I also cleaned up of goop. All right, so we got some places to put these on the other side. Let's go over there after I grab myself a fresh go of water and all that, and some bean. Keep going around there. No matter how many times I do, it's not right. Alright, that's all fine. So, eat the bean. That's overkill, but that's fine. But yeah, so what we'll do is we'll get the purification thing set up on the other side there, so that it can start doing its job. And then, most likely, I'm going to want to build more of the flower spreaders to get the biomass up. Because that's going to be our biggest thing holding us up. Because a lot of the stuff like the air pressure and all that, that's going to get itself kind of sorted over time. But till we can get the biomass far enough, we're going to be held up there. Now, while we're over here, we're not going to come back until until I have a full inventory of the of like pollution or tungsten or something. Because we're gonna keep cleaning up the areas. Because that feels like it's gonna be the big difference with this DLC versus the other ones. Is it's not just make number bigger. There's also gonna be the factor of actually going out and doing the legwork. Make number bigger, make number cleaner. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so we've got the 3 water purifiers ready. I was trying to think if I were to try and set up stuff on this side, what I would want to set up. Because I could put a bunch of lockers here and then have the drones go around. And it could certainly be a thing that I just move my base to this side, which, to a certain degree, wouldn't be a wrong choice. And the reason I say that is if I move my base to this side, I'm closer to all the other materials. I believe there was sulfur on this side as well, which means there's nothing on the other side I really want or care about anymore. The hesitation is I don't want to deal with it. If I'm being honest. The hesitation is I don't want to deal with it. Let's check this spot first, because I see the water there, and I don't remember seeing a pool of water here, but it did mark this place as still being toxic. Unless it's I go up here and this is another separate place with more toxic stuff to pick up. Gotcha. There's another toxic area up here. That's fine. Let's go over here. You can teleport vehicles though? Yeah, that's one thing is with the vehicles, I can have the vehicle and then teleport it back with all its inventory. So it could be a fairly effective way to move an extra full container of cargo. I would need to build it all in that though. And like this side of the map seems like it's very well suited for the vehicle. The other side feels like it's really poorly suited for the vehicle. I genuinely do think it is a thing that we kind of hit a point now where it'd be worth me moving stuff. And I think the way I would approach that is we would build the how much more do you have for me to clean up? A lot. I'll deal with that on the return trip. What I could do is on this side, choose somewhere kind of centered, build the building, and then grab the important stuff like the things that were making the water, making the food. Not really worry about emptying out all the lockers and all that quite yet. And I'm trying to remember as it was marked that there was pollution back here somewhere. So I'm not seeing water. There's no water back here. What I'm going to do a quick peek around, see if we can't locate a pool of water. That needs to be cleaned. Yep, no, exactly, Jaywalker. You could use the vehicle and just kind of pop back and forth with it. Well, super alloy time. let's get to cover. So I've got air and water if need be. Okay, so you're wrapping up. Okay. Well, that's excellent. So we got pretty much a full inventory from that. Okay, so we've got water over here. I'm pretty sure I can't put the water down until the goop is pulled up. I'm pretty sure that's the rule. I also don't care about your rules. Okay. So let's go in here, top off our air. They got space for 9 more super alloy if we're quick. Because it will disappear after a little bit. I think it was right over here in this area. Just gotta be careful because I don't have an extra air tank on me because we gobbled that up. Oh, I don't know where it was. It's fine. We still got pretty close to a full inventory, which is really solid. I just hope I could snag a bit more super alloy where I was in the neighborhood. Alright, so I would need iron and tungsten. Or tungsten titanium. There's another mushroom seed over here. There's a water. And as you can see, again, like just a ton of goodies that we grabbed. Like a ton of stuff we grabbed. Okay, that's fine. We'll grab that. But let's try and set up somewhere kind of in the middle-ish. And we're gonna make the plan of making a base over here. I'm not gonna like ferry back and forth to grab all the different stuff. I'll grab like the handful of things I need to not die. Now, one thing I am spoiled about is I really liked that other spot we were set up at, if for no other reason, as this big flat plateau, so it gave me lots of room to work. Okay, so I need some iron. Yeah, iron, titanium, and silicon. Because look at that, a little bit lifted off the ground, all that. Well, it is one of those things that as you get farther in, the types of showers and all that you get will change. Okay, does that work? Cool. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't get snagged trying to go in and out, because I've had that set up before. Alright. So what we'll do now is I'm not going to try and grab everything over. Gonna need a bit more iron and titanium. Okay. So we can use up as a way of approaching things as well. So I'm going to go ahead and do is plan for that to be an immediate thing. So you can go here, and I have never built the interior stairs. I built this one, the indoor. The interior stairs probably would honestly be pretty good. I'm gonna check that out. Let's go over here, we'll grab some of the aluminum from the other area there, and see how the interior stairs work. Because I haven't done it. But yeah, so the plan is what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the base floor, and it'll have just all the stuff for my normal whatever I'm working on. We'll have the second floor there, and that second floor is going to be, you know, just storage. Just lots and lots of storage. And then the top floor will be, well actually, the bottom floor will have the automatic crafting. The middle floor will be storage. And then if I need, like the top floor will probably just be the plant things growing up top. Now, another thing you could do is, before I get properly started, it could be worth putting it on water. That way, when we have the algae thing, it can just pull from that. I'm not super fussed by it. Yeah, so what we will do in the short term is I'm going to run back, like I'm going to run back to the first base, and I'm just going to grab the water production and the food production and move it over. But otherwise I'm not going to drag a bunch of this stuff back and forth. We will want to get the other computer and storage and all the other nonsense set up, but that's just time. I'm kind of viewing if I can get this sorted now, it'll save me pain later. Okay. Okay, so I see how this works. Let's go down here and yoink this thing. Actually, I'm realizing if I yoink it... Okay, I do have water. Alright. Yeah, so it looks like you can put like a little side room off there, then put the stairway up, then we'll have another side room up there. So go in here. So we can go up here. Oh, never mind. It could just go that way. Okay. Cool, because then we can just go up here. Then we get 2 more titanium and another iron. Then I can just poke through that side. But I'm gonna put some verticality to use. Okay, now we need to head back. Alright. I normally don't like moving bases. There. Look at our top floor here for storage. Yeah, we've got the other floor down below that, like I said, we can put production, that kind of stuff down there. Let me go ahead and grab an iron so I can make a cabinet. We can throw all the super alloy in there. Is easy with teleporters? Yeah, no, teleporters don't come for a little while. Is the only downside. Okay, and super alloy. Just trying to get a couple of cabinets for the basic materials. All right. Cool. Now we'll start trying to be a bit more logical about where we put these things. So you're iron, which is like most basic material in the game. You'll be titanium. I'm definitely going to need to just make a buffer chest for right now. So that's what we'll work on next. I'm just going to go ahead and grab 3. I'm just going to make a catch-all chest for when I don't feel like organizing. And that can be downstairs for the time being. Alright. So good news, we got a ton of super alloy, we got all that stuff. And the whole time our terraforming index is going up, so it's not like I'm wasting time. Like, progression is happening passively. I literally said it's going to make a... just a catch-all, like, this is the junk chest. Okay, so I got that all sorted. I need to get out of here. I think it's this way to the tram, because I have no food on me. What prompted the relocation? So the map is kind of divided into 2 main sections. There's the north section that was where we've been based from, and we basically finished everything there. And the only resource up there is sulfur, whereas literally every other resource in the game is down here. And so I'm kind of getting stuck taking the tram back and forth every single time I do a run for materials. And so the thought is, if I move down here, I literally won't have a reason to go back up to the top, because we have already cleaned all the water and the pollution and everything. So the only resource up there is sulfur, and I do believe there is also sulfur located on the bottom half as well. And if not, I could put down 1 drill there and then just have bots go back and forth, or go out of my way to make a run for sulfur once in a blue moon. Versus like the osmium, the uranium, the iridium, the tungsten, the zeolite, super alloy, aluminum, all of that's just down on this side, not available on the other side. And I'm sure I'm missing a bunch too. But yeah, so this tram ride, getting a little tired of this tram ride. I do think let's bring the food production and the water, and then let's bring what I need to make the vehicle, put the vehicle in my pocket, and then go back up here. So like the handful of things I do want to bring over, that I can just grab them and bring them over. Like I said, the downside is, at least in the short term, I have all my supplies mixed between basically 3 locations. That as I get short, I'm going to have to go and just go to a location and grab everything we can out of it. Knowing that even though my inventory's gotten much bigger than it used to be, it's nowhere near the size that I'd be able to just pack up a base and move it. The other good news is a lot of the stuff doesn't even have to move. We'll probably want to move the rocket, the launch pad at some point. But like, for right now, all these detoxifier and drills and power plants, all those can just stay where they are for right now. And we can move those a bit later. Okay, let's go over here. Bean. And bean. Mushroom and mushroom. Okay. One second. Alright. What? Let's chuck all this in here for a moment. Just so I can grab it easy. You can go in here. What would it take me to get the vehicle online? So the vehicle is 3 aluminum. Alright, that should be easy. And then 3 aluminum. Okay, so you need 2 rocket engines, a fabric, and all that. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh yeah, no, it's fine to move it. It's one of those things you just kind of accept you have to do that kind of thing once in a while. We need the fabric, we need that. I will need 2 of you. I'll need 9 iridium again. And I'll need 1 more super alloy. And I missed what else I need. Uranium, silicon, iron. It's not too bad if you sit there and just try and uranium, silicon, that's what it's missing. Like if you try and just do it all in one go, it can get pretty rough. You're not wrong. But if we do just kind of pack up the handful of things I need. Okay, so that's equipment increase, that's the equipment slots, inventory size increase, go faster, lights, beacon. Right, so let's go for that. So it's super alloy, silicon, and fabric. Which means I will have to make the super alloy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Fabric. I don't remember what the last material was. Probably silicon. Yep. And this is all good because all this is just using materials that I'd otherwise have to drag. Yeah, I did get a truckload from the storm, but that's not here. Alright. So with that, we've got inventory here, so that's good news. So we can pop into this cabinet, grab all you. That's our food production. This is our water production. What else should really go? The power can stay. Let's get the launch pad. The launch pad should come with us. All right. You got a little bit more room. We don't care about this. Okay, so we got all that. We'll definitely want all the computers. That's not happening right now. Bring some spare water with us. Okay, and I think that'll be our first trip. Oh, you know what? We can make this work better. Right. Let's put the water back. Because I can bring the materials I need. Anything else I want to do? Gonna drop a bean. Actually, I take that back. I'm gonna drop the squash. Because what I can do now is put that in my pocket. And so now I can take the vehicle over, or sorry, take the train over to the other side, put the vehicle station there, teleport the vehicle to me. And I'll bring all of that stuff over, and that'll be all of our food production and our water. And then in the future, I can package the way the vehicle, put it in my inventory kind of thing. Come over this way, place the vehicle back down, load it up, teleport it back, that kind of thing, if I need to. The big thing I need to do with that is stuff like when I need the detoxifier stuff, I'm going to have to go and bring that over. We've got a bunch of materials stuck there. I'm going to have to bring those over from time to time. But yeah, it's this having to go back and forth. I'm kind of lump summing it all right now to get it done. Because the alternative is every single time I need any material, I gotta take the tram. Forever. So we're future-proofing. Because we don't get the teleporter for a hot minute, and the drones are even farther. We also haven't seen any of the quasar crystals or anything like that at all yet. Granted, there's still a lot more map for me to explore. It's kind of funny the way having to clean up the toxic waste. It does really change the flow of the game, because it's a project to just work on. Okay. So I believe in my inventory I have the thing for the vehicle station, and I have the thing for the rocket launch, like the rocket pad. I think that's in my inventory. And then some of the food production. It honestly could be a good idea to make that staircase kind of part of the middle of the base, because then what we can do with that is on this side of the base I could put stuff, you know, like the buildings that don't really have a bunch of other stuff going on for them. Okay, so let's go here. I know we have the vehicle station in there. And we can just go over here. And the vehicle's here now. Meanwhile, yeah, so I do not have that. So let's go ahead. Yeah, it looks like you got food stations in here. Let's put those along this wall for right now. So there's the question, what was that I took apart? Was it the water collector? No. So something that was 3 silicon, 3 aluminum. What else do we take apart? Okay, so it's not you. We still have to grab that. There was something else I grabbed. It's fine. We'll grab the super aluminum, a bunch of these various materials. So I can go over here. We need to put down the launch pad. Cool. Then go in here. You put down more food production. Then I had 6 of these, if I remember correctly. Actually, I think I had more than 6. What about the water collector? Yes, I got the water collector. So I got that going. Okay. Alright, so we got all that. Let's grab our seeds. I feel like there was something else that we took apart that I'm just not remembering what it was. But honestly, that's fine. Okay, so we'll start with mushroom. Mushroom. Badger. That's fine, we'll do this next. Yeah, so I definitely had something else we had built. Because I have 2 of these extra that I did not have before. Because I don't have seeds for them. But the question is, what did I take apart? Because I don't think we took this thing apart. We don't have remotely those materials. We didn't take any of that apart. We didn't take any external stuff there. Oh! Oh, it's the advanced crafting station. That's what that explains it, because that's why I have 2 extra aluminum. So let's grab you and chuck you over here. Right. So I have the advanced crafting station. I have the regular crafting station. And I got the detoxify or whatever station. There we go. That's what I had taken apart as, like, where are these materials coming from? That makes sense. And honestly, the rest of that we could just chuck in here for right now. As I just realized I'm running around without an air bottle. Cool. So let's go get ourselves an air bottle. Yeah, so I've got the core things I would need to bring back and forth. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe I can put the vehicle in my pocket and all that stuff. Remember having a lot of fun in this game, especially on the first planet? When you realize you can climb almost most rocks, unless it's an invisible wall, until you've fallen through textures and into some hidden base in the edge of the map with no exit, you need explosives or some key. So you had to wait until you starved, then moved to Humble, and you felt that you have to do all the same basic things there. I mean, I honestly really like the idea that you can kind of replay what you've done before. Because if you go to Humble, for example, it does kind of change the formula on a lot of the things. So I honestly think it's a good setup in my mind. But I mean, it's also fair if you're like, hey, that's not really my thing. Gotcha. I thought there was a button to, like, put you in my inventory. It's fine. I mean, I could always just deconstruct it, move it to the other side, reconstruct it, and load it up again. Alright, regardless. So we got our food, we got all that stuff. I do want to go back over and grab the, So I want to go back over here and I want to grab the decontamination stuff. Because I'm going to need that. But yeah, no, it's understandable if you're like, hey, I'm not enjoying working through the same process. For me, on the other hand, I genuinely think that's excellent because it's a different process. When you look at Humble, for example, on this one you grab your base materials at the beginning, then they're just laying on the ground. You have some of that in Humble, but Humble also has a lot of materials that you have to get this thing to recycle stuff. And so some of the later materials you actually have to go and find things to bring back to recycle down to get the materials that are earlier game. And so I honestly like that. But I mean, if that's not your jam, that's totally fine. Like, not trying to convince you otherwise, but just kind of pointing out that, well, that didn't land for you. For me personally, I actually really like it because with all the planets, there's some kind of twist other than Prime, which is the baseline. That there's some kind of twist that it kind of changes the formula up. They have to figure out different ways of dealing with it. So like this one, you've got all the toxicity. You've got the 2 moons that they had. Like for example, the second moon, the archipelago one. Getting stuff like iron is just really not nailed it. You nailed it. That's what it was the red button in the back of it. You didn't see it until you mentioned it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I probably overlooked it. It's fine. We found the alternative way, which is to deconstruct it and put it in our pocket. But yeah, no, I vaguely remember having it in the pocket, because then you could take it somewhere. It gives you an expanded inventory and all that. So like what I said, I'm going to go ahead and try and get the decontaminator, the detoxifying machine. And we'll get that loaded up. I don't think... Well, and we'll load up a bunch of all of our screens and everything. That'll be the other thing we get. And that should be all I need to base in the new location. And like I said, it'll be one of those things where like, oh, I need fabric. Go back to the base. I've got a big pile of fabric here. Bring that with me. Oh, I'm out of aluminum. Go back over here. Grab a bunch of the aluminum. You know, and then once I'm over here anyways, everything else I can fit in my inventory. Yeah, I thought it was along, like, the frame behind the storage. I probably just looked in the wrong place, which is fine. So what we'll do here is... Put you down. Build the vehicle. Plunk you in. Oh, it's down here. Yeah, so now it's in my inventory. Yep. So honestly, until we need the upgrades, I don't even need you. And chuck you in there. Now can I... Yeah, so I cannot do that when it's empty. Or when it's not empty. Alright. That's fine. So right now I'm going to leave that there. We'll just pick it up when we go to leave. Alright, so like I said, the machine here I'm going to bring with us. I don't care about all the crap in the machine. Honestly, I'm going to shove it wherever I can shove these materials. So much purified water. Okay, 1 second. Give me this. I can't compress it, it's not over here anymore. Alright, well, we're just creating our own problems. Don't worry about it. Grab this. Luckily, this container got emptied out. Okay. So at least some good news right now. For right now, do you have any space? Yeah, we could chuck that in there. Chuck you in here. Grab you out. Chuck you in there, and the spares in here. That's still fine. Okay, the point is we got that all sorted for right now. Alright, so, like I was saying, I want this machine. I'm gonna need it on the other side. Remember it really putting something like 2 times your carrying capacity into a single slot of inventory? Yeah, but I mean, who cares about realism with these kind of games? This is about fun. Realism can check itself at the door. The recycler is probably worth bringing. Let's take the recycler and chuck it in the back. Go here. Eat a squash. Sip of water. I'm going to need both of these. And chuck this in the car. So that'll be the biodome and all that. All the connection stuff up there can say. Alright. So the next thing I wanted to bring was the office, as it were. Okay. And I will need to bring you, because I need to make sure I have inventory space for it. Okay, so you can grab some stuff with the rest of this inventory. I'm just going to grab a handful of things that are good materials. Let's grab the osmium zeolite, this, the fabric we don't have a ton of. I'm going to ignore all the toxic stuff because I'll probably have tons of that. We'll grab these 2 that are 400%ers. I'm actually not going to grab those. We can grab the mushrooms. Not going to worry about the toxic water. Oh, the algae thing. I don't have clean water on the other side. It's fine. We'll fix that later. that'll be a thing we pick, because we did see there's water in there. We just need to actually clean it up. We can grab those. Yeah, it should do. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff. Full inventory, ready to rock and roll. Let's go ahead and get back over to our base. And that should be all the materials I need for making a bunch of useful stuff. So we have the decontaminator. Trying to remember all things. So we have the decontaminator, we have the entire, like, you know, here's the desks and everything, so I can get all the computer monitors and all that set up. That'll be a good one to do. We have the biolab, we have the biodome. I grabbed the mushrooms and all that. We grabbed the osmium and a bunch of the plastic bars. Alright. And meanwhile, we're gradually approaching 500 MTI. Okay. So now what's going to end up happening is we'll just operate on this side. And then, like I said, once we go, oh no, I am short on insert number of material, or insert material that base is full of, we just go over there, grab that material, bring it back, and, you know, fill up our inventory, that kind of thing. Yeah, so you did build the vehicle thing, and we also need to set up the, our workstation. Yeah, so the water is the only one right now I don't have set up on this side so far as the algae goes, which does suck, but I know I saw a pool of water back over there, so I think all that is we just make a priority. Yeah, it's like you can see it literally right there. So all we need to do is just make it a priority to clean up the pollution in that area, so that we can get that back online. Which is good, because we want all those toxic goods on this end as well. So, you know, I can just start working on all that. Okay, so let's start with the vehicle thing. And we just teleported our vehicle over. Okay. So I'm probably going to do... a living compartment with glass windows and all that. I wonder if I did that, so cobalt, titanium, iron. I wonder if I set that up. If that'd make a decent spot. So it'd be cobalt, titanium, iron. So I'm wondering if I put like just a little side area over here. That's like the office, kind of overlooking things. There we go. And then we would need... the 2 desks. And let's see. So these are just stuff to drop in boxes. Alright, let's go over here. I have no idea which ones are for which machines. Okay, for the detoxifier machine, I got everything I need. So let's put that like right here at the ground level. Cool. For the recycler, put that right over here. So what did I have? That was the bacteria. Oh, right. We have the the biodome level 2 as well as the lab. So let's get that lab positioned. There we go. I want it facing the other way. There we go. We go down here, grab the rest of the materials. Alright, so with that, now I can put the biodome level 2. And that can be right here for right now. Cool, so we got that all done. So now we just need to set up all our computer screens. We can start with, there's our terraforming overall score. Yeah, there's all that. I need the progression. Shame I can't put it on that wall. Alright. So here's the blueprint screen. Here's the power screen. So you have the navigation screen. Email. Oh, I need the mushroom. Well, one of them. And then this is the toxicity screen. Okay, and I believe that's all of them. Yep, I mean that took all the inventory out of here. And then this is all junk we grabbed. Cool. So I think we're all moved over here now. At least for purpose of what we got going on here. What's it cost to me make the chair? 2 fabric and an iron? Sure. Let's make ourselves a chair. Okay. Gonna make yourself a nice little computer chair. Okay. Cool. So that'll probably need to move later. Alright, so with that said, I was not ready for you to all be grown already. Let's grab some iron, because I'm going to need more cabinets. But then I'm going to go over to that body of water over there and start clearing up all the garbage in it. Another thing I should do is, instead of what I just did there, where I mined the iron like that, when I need to get more, I should just fly over to, we've got, over in that corner, I've got stuff that's just up to the gills with materials, and I can just grab that. So let's go upstairs, and this is where our storage is, so we can go over here. So it'd be titanium, iron, probably cobalt next. Hey man, hold on to the veggies for a minute. Alright, let's grab this toxic waste. And then with that, it'll be cleaning up the water. Okay, there is one more bit of toxic goo here. And there it is. Alright, and let's go down to our detoxifier and start filling it up, because we'll need all those materials for more stuff over here eventually. You can run over and keep emptying that out. Because it'll be a matter of finding like the next place that has the gross water. Okay, that'll do for now. Cool. So we've got that all sorted. We got our oxygen. We got our food. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and we can zip on over this way real quick. And this area should have a ton of the, I was gonna say this area should have a ton of iron, all that. I'm also realizing, I think there's only a little bit of goo left up here. Let's grab the goo while we're in the neighborhood. Oh, there's actually a lot more than I gave it credit for. Never mind. Alright, let's go over here. Like I said, there's going to be an absolutely outrageous amount of like iron and all that in there, so I'm just going to grab a stack of iron real quick, chuck it in the back, you know, that kind of thing, to get our base on this side start to get loaded up. So, iron, iron, iron. There we go. Titanium, titanium, titanium. Yup. All day. Cool. Let's grab iron as well. Basically grab materials. Cool. And I'll grab a little bit more. Okay, so with that, and part of the reason I went on my way to grab that, is now I can go up to the second floor, and instead of before where it's just kind of as I needed, putting the lockers up, you probably noticed I went, okay, iron, then titanium, then cobalt, then magnesium, then silicon, then aluminum. Like, I have all of those in one line, and that's like all your base materials. So that should make future me dealing with it much easier. Until we get like the really, really big storage. And this vehicle does get faster. I'm going to want to spend some materials to getting the vehicle upgrades if I'm using it. Eventually you can get it where the vehicle also will refill your, you know, air and all that. I mean, also you get to the point where you just don't need, you know, separate air source. What does it take for me to get the inventory upgrade? So for the inventory upgrade, iridium, silicon, yeah, we'll worry about that later. Okay, so we can go up here. We got all that iron on him. Like I said, we got cobalt. I think the next one would be magnesium. And then we can go here. Silicon. And then finally... aluminum, and that's all your basic materials, so we can chuck that in there. Chuck the titanium in here. Chuck that iron in there. Alright. So then thinking about our more exotic materials, we got the super alloy. You'll be sulfur. I'm sure I misspelled that. The algae. Okay. The question is, I got two ways I could do this. One is I could deliberately do something like this, where I have it too wide in the middle, and then, you know, front, back, or I can do something like this. Honestly, I could probably narrow it down a bit more, but that's alright. Yeah, that'll work. You need a home beacon? Yes, I do. Cool. So I've got a whole bunch of containers. I can go down here and check things we got. So I got my various plants. Let's get those sorted. So for my plants, so I got all our basic materials there. I'll intend for these to be materials over here. These can be the plants. There's 4 plants, right? Yes, there is 4 plants. So eggplant. Squash, mushroom, beans, and I'll go over here and do water. Alright. And easily be getting to the more exotic materials. Let's grab you. The silicon, the aluminum. You're not going to be algae. So you're going to be osmium, zeolite, uranium, iridium. Now I got all that on this side. Yeah, and we'll just extend this out farther to have even more materials. Or potentially adding even more variety on there. So for all this, there's a zeolite. A bunch of those are like exotic materials that are probably going to get their own special area. Okay. Grab some water. Okay. Oh, wait, did I empty you yet? I don't think I finished emptying you, did I? Okay. Might as well keep that going. Yeah, no, we're definitely going to get a home beacon on here, so there's a titanium. Then go to this side, we have beans, mushroom, squash, eggplant. Okay. So let's go back over here. We'll grab some silicon, we'll grab some cobalt. Just getting all this stuff we looted before and trying to get that brought over. I should probably check what the next unlock we have and how close we are to it, because that thing's just trucking away up there. And I know there was an unlock at 600 MTI. I'm pretty sure there's one at like 500 as well. But yeah. And that's good because it's getting this storage container I put over here forever ago and just cleaning it up. Okay, so there's cobalt. Got a bunch of varieties there. Drop all this stuff in here. And drop that in there. A bunch of seeds and stuff I don't really care that much about. Okay. Now give me a bit of uranium, a bit of iridium, a bit of all of the basic materials. So if I have to build stuff and it's not a complicated thing, we can get that going. Alright, and when we get back, we're gonna check to see where I can do my next, like, upgrade to get things going, how my power is. Try and get all that sorted. We did get the pollution stuff picked up over there. We should probably also get that beacon that got mentioned, put that on the building so that way I can find my way back here easier. So good news, we are pretty much set up on this side. Like, we're just kind of consolidating loot now. Because going full gremlin mode doesn't help us out. Oh hey, tiny patch of naturally occurring grass. Fun. Alright, let's get up here. So we can go to you with the silicon, you with the magnesium, you with the cobalt. We have the uranium, the iridium. Making a bunch more cabinets for when I need them. Which I will. Oh boy, will I. Okay. So I got the silicon, magnesium, cobalt. Yeah, and already those are getting like halfway in the storage, which is nice. Cool. See, this thing is really good ratings for DLC. Makes me happy to see they eventually finish your own run. Yeah, no, I very much am enjoying it. I do think they do a really good job with this game of having it when they come out with the DLC that, you know, the same basic concept is in the game, but also does a, there is things to change it. So we got the orbital thing. That's not going to actually do anything for me. It just lets me see the satellites. We're actually getting pretty close to getting our tier 4 heater. When that happens, I'll probably want to go back, tear down our tier 3s, put out our tier 4s over here. And we got our tier 4 drill that's coming up pretty soon. That's the same idea. Nowhere near getting our gas extractor. And nowhere near having the progress we need for the plants. So the plants seem to be our immediate priority. For the detoxification thing, we're actually making pretty good progress towards the next cycle. And are not quite halfway to the next thing. So let's look what it'd take for me to set up the beacon. I believe the beacon was an aluminum, a silicon, and I can't remember if it was a magnesium or what the last piece was. Titanium. Okay, and we will make this orange. And Hoem. Because there's no place like Hoem. Cool. We can pop up here real fast. Eat a bean. Have some water. Alright. So. Yeah, I'll definitely want to adjust that. I think at some point it's fine. Alright. Yeah, so looking at this, it'll be the heat that's the next thing coming up. Or sorry, the drill. It's actually hard to tell. One of these two will be coming up pretty soon. Okay. So let's go check on this. I think this will be our next priority over here, dealing with this. Because if I can get that sorted out, I can get the algae going over here. And I really need to do that. So, because right now I'm going to have to go back to collect the algae thing from the other side. And I want all the uranium here eventually, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. When I need uranium, we can do a pass. Okay, we only have 8 more to clean, and then that water is already cleaned. I see. Alright, so where am I putting all my toxic crap? It begins. Okay. Alright, so that'll be enough that we can get the algae thing moved over there, because they'll clean it up. And then I can empty it out as I need more of this. We are going to be dealing with some serious inventory problems here. I was really hoping you're going to be able to accommodate me on this. Grab the fabric, chuck you down. Yeah, we can make that work. Okay. So for right now... that'll probably not stay that way. Okay. So let me think. So we want to get the algae thing. I'm not worried about grabbing the algae, but we want to grab the algae thing to bring it over. What do I think is going to be the next one to unlock? So we've got the oxygen thing is going to happen regardless. So it'll be the heaters or the drills will be next. As I can bring those over with the intent on replacing them. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the heaters. Let's go bring those back. Yeah, so we're going to grab the algae thing, which is the reason I'm actually going over here. But then the heater would be next. And then we got extra inventory. We're going to grab the uranium and that stuff. Okay. I'm trying to think, because we don't get the drones for a while. We're pretty close to getting the super alloy rod, I believe. And if I get the super alloy rod, I can make the auto crafters. And once I can make the auto crafters, I can, like I said, I can put the thing down where it'll take the it'll make the polymer automatically, it'll make the gas automatically. And then we could have you make the polymer or the plastic rods automatically. And with all that, we can have it just kind of basically compress those materials as I need. Yeah, it's taking a little bit over 10 seconds per MTI. Probably taking about 20 seconds, actually, because it's going fast in a second for that last decimal point. So like 5 minutes per 10 MTI or something like that? Give or take a little bit. Okay. So we need the algae first. The algae's down here. That is why we came back, because it didn't have that over there. We don't have anything satellite out on either side I care about. Like, I got like a little room over there, but I don't care about that. That's just 1 silicon, 2 titanium, and 3 iron. I can pick it off the ground fast and then move it back and forth. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and really quickly plunk down, grab you, drop you here. So there's the thing for the algae. And then we're going to have both the heat and the other thing. So let's grab our heaters. That's our heaters. And then the next thing we're going to upgrade is the pressure stuff. There's that. I think you'll leave that alone. That can stay where it is. Okay, so let's go in here and grab stuff that are good materials. Ice, iron, magnesium. Let's just grab a bunch of this stuff and bring it over real quick. Okay, you're full. Yeah, get all that stuff. Let's grab these. Those aren't a big deal. Let's grab 2 of the good flowers. The art flowers are kind of rubbish. No super alloy. Got room for 1 more material. That's all kind of rubbish. Just making sure I don't have anything good tucked in one of these cabinets. Not really. Grab the mushroom because those take forever to grow. Okay. Well, checking. You're full. Cool. So that'll mean I will be able to get the algae going on the other side, which is why we came over here. And then I'll have all the stuff I need for putting up the heat and the pressure on that side. So that when we're about to tier up to the next level, which is what we're just about to do, I can just, you know, replace the older ones with the better ones. And I can see we're already shutting this down pretty heavily. I've still got my power generation over there. Basically, I have my power generation over there, some oxygen generation, and then storage. And that's all that's left over there. So it's just basically a glorified cabinet. When we get our bots, all I would do is I'd go over here, go to all those chests, and be like, everything's a provider. Yeah, 500 MTI? Yeah, so it looks like you don't get something at 500 MTI itself, but it did look like we're going to get our next tier up heater and our next tier up drills very soon. And I believe we had 4 heaters and 3 drills. And then the algae thing. I'll place the algae thing first, because that I'm going to need to be working for getting fertilizer and everything on this other side. Now it is interesting because usually the first time you play a Planet Crafter on Prime, the initial planet, most people do end up going through a base move because you'll build your base like in the middle of that canyon you appear on, or like the little gully or whatever you want to call it, the dip in the ground. And then as the water level comes up, you realize you're in a bad spot and you have to like move your base up out of the water. So that's pretty typical. But in this case, it was like way later in the game that we've had the thing that kind of nudges you, being like, oh, hey, you might want to move bases. I could also see building 3 of the detoxifiers and having 1 for each of the materials. I don't think that's ultimately needed. They work relatively efficiently. It's almost entirely a storage problem, that all the product they produce, you know, there's a crafting to get them knocked down to what you want them to be. Okay, so drop off the algae thing first. Well, the algae thing's in the truck, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. So go over here. Deal with all that in a minute. You manually clear them, but they go pretty quick. So we got the uranium. How far are the autocrafters? They're still a little ways. So plants. Seeds. So there's the plants. Honestly, for this, I'm just going to chuck the boosters in with you. Drop off the mushroom. Drop with the uranium. Alright. So for expanding this space, to give me more storage, I would need 3 iron, some titanium, some other goodies. We don't have room set aside for any of that garbage. We'll grab you out of here and you out of here. Drop you in. Take the circuit board and put up with the fabric for right now. They could run down here. So I can't, because I can't make the super alloy rod. I have the recipe for making the crafting thing. Like, I've unlocked the recipe. It is right there. requires a super alloy rod, and I can't make a super alloy rod. The super alloy rod is way over here at 750 MTI. Yeah, so 550 I get the orbital display, 650 we get the seed spreader, which will be more plants. Then we get the DNA thing, which won't do us a whole lot of good. Then we get that, and then we can get a bunch of stuff done. Alright, so before I forget and get distracted, oh, right, I still need to get rid of this crap. Let me grab 3 iron really fast. We just chuck this crap in a box. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another box probably by the entrance up there. Just chuck that in there for now. Okay, so with that we can teleport the vehicle back. Ooh, what was the polymer and all that? Oh, that was just storage. Super alloy. Yeah, because I had 3 of these going. And they've got the algae thing we can plunk on over here. Cool. And then we've got the 4 heaters. Can I put the heaters in here? I never have tried. Cool. So I've got the heaters moved over. We got some extra materials that I don't have a storage setup for. Right now, tungsten will go in there. You can plop you in there. Okay. So we've got all that sorted. I need a sippy sip of water. We can go check on our plants. Drop them off. Yeah, so we have water. Beans. Mushrooms. Wash. And eggplant. Cool. Okay, so we need 3 parts per billion to get the next heater. And we need 7 pico Kelvin or micro Kelvin or whatever that is to get that online. Are there any of our boxes up here that aren't in great shape? Well, what we can do, I've done a bunch of laps over there. Let's go not to our main base, but go to the one that's right over here and empty that out farther. Because that area we fully ransacked. The one over this way, we fully depleted this area. Like there's nothing left over here. not counting just random debris on the ground. This is like the entire corner fully ransacked the base and everything. So I can get more iron, and I can put like a platform down on the ground by the toxifier, and put like 3-4 cabinets or whatever down there for the various materials. Because that would put it below where I'd end up putting the auto crafter. So I can get that going. Now if we're lucky, I can hit one of these bases and just find a super alloy rod. Yeah, so we've got this mostly depleted. If we end up with a surplus in any of these things, we can deal with that when we get there. Right now, I'm just... Ooh, Bioplast and Zeolite are good. I'm just kind of grabbing just basic ores and all that. They're still not full on a bunch of that stuff. Okay. So most of those are seeds and all that I'm going to need our stuff to be able to take any meaningful advantage of. Okay. That's fine. Cool. So let's go ahead and bring that back. That should be enough to get some stuff done. We've got that almost fully depleted. So the next move, I think, is going to be... We're going to take these materials. I'm going to make a platform. I'm going to make like 3-4 storage cabinets underneath the base. So that way I have a place to just dump in the raw toxic materials, and then have a box for each of the, like, this is the toxins, this is the microplastics, this is the gas, like we had in the other base. And actually, if I put it back to back, then on the other side, I can have where we've made, like, the final product of the gas, the polymer, and I don't remember what the heck the last one was. So I can get all that done. Yeah, so I got some inventory space we can work with. Okay. We got the pollution one. Toxins. Eat a bean. We can drop off some of our inventory. Aluminum. Uranium. Iridium. Zeolite. Magnesium. Silicon, cobalt, bioplast is just going to go in there for right now. Okay, grab those. There's the toxins. And then you're going to be chlorine dioxide. Dioxide. That's why it's confusing me. And then we would need the one for microplastics. Then we go on this side. And go purified water. And then it would be, what is it, I'll check what it is in a moment. So we have the microplastics. There you go. The toxins. Yep. Purified water. Excellent. Okay. Right now I'm just getting all moved over. So good news, we're already getting the stuff restocked. Alright, so the surplus, I'm going to just chuck that back in here for right now. We pop up here and drop off more of this stuff. So aluminum we're actually almost full on, which is a good problem to have. Okay, so we could check on you. So we have plastic polymer and plastic rods. So I can go here and go plastic polymer, and plastic rod. Cool. I got this junk, which we could chuck in here, in that box. And then I'll got to check on what the detoxifying gas is. Purification capsule. Okay, cool. So we got like this whole little pad down here for just dealing with detoxifying, then we can grab all this stuff. Can I put this outside? I assume it has to be inside, right? Can I just plunk you right down here? No. I could probably plunk... No, it has to be inside. That's fine. Cool. So yeah, so that means we can make all these materials. We have all junk down there. We can go over here, grab you out of these boxes. So I can go over here to, say, the polymer plastic. There's the heater. Polymer rods. Alright, what do I need to make the heater? It's explosive powder, right? Okay, so literally it's going to be 2 of those heaters. We need some super alloy. So it's 2 iridium rods and an explosive powder. So for the explosive powder, I need sulfur, which I'm coming under the sudden realization I don't have here. Alright, we're going back to our other base. So let's go ahead and put the water over there. But yeah, so I can grab the sulfur out of there, and we'll just grab whatever else we can bring over. And you're emptied, right? Nope, you are not. We've got the new window to deal with. So we can work on that as well. Okay, so the new display is a compass, an osmium, and a silicon. And the compass, I believe, was an aluminum, silicon, and I think a magnesium? Ah, it's 2 aluminum. Okay, that's fine. So let's grab you. There's the compass. And for the orbital display, I need an osmium and a silicon, which I should have. Yep, and so this is where we can see all of her rockets that we have up. So you see, like, this is showing, like, what the multiplication effect I have on here. These are any, like, utility ones. So that's all good news. We're about halfway to vegetation. Right, so I needed to go over to the other side to grab sulfur so that I can make explosive powder. Well, it's also really fast. I'm pretty sure there's sulfur on this side as well. So let's go to our computer console here. So we got the zeolite over there, iridium, tungsten, titanium, there's regular old iron, osmium, aluminum. Yeah, there's sulfur way back here. Yeah, so sulfur's in the back corner back there for when I need to collect it on this side. That's what I thought, is just double checking. Because then what I can do is we can build a drill on this side to get that when the time comes. Yeah, so we grab the sulfur to let me make the explosive powder, which will let me scale up our heaters. The other advantage is I believe the heaters we're getting now are going to be the heaters that go outside, as opposed to indoor, so that frees up some indoor space. And I want to say they're a significant upgrade too. So if we check on this, the heaters I'm using now produce 28.5 heat per second and 0.6 pressure. The ones we're switching to are literally a factor of like 20 times better. They're 20 times better on heat-ish, and then pressure they're like 50 times better? So needless to say, minor upgrade. And they take 51.5 energy. Okay, so we're probably at the point as well where my existing power infrastructure is going to be insufficient. So we're going to go over here, and I'm tempted to rip down the nuclear power, bring it to this side, and set it down because we have the booster. And then on this side, build another nuclear power plant as well. Because if I try and leave them over there, I'm gonna have to go over there, build it to have it in range of the booster. So we're gonna grab the sulfur, we're gonna stash it, and we're gonna rip down the power plants and the booster. And our power is gonna absolutely colossally fail. But that's fine. Then we'll bring it all over, we'll set it back up. And then if I don't have enough sulfur in storage here, then I would go to the other side and check back there. Because I did get some sulfur from down below over there. I also have the materials in that tram for a drill. So worst case, I can go in there. I did find it interesting, for those who didn't see, it determines whether or not you can build based on player position, is what we kind of figured out. So where you go in there, it's like, oh, nah, man, you can't build there. Like, oh, it's toxic, you can't build here. You can just, like, get really far back and then just aim way ahead of you. And if you aim way ahead of you, you can build anyways. Alright, so let's grab the sulfur first. That was... If I knew I had so little, I wouldn't have bothered. It's fine. We're here. So there's the sulfur, for what it's worth. Okay, our power's offline. Is there other things I want to grab from here that's important? I mean, honestly, most of these are getting empty or have stuff I don't care about. Other than just be like, grab a bunch. Let's grab these three. Don't want to deal with the inventory there. I can probably fit one more in my pocket. That'll do. I could technically fit a little bit more, but by leaving it the way I've got it now, I can grab the 3 planters and just put those down immediately. So I could just kind of put those down really quick, and it'll be easy on the other side. The grass things, I'm probably not going to put the grass spreaders down again. They're useful early game, but we've gotten to the point where we totally eclipse any value they really have. So we could just take those Lyrma seeds and set them aside, because there's a lot of things that we'll use Lyrma seeds for later. Yeah, so you look here. We got these planters, so that's 325 oxygen and 435... 43.5? You mean the power being out? I grabbed all my nuclear power. Oh! I think I know where it's going. I think I know where you're going with that. Well, I wonder if I can still teleport. Still teleport it without power. I think we're going to find out. Well, grass will show up on the map on its own eventually, regardless. Yeah, so what I'm going to go is I'm going to go on the assumption that we're going to be able to teleport it without power, which is not a safe assumption. But my inventory's too full to grab the nuclear power stuff anyways. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, because unfortunately I can't drive my vehicle through there. As you can see, there's ladders there everywhere. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put down the stuff over here on this side. If it's not enough power, it means I just got to do a return trip. It's fine. We do the turn trip, we grab the nuclear power, we set it up. The good news is I at least have enough sulfur for one of the bigger heaters. And then we'll just have to go and grab some sulfur, it's fine. Okay. So I'll try the thing with the vehicle first. Just to have the information. I'm hoping it'll still work. It shouldn't work. But, you know. I could see for the idea you get your vehicle stuck and has important resources. There we go. Alright, so we're fine. Yeah, so what was the grass spreader? I mean, honestly, the grass spreader, it doesn't contribute much in the way of plants. It actually does give a decent amount of oxygen. Yeah, I'll go ahead and chuck those there. So I need to drink some water. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Grab those. Put that down the hill. Cool. So then we go here. Plunk down the second one. Get the booster. Drop you in. Grab the third one. And power's back online. Alright. So, what we were working on, which was getting the big heater. So I need explosive powder. So I'm going to go ahead and with the sulfur, I'm going to drop... Actually, don't do that yet. I'm We're going to grab the iridium. So 1, 2, 3. It's 1 explosive powder each. How is our power, by the way? 22 kilowatts. That is not adequate. Yep, no, we got the unlock at 550. That was the orbital thing. Now at 650 we get the seed spreader. And like I said, we got the bigger heater. We just need to actually build it. But the problem is I'm gonna need power. So I need 3 uranium rods. See if we can't make that happen. So uranium is over here. That's 1. Just gonna grab all of it. There, we got 3 uranium rods and enough uranium for 2 rockets after that. So I need a super alloy, which is over here. And I need water. Okay, that can handle 5 machines. Okay, so that should give us a pretty solid amount of power. It's effectively like having 6 of those buildings. Okay, so you're not ready yet. Let me just pop up here. Grab a unit of water. Eat a bean. Okay, so for the big heaters, I just need a bunch of super alloy. And some iridium rods. Okay. Cool. So now I can go down the hill over here. There's 1 big old heater. That should be enough for 2 of these. Okay, so I'm missing the explosive powder, which is getting more sulfur. Okay, so let's go get some sulfur. So, we checked the map here. The sulfur is... Okay, if I hang a right going towards the dome, the sulfur's on the right. I'm not gonna worry about, like, maximizing out my materials. I'm just gonna go over here, get ourselves a little room, grab some sulfur, get the next heater built. Because that heater is going to help with our terraforming. There's 1 silicon, 1, 2 titanium. I'm going to get 3 iron. So where's the dome? There's the dome. Okay, so I'm just going the wrong way. And I have water and everything on me. Cool. So we're gonna go ahead and pop in here, top off our air. And like I said, we're gonna go back into the right. And then back there should be sulfur. Now you can make ourselves like a little room back there. We'll just grab, you know, pretty close to an inventory full of sulfur. Then we can bring it back over here. So I'm not going to borrow with the vehicle because I can traverse the land faster using my jetpack. And a bunch of containers up there. We have a lot of cleaning to do, like a lot of cleaning to do. Oop, grab you on passing by. only 2. You can keep that for now. We got blazer quartz over here. I just got to head back. Okay, so we found on this platform blazer quartz. It's a tricky place to explore because it's just giant. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That might actually be... Oh, no, we found a good spot. Alright, we're fine. Okay. So, I could survive for a moment because at least up here there's a little respite. So I'm thinking we gotta take that rail up here. Oh, that ground's fake. Honestly, in this case, give me the rod. I was not expecting that to snake back that far. Well, that's not what I want. Okay, so there's the pollution down there. We found blazer quartz up top. There's another railway track here. And I'm hoping I can hop on that and just, like, follow it up. Okay, we'll drink our water. It shouldn't be over here very long. That's okay. We can grab more of these goodies. That'll do. Okay, so we didn't see... Yeah, we didn't see what we're looking... Ooh. Okay. There is a button there, which does imply there'll be a second tram that goes over. And there it is. That's fine. Okay. so we got a lot here. This is going to take me to the dome, and we can just take the dome back. So we didn't find more stuff for explosive powder, which is okay. I'm seeing, like... Oh, it's just a yellow light there. Yeah, so we can bring this over because we found some goodies. But we did not find the sulfur we wanted. The good news is we did get the better drills. That's probably the main drill I'm willing to bet we get in here, and the toxic rate might be a lot higher. Okay, so there's home. Alright, so we didn't find the sulfur. That's okay. I think I may have just made a wrong turn or whatever. But that's alright. We got the uranium over there. We've got iridium we can grab. I got a bunch more stuff. We did get 3 of the large heaters, so it's still exponentially better than what we had before. Because those things, like I said, it was something like a factor of 9 times better than we had. Okay, so let's go ahead and drop off all of our goodies we grabbed. So there's the uranium. There's the iridium. We got the super alloy. Got the aluminum, which is completely full, which is not part of the plan. Let's see. I can chuck the bioplast in here for right now. I'll put the quasar crystals and the fertilizer in there for right now. The moment these mushrooms can be down here. I'll chuck the overflow of that down there. I'm going to want... Yeah, I've got to get the aluminum rod thing going. Okay, so let's double check where we're at with all stuff. So, we got ourselves the drill. So, the tier 4 drill requires more osmium than I have, but we have seen the osmium. It's not far from us. So, we can make that happen. So, let's eat our snack, grab some water. If I'm not mistaken, the osmium was over here somewhere. We found like a cave with some osmium in it. Because then what I could do is I can grab the osmium and we can get our much bigger drills. There's a zeolite, I'll take that. Or zeolite. There it is. Alright, so we got one cave of the osmium over there. Got a bit of goo. We can head back home. There could be other places that there might be more osmium tucked down there. That's one that we saw. And that should give me enough to get the much better drills. Now, as well as things that we'll eventually get the upgraded extractors, and I should be able to then go down into that cave and get the osmium, which is good. Alright, so let's pop down here. You have these you can chuck in there. We did get a sulfur, singular. There's the uranium, iridium, zeolite, osmium. Chuck the fertilizer over here for right now. The mushroom and aluminum can go in here for now. Okay, let's see. What do you do with the solar array? Did you just reuse it or take it apart? It's actually still mostly sitting as wreck down there. But I have cannibalized some of it for purposes of, for making nuclear reactors. Pretty much anytime I need aluminum, I can go over there and just grab some. So let's grab those. Let's grab the osmium. Oh wait, was there... Yeah, that's a later game tech. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get this set up, so we can go over here. Cool. So we switched those over, and by doing that, we went from 17 pressure per second to 459 pressure per second per drill. And my inventory is becoming a real problem. We can go here and build another one of these cabinets. Bring one of those back. Cobalt, magnesium, silicon. We've already got the aluminum. Cool. So with that, we did just use pretty close to all the osmium we got. We actually can make one more of those, can't we? How's our power before I do that? Power's fine. So if we want to make another one, I'd have to get 6 more of the super alloy. I do not have enough iron to do that. But aluminum's a real problem. Or sorry, like, it's a real problem in the wrong way. It's a real problem that I have too much of it. Which is usually not a complaint. I actually need iron. Okay, let's check our map. Because now a lot of that stuff should be really picking up the pace. So at 650 we get the seed spreader. So we get the nuclear fusion generator as the next upgrade there. So none of that's going to have anything big happen soon. Both the, like, all the plant stuff's going to take time. The seed spreader is going to help that in a big way. So let's go check down here to the right and start cleaning up more goop. I say immediately remembering that our inventory is horrendously in bad shape. So we let those process. That should give me some of the other materials for getting things processed over. Grab the microplastics. Grab these. Make more polymer. Okay. Grab more of it. Three, four, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can process that stuff. Okay, we can go over here. Drop off the cast. Drop off those. Alright, so we're just processing these things. So if I wanted to make more of that, I would need more of the spores. You are very, very close to getting the Atmosphere Purifier 3. We have cleaned 9 out of 32 areas. We're only about 1/7 of the way so far as cleaning areas go. You are right about to get the Seed Spreader rocket, so let's go ahead and get stuff. What asteroids are you? Are you just regular ones? You look like you're probably just regular ones. Yeah, they're just regular ones. Okay, so we got the Seed Spreader asteroid. So let's see what it takes to make a Seed Spreader asteroid, because that should help with the biomass and plants to get us towards insects and all that easier. So Seed Spreader asteroid. So I need a mutagen, a bacteria. Okay, that's actually not as bad as it sounds. I'm pretty sure if we take our vehicle over to my storage over there on the left, I'm pretty sure I actually do have a mutagen in there. And if we're lucky and we get over there and we start emptying out those cabinets, that can fix our iron problem, because each one of those cabinets is 3 iron. So I've got tons and tons of iron tied up there. We can use that to make more super alloy to get the heating stuff and all that done. There's a mutagen, there's some fertilizer, there's that. Chuck you in here, chuck you in there. Chuck the goop in here. Right now I'm just kind of grabbing a bunch of this stuff out of here to try and consolidate these containers a little bit. Okay. Yep, and just like that, we are tearing this whole place down. Okay, we can put all this back here. And just like that, we've collapsed it down to just a couple of cabinets. Oh, you're still not even full. We can go even farther. Yeah, so those cabinets are basically full, so it's not going to go very far. But you get the idea. So you collapse it down to just a handful of cabinets. And we got tons of materials to be able to work with. We did get the mutagen and everything. I need to do the rocket, so we can just grab the mutagen, the algae, or it's like mutagen, fertilizer, rocket, and super alloy. We got plenty of iron to make the super alloy now. So that'll be good. And then also having that area just generally cleared out will be good. But like I said, I think the big thing there is getting that plant rocket up should increase the speed of which I get plant and biomass by 10 times. And it'll be a matter of making more of those seed spreaders and all that. They probably need to, or flower things, I probably need to go out of my way to get those done. Also, let's grab you. Drop you in. Grab you. Drop you in. We can put the purification capsules over here. And go up to our thing. So here's plants, seeds. We can put the toxic explosion thing just there. Alright, so let's grab, we have what, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll grab the 2 silicon. And now there are 4 silicon. Cool, so we got all that. Do I have another rocket engine? I don't think I do. So rocket engine should cost me an iridium rod, 2 uranium ore, and a super alloy, which I have. And then I needed the tree branch thing. I needed the mutagen and I think a fertilizer. So the plant, rocket. Yeah, so mutagen and a bacteria, which I believe we have both those in our vehicle. Mutagen and that. Alright, that lets me put up the rocket for, the seed spreader rocket. Now, I want to go for another of these. I would need more alloy. Let's grab all that. Drop you in here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. And with that, I can plunk down another one of these giant drills. Cool. So we have increased the rate we're making pressure and heat by a ridiculous amount. We got that going on. We'll need to grab more food, which is probably time to harvest our stuff anyways. Let's go to the wrong place, don't mind me. Okay, now we can see what I can do to increase the production of our plants. Alright, so for our plants, so you give me 43.5 plants, and you can have a multiplier on you. You give me 23, and you give me 11. So it's going to be making more of those, so that's fertilizer 1. That does unfortunately require more sulfur. We didn't really figure out exactly where that sulfur was before. Or we can just ignore all that and just build that thing instead. Because I am down with team ignore my problems and move on to the next thing. And there's the DNA manipulator. I don't have much use for the DNA manipulator other than to consolidate stuff for right now. Oh, I actually do have 2 of those. So 2 super alloy. And more water. Oh, I will also need whatever the best seed I've got is, which is you. I have to actually make the super alloys. Okay, so then we can go over here. We're producing all these flowers. There we go. So that'll help with our plants. Alright, so we got the bigger detox thing. Okay, so I need tungsten and plastic rods instead. That'll be easy peasy. And honestly, that's going to be one of those things. We're going to want to grab the stuff from the other side because it has all the purification gel there, which is, again, inconvenient. But I have a lot of those built. Like, a lot of those built. How much of an upgrade is it? 89 to 1,950. Oh. That is worth doing. It's not a factor of 10 better. It is considerably more than that. Okay. So that means if I go to the other side and I tear down literally all of them, one of those probably does more than the entire field of them. But they do have the gel. I don't care about the polymer they've got in there, but we will grab it. Because unfortunately, I'm pretty sure even with the vehicle, those are going to completely fill my inventory. Alright. Because yeah, let's compare. So we have 89 per second versus 1,950. Is that 20 times? Yeah, it's a bit over 20 times as good. So if I take those and I replace one, like I can remove 20 of them and put one down, and it's a net gain ish. So this is definitely worth detouring real fast to do. I've also noticed we still haven't seen, like, where you can get the mask that gradually, as you make the air better and better, you can stay out longer and longer. We still haven't seen that come up. So it is a little bit of a curiosity. You're wondering if MTI is tied to pollution? It does factor in. It is one of, like, the 4 whatever. Yeah, so we're seeing the vines now poking up. That they're slowly shifting rocks and all that so we can get zeolite. Which has been one of the things they've done on almost all the maps. So you get like little bits of zeolite all over the place. Now it does seem like the crystals might be up top on the end. Yeah, so it's this giant field here is what we're tearing down. can hold about 4 of them in my inventory. Yep, that's what I can carry. Inventory is full. I don't need that. Cool, so we tore down an obnoxious number of those. And we have a bunch of the plastic rods already made, and we can make more of them. It is really a curiosity. It feels like with the terraformation index so far as like the pollution stuff, that you can just wildly get ahead of the pollution stuff. And unfortunately, that doesn't help unlock a lot of stuff too fast. Yeah, so tungsten's gonna be the limiter there. I'm gonna have to go and get more tungsten. For you, air quality was a massive improvement? Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, is there usually there's a mask thing you can get. Maybe I've overlooked it, let's double check. There we go, super alloy rod means auto crafting. So, you went from like 1 GTI to 20 GTI in like 2 hours? Yeah, no, and I imagine this is the point they would start kind of holding your hand a little bit, being like, hey man, here's the thing, just get to the next step. Because a lot of the part that was the deviation, we've kind of overcome. So now it's a matter of, we got kind of the two things. I've got one, which is working on actually the terraformation of the planet, just in the terraforming index kind of thing. And then over here, I've got cleaning up all the crap. And so I imagine we're getting more and more to the phase of just cleaning up all the crap. The other thing is how many of these I can build. What is the power requirement for these? It's 12 to 35. That's nothing. We're getting like a factor of 20 times better with a power consumption that's like 3. I already have the auto crafter from getting it on a chip. I just didn't have the ability to make the rod to actually build it. Now the downside is I need more osmium. I don't have any of that. And we did check the one cave. There's likely more there. Hey, Ultra. Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, and all good stuff. Been playing a lot of Enshrouded lately. Definitely there is no addiction going on there. She can quit anytime she'd like. She just doesn't want to. But anyways, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of like simulation, all that kind of good stuff. Very similar stuff to what we do here. Right, so my inventory is screaming in agony and begging to be put out of its misery. So let's get this going. So we'll get the plastic rods. But yeah, so definitely go check out Ultra. Absolutely fantastic. Right, so I need tungsten. I don't think I have much tungsten. Is it up here? I think we have like a couple of pieces. Ultra's your favorite nerd? Ultra's a fantastic nerd. Tungsten. So I got 2 tungsten, so I can put down one of the air clarifiers, air things. Let's leave the middle spot there open, so when it goes to driving my vehicle around, it's not agony. Alright. So the problem we have here is I have a whole lot of fancy materials. And my brain is not processing where I'm going to be putting these. Let's take a sippy sip of water. We can drop off the zeolite. And I can take our polymer plastics and figure out what I'm doing. We can put the purification gel in there. Let's grab some microplastics, some toxins. Start trying to process things into plastic rods to compress them. Maybe don't take that many toxins. So let's grab all of you, drop you back. So I want to get to the point where we're processing these other things, because the toxic goo will give me more microplastics. It's like that. So if I have 3 of those on me, that should give me 1 more plastic polymer that I could use to make another plastic rod. Cool. We should also go ahead and run upstairs. Have a bean. Alright. And we are about 75% of the way to the vegetation stage. And then meanwhile, I've got that thing going. So the tier 4 atmosphere thing doesn't happen till we're at GPU of 50, and we're at about half a GPU. And then we can get a detoxo tree seed, so I'm assuming a tree that would permanently detox stuff. Alright. Let's see. So that's not gonna happen anytime soon. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. Biomass is coming along slowly. So what I think we need to do is stare at this box and stress out a lot about it. Okay, I've accomplished that. Let's drink the water. Make more plastic rods to compress inventory. And then we got way more of the goop. No, you're not allowed to be full. Alright, okay, so I think for that, if we grab 2 of you, 2 of you, 2 of you, and 2 of you, I believe that's what I need to make purification capsules. And purification gel. That didn't actually reduce my inventory stuff. Let's pop down there and do it again. 1, 2. I'll have to go to where I already have the capsules. I'm just trying to consolidate the inventory. Oh, right. I'm starting to be like, I keep taking stuff out of it, and I keep not gaining inventory space. Yeah, you know, that makes sense, because, like, I am literally just taking the stuff out and then putting it back in as a different material. Yeah, that's sure. Let's go ahead and keep some of the mushrooms, because I don't really know how much we need with that. I don't even know what to do with that. Right, because I need more tungsten. Okay, look, man. My inventory is full. It's fine. Don't look at it. It can't hurt you if we pretend it's not there. Oh, and I still have the explosive. We'll just put that in there. It's fine. Alright, so let's grab some water. And I need tungsten. If I remember correctly, I believe the tungsten was back that way. So let's go over here, grab some tungsten. Because if I can get myself a little bit of tungsten, we can get our stuff going on. And also, and if you're trying to, like, lurk it on Ultra, don't let me, like, drag you out. I don't know if you're streaming today. I know I saw your schedule, but I just don't remember what it is. But, I assume you're doing more in Tread. So the job is to make the planet inhabitable? Yeah, gotcha. Ah, gotcha. No stream today? Cool. Yeah, no, the idea behind the game is you start on a Mars-like planet, if we're talking, like, the base game and not not all the other stuff. But you start on a Mars-like planet. There's basically no atmosphere. It's cold AF. You know, there's no oxygen, there's no air pressure, there's none of that. And you slowly go and you build up the air pressure and warm up the planet and get more oxygen. And then eventually you start introducing plants, and then you ruin it all by introducing bugs. And then, you know, you get like fish and amphibians and mammals, and eventually you get like a completely sound ecosystem. And like even have you with the animals, you DNA splice to make all sorts of like weird bioluminescence iguanas and all sorts of weird stuff. And all that. This DLC, instead of it having the normal formula of like you're on a planet with like no atmosphere and everything, instead this one you have an atmosphere, but it's terrible and awful, and everything is sadness and misery and pain. All right, so there's some tungsten. And so we need to clean up all the toxic waste and all that. Right now what I'm trying to do is just get more tungsten, because I need that for a lot of stuff. Yeah, so I'm now being exposed to non-specific pollution. So I'll slowly die to that. But I need this tungsten. But they've got like mild automation stuff going on. So it's not like Factory or Satisfactory where you have to like set up your power plants and tether your cables and all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of a, you know, one of those things that you put down a power, it goes, okay, you're producing 100 power. Are you using 100 power? No, you're good. But it's like Satisfactory that once you exceed the power, it just shuts everything down. But you do have basic survival mechanics of like food, water, oxygen, and your health and your food are one and the same. So if you get injured, you get hungry faster, that kind of thing. Okay. They do have like drills and drones and all that. I'll grab the iridium. Oh, it's just a toxic spore in the ground, that's fair. I'll grab the pristine mushroom. Okay, so let's get back and top off our air real fast before we suffocate. Yeah, so definitely going to need to get a drill back here. Apparently I cleaned up some of the pollution in this area. Oh, there we go. Apparently I've cleaned up a little bit of pollution in this area. I don't remember doing it, but it was apparently done. So you pop in here. But yeah, so it's not like super sweaty tryhard or anything like that. It's actually can be a pretty chill game. It can also be like you can make it so your air doesn't last hardly at all long, and you can make it definitely more sweaty if you want. But if you've ever played Subnautica, okay, so it's just a regular meteor shower. If you ever played Subnautica, it has a lot of that, just except without the you go into the abyss and scary things come out at the night, like in the water, you know, poking out to say hi in the most terrifying of ways. Okay, inventory's about half full. Instinctively want to grab aluminum, and I really don't need it. More tungsten. Got some food. We'll grab the sulfur. We actually do need sulfur. There's more tungsten and some super alloy. That'll give me a little bit of iridium, but a bunch of stuff I don't care about, so we'll deal with that later. I really just need the tungsten. Okay, so here's where all the goop is we gotta clean up. But my inventory is full. Alright. So I could sit here and clean up all that goop right now, and then like just ferry back and forth the whole thing in goop. Right now, though, I think I want to prioritize the tungsten and getting that home, because that'll let me make the things to do the purification much faster. And that'll help getting our terraforming index up there. And for those who missed how you unlock new tech, advance the game, and whatnot, so you've got your overall terraform index, which is the number that's constantly going up in that corner. That unlocks a bunch of stuff, but you also have individual ones saying, like, where's your heat so far as where you're supposed to be on that. So as your heat builds up, it'll unlock new equipment, you know, and then you'll have the same thing with air pressure and oxygen, and then biomass. This one has purification, like to get rid of the toxic stuff. You'll have, like, you know, plants, insects, animals, and all of them will have separate things there. When we get back to home, then I'll be able to show you kind of what goes on. But one of the things that's incredibly awesome about this game is the whole planet starts out just barren and sad. And you do get to watch as, like, the atmosphere slowly starts changing colors. You start getting weather and rain. A lot of the maps you'll see, like, lakes and rivers and, you know, all that kind of starts showing up over time. That, you know, it goes from being barren. You'll have your base down in a low-lying area and realize you've built in a floodplain, and that gets to be exciting. Then you'll start having, like, plants show up, and they'll be, like, you know, little bits of little tufts of grass. So, like, these mushrooms are something from the toxic, but, like, all this grass here wasn't there to begin with. And the ground will gradually turn from being, like, you know, barren and wasteland. We're getting some, like, little ferns going on. You get, like, these exotic flowers and trees and butterflies and all sorts of things. So it's really kind of cool to, you know, sit back and do the comparison of being like, you know, here's what my planet started looking like. You know, start like a brand new save. And then, like, get yourself with the camera pointing at exactly the same angle. And then jump onto a save where you've terraformed, you know, really far, and just how drastically different everything looks. It's one of the games that does that better than any other game I've seen so far, as just your impact on the world is felt. Okay, so we're gonna need more water. And you all do it as a, to get yourself free of your charges for whatever criminal thing you did or did not do. Because the story of the game is that you have, you're basically incarcerated for unspecified crime, and that you're just trying to get your charges dropped. And so you have this partnership that you're involved with, where if you fully terraform the planet, that your charges get dropped. Who doesn't like to build an elaborate base quickly filling with water? Yeah, no, that's just one of those, like, rites of passage that happens to a lot of people. Okay, so for this, we need more of the purification gel. So now our purification's gonna, like, explode. Let's grab that mushroom. Because we can put a bunch of those things that are starting to scrub the air. But exploration's a very, very big part of the game. Because you'll be like, okay, I need this resource. Where do I find it? And, like, some of the maps have very dramatic changes in addition to, like, just looking nicer. Those have dramatic changes in regards to new areas will open up. I won't spoil how. But, like, just the map will gradually change as you advance the terraforming. So, like, right now, the most advanced life we have is the flowers. So we're growing all these flowers over here. And that's what we've got going. We're getting probably relatively close to... Ooh! We're about to hit the vegetation stage. But yeah, so like here, we have the terraform index here. So when I hit 1 GTI, I'm going to get the exoskeleton, which gives me more utility slots. When we hit 6 parts per million oxygen, we can get a tree spreader to start growing trees, when we hit 750, I believe that's pico-Kelvin? It's either pico or micro, I always forget the U. But like pico-Kelvin, we'll get a nuclear fusion generator. When we get, micro? Yeah, gotcha. So we'll get micro-Kelvin. When we hit 750 micro-Kelvin, we'll get fusion reactors. We can get a gas extractor at 100 million. I have no idea what PA is so far as pressure. Biomass at 35 tons of biomass, we can get a better food generator. At 80 tons of plants, we can get bees. And then the others, we aren't making insects yet, so we can't see that. Pascal. Yeah, cool. I don't deal with pressure very often in my day-to-day. So I can grab those. How is our power doing? Oh, we have 275 kilowatts. You deal with pressure all the time? My brain was immediately about to be like, I deal with pressure all the time. I'm on the internet. Also, may or may not do scientific stuff outside of the internet. Alright, so let's get some plastic polymer. I will need some toxins to turn that into a plastic rod. And how ridiculously fast are you going now for the... Yeah, so that's picking up speed a lot. When we hit 50 GPU, we get the bigger one. We're right about to finish getting into the vegetation... Well, entering the vegetation stage. Right. So let's grab the polymer. Let's just grab all of it. Let's grab 2 more toxins. Okay, so I need some microplastics and toxins to make more polymer plastic. And how are we doing on power now? 132. And what's the next phase after vegetation? You don't dismiss dealing with all the units of measurements. For me, it was always like resistance, voltage, amperage, all that. Purified oceans are next. Oh, good. And after that, we're going to get the... So once we get to 2 GTI, I get the air filter, where as we make the atmosphere more and more breathable, I will be able to just go around with my mask and just breathe the air and not have to, like, scurry back. You still need your air tank and everything, just because you'll have times that you'll go underwater and whatever. Okay, so... Brain is not braining. Right, the tier 3 exoskeleton. So that is 2 osmium I don't have, a super alloy rod, and a uranium rod. Because we had an experiment where we had to calculate the respiration of a mouse. Had to put it in a closed system and monitor the air pressure so we knew when to inject it with more oxygen so it didn't just die. Gotcha. Yeah, I know Tomb talked about when she was taking biology, she had to do some type of experiment with shrimp, but I don't remember what it was. It wasn't the famous / infamous shrimp on a treadmill thing, which for the record, on paper, sounds like the most asinine possible experiment you can do, but also, we learned a lot from that experiment that actually did become useful. It's one of those things you look at and go, I don't understand how it's going to be useful, but once you have the knowledge, you can go, okay, I can see where we can work with this. And then sometimes you do science, you're like, yep, we did the experiment, we learned something. No practical application, but now we know, and maybe someday we will have one. Alright, so I got 6 of those. I need more microplastics, and I need more toxins. Both which are very weird statements to say. I'm fresh out of microplastics. If I just had one more microplastic would be good. So chuck all of that in here. Just gonna chuck it all in there. Okay, so sip the water, eat the bean. We can go harvest our plants. Because it's certainly how an eggplant grows. You just shove it in the ground. No stalk, no anything. Just eggplant in its entirety just emerges out of the dirt. Let's drop the spare bean. Okay, so we need microplastics. And we should be able to do this. Let's grab our truck. I don't have anything in the back, do I? Cool. Let's see, you did a lot of cool stuff. Sent electrical impulses into a sciatic nerve of a frog leg. Used hormones to make rat uterus bounce. Oh, weird. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, so many of those things, if you sit back and you try and look at it from a pragmatic standpoint, like from someone not like in the discovery standpoint, be like, why on earth are you doing that? Like, what is the value of this? And a lot of science doesn't necessarily have an immediate presented value. Science is just about understanding the world around us, how it functions and all that. And quite often you have that experiment that, again, from the outside looking in, you turn your head and go, what the hell? But then you learn something. And then, you know, based on that deeper understanding, you know, sometimes that can result in really, really cool discoveries and advancements. Other times it's like, well, that's a cool factoid. What am I going to do with it? I don't know. Do trivia? But you don't know what's going to become something useful and what's just going to be information until you get there. And sometimes yesterday's information that wasn't useful at the time becomes tomorrow's very important information. Okay, so got all the toxic goop cleaned up. And they got explosive powder. They got some goodies in here. And a bunch of servers that when we get our tier 2 deconstructor, I will shred. I should get the beacon on my car. So you think the most value in understanding biology is knowing how to use the equipment and how to analyze the record? Oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely that side of it as well. Like, you know, learning to science, you know, with various biology and all that stuff, and having that equipment for when you're dealing with, you know, stuff like human health and all that. There's certainly that side of the education as well. But my point was more along, there's definitely times you see experiments that, without understanding the lead up and all that led to the experiment can seem like the most ridiculous nonsense you've ever heard of. But there is a reason it's being done. Sometimes that reason is someone wants to make money. But a lot of times, you know, there's very genuinely more going on there. Not all science is good science. Most of the rest of the stuff I'm not super worried about. Let's grab the Lerma seeds. Those have some utility use. But yeah, there's with data analytics, you know, learning to normalize data, learning to, like, understand that just because you read something doesn't necessarily mean, like, a lot of times you will have data that implies something but doesn't mean something, and being able to make that distinction is important. Like, you know, measuring if someone learned something, well, if they answered a question correctly, that implies they know the thing, but it doesn't necessarily confirm they know it. Just the same as them getting it wrong doesn't mean they don't know it, they could just suck at tests. And there's like all that nonsense. The proxy measurements. we can drop all this in. So put that there so we get the, you know, the microplastics and all that. Because that's the ones we had to harp on all the time with the dev side of things, is you'd have people making these systems, and you have to be like, you need to be aware, like, what data you're getting. Like, it is not something you should just trust out of the box. Not because, like, anything's nefarious or anything like that, or experiment just bad. That can be what it is. But just, you know, acknowledging the fact, like, you're measuring something one step removed from what you actually want to know, because that's as close as you can get to the real thing. So there is lots of fuzziness around there that you have to not account for, that's not the right word, because often you can't, but just to be aware what you're actually measuring versus what you're hoping to measure. But so you're that bright student that tests badly due to anxiety. There's a lot of people in that boat. That's the number of times I had battles. Real, you know, it wasn't so much school tests or whatever, but you know, testing like for certifications and all that kind of stuff. That when I'd go through a test and we'd like looking at the test, like, this is an objectively bad test. That you're most likely to fail the test is probably more a measure of how well you do at testing in general, not actually the knowledge being weighed. Like, we had a lot of those. So like the test had like some pretty egregious accessibility problems. And you're going, you know, you might fail this test because you don't know the material, or you might, you know, fail this test because you're using a screen reader and this is not implemented in a way that a screen reader works. Okay, so we can get ourselves another tier for one of those. Go 1, 2, 3. How much power does that need? 51. So let's check to see if I have more than 51 kilowatts of power available. I have 97. And we can go ahead and get 2 iridium rods and chuck down another heater. The iridium I put over here. Spend a lot of time doubting yourself. Yeah, no, it's really hard to make good testing things. And often it's not, you can never make the tests like perfect. It's kind of, you get them to the point where it's like, okay, that's gonna be good enough, which still doesn't feel great. I do not need that many right now. Okay. So I need one more toxin. Oh, actually, was there no toxin in here? Yep. It's a whole big thing. Okay, so I should be able to place this down. And then we're going to need more power, because we're pushing kind of the limit of what my power grid will handle. So I'm going to need another nuclear reactor. So let's see. Let's grab the toxins, the tungsten. Let's put the tungsten where it's supposed to actually go. Which is in here somewhere. There you go. Oh, and actually I do have 2. Alright, well if I have 2 of those, then we can definitely make that do something. So grab 2 more of these. We're out of plastic rods, we're out of polymer. So grab the microplastics, grab the toxins. It's gonna take us a minute to make these. So I need 4 more for the first one. And I need to figure out where the heck... For right now, give me these purified water. I've got so many of these things, and I just don't need them. And you use it with the chlorine dioxide to make the purification capsules. And we need them from time to time, but just not that many. There we go. Getting our microplastics. Okay, so we get one more microplastic, and that'll be one plastic rod. Okay. So I'm gonna let that cook for a minute versus hovering over it. I'll drink our water. So we're gonna go see if we can't find more osmium. Now I found the osmium over here. Because if we get more osmium, there was something I was going to make and I don't... Oh, we could make the better exoskeleton, so we have more utility slots, because I'm out of those. And I don't remember whatever the heck else we were going to make with that, but it's fine. We don't need to remember. Probably need to... Oh, give me the good flour. I need to clear up those boxes, but inventory space is a whole thing. We got more toxic waste down here. Let's go ahead and just clean it up while we're here. Because all that gives me microplastics. Take the sulfur. Honestly, that's fine. We got goop way up here. Got some zeolite. My inventory's got to be getting close to full. Grab those. Okay, let's head back home. Alright, because that's what the things is, we do have the thing that'll show where the toxic waste is on the map, so you can clean it up. And it is a process of, like, 1, remove the goo, 2, put down the buildings that, like, suck up all the polluted water, and then, you know, extract the pollution out of it. The catch we're running into is, I've got so much of that polluted water, and I just don't need that much. And I'm trying to figure out where to put it. Because, yeah, this water was also green and gross. Now it's just got uranium scattered around it. It's perfectly good. Absolutely enjoy having a little sippy of the clicky water. Which, for the record, the water does not become radioactive. The minerals in the water do. Which, you know, for practical purposes, is no different. Alright. Let's see here. We can drop all this up here. I don't think I have another rocket I need to do immediately. We'll want some soon. Why are we leaning into a science lesson? Because, I mean, science is happening. Definitely want to do stuff with that. We've got the sulfur over here. We can drop the seeds here. Because science rules. Okay. Okay, so 2 more. Oh, let's check our power. Power's probably right at its last limb. Yep, nope, if I would have slapped that down, it would have shut off our entire grid. So bear with me, we're gonna drop that there. Honestly, for right now, we'll drop all that there. Okay. You don't want to be in there. Okay, so let's go get another... So for another nuclear power plant, I need the explosive powder we just so happened to find, which is perfect. And I need 3 uranium rods. Let's go check, because the uranium rods are likely to be my problem, but they're not. I have plenty, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's enough to make another rod. I will need the explosive powder and and some water. 1, 2, 3. So let's go down here. I need a super alloy. Because then I'll have enough that we can get more of the cleaning things. Okay, and that is all that I can boost. So if I want to do more, I got to boost more. We still need to get sulfur so I can get more of those boosters going. I actually have a bunch of them, and they're just sitting in a cabinet, which is not exactly the best way to use them. And how are we doing over here now? Okay, so we're still looking for more osmium. We have the DNA manipulator that we've unlocked. That requires more osmium. The autocrafter requires osmium. Machine optimizer, we could also make that happen. The lake water collector I don't really need, but worth considering. Yeah, so basically the answer is I need osmium, I need osmium, I need osmium, I need osmium. So let's check on our map, because it'll show us where we're at. So apparently there is osmium basically underneath the big dome on either side, according to that. So let's go ahead and plan for that. In the meantime, let's check on our unlocks. So we're about 1/50th of the way to the Tier 4 atmospheric purifier. We are about 1/6 of the way to nuclear fusion. 1/30th of the way to tree spreader. Almost to the point of getting the air filter. And pretty close to the gas extractor. The gas extractor, I'm not going to be able to do a lot with it right now, but it is worth having. Alright, so let's go pop over here. I'm gonna grab a couple of materials so we can make ourselves like a little box to go hang out in over here. So I need 2 titaniums, a silicon, and 3 iron. And it's looking like the grass is starting to get a little denser here and there. Yeah, so the place it marked as having the osmium was back here. We did find blazar crystals back here, which are also really good. I can't use them yet. I also need to explore this facility. We haven't done that yet. Yeah, so it marked the osmium as being back here. So I'm going to go ahead and fall down the gaping chasm. There's 150 pollution, or 150 goo down here. So much goo. This is concerning. Okay, we've hit an area outside all the toxic. All right. Okay, that's just blindingly bright water. Yeah, so definitely farther away than I expected the osmium to potentially be. Now, we found the blazar crystals up on one of those mushroom spire things. I don't know what you want to call them. More super alloy. Now, one of the good news things is for stuff like osmium, it sparkles very bright blue, so it stands out pretty well when you're in the area with it. Same with stuff like pulsar crystals and blazar crystals and all those things. I believe I had built another little room right here. But trying to see if we have any other interesting materials. Wasn't there 132? I think that's opening up. I think there's going to be an underground area we can get into. Well, there is an osmium that we found in a box. It's not exactly what I was hoping for, but you know, it is osmium. Oh, we got a chip. That's good. Unlock a blueprint. Grab that stuff. Nothing of value in here. Okay, and there's the room where we can top off again. Yeah, so I'm going to poke into some of these things here. And we're just going to see if we get lucky and get, you know, get goodies out of boxes. Oh, right! I remember, we didn't take this tram before, like I was able to summon it. We can take the tram back this time versus just waiting. Let's grab one of the good plants. Grab more super alloy. Doesn't look like we can go in any of those buildings. More super alloy. Tungsten rod, explosive powder. Second osmium, and that'll do. Alright, so let's go ahead and go back up here. We're going to take the train across. And I think what we're going to do is once I get the materials I just grabbed and put to use, what we'll probably do from there is start properly giving a look at that middle area. There's a good chance I'm going to find goodies in there that I should have been using this whole time. Okay, so what did I even need the osmium for? There's multiple things, I just don't remember what they were. Right, so we have the osmium... Oh, for the auto-crafter. That's right, because if I can set up the auto-crafter, I can just plunk it down where it's got access to the stuff around it, and just let it start turning out that plastic and all that, so I don't have to hover over it, and I can just change the recipe every once in a while. So that's one big thing. The other thing would be the DNA manipulator. I don't have much use for that yet. We haven't reached the insect phase where I've got larvae and all that to make insects, so while I have it, it can just kind of sit there and collect dust for me right now. And then we have equipments like the exoskeleton and all that I can get. Yeah, so we'd be looking at the autocrafter as one possibility. And then the next thing would be what are goods? Okay, so you're dropping me off here. Yeah, so what we'll want to do... Alright, trying to find... Oh, there's the way. There's a way we can get out of here. Yeah, so what we'll want to do is, yeah, it's fine. Next in-game day... Not in-game day, what am I talking about? We'll want to come back here, clean that up, but we can try and see what we want to use our stuff on. Yep, there's stuff there to check out. We'll want to check all that out later. And check these out. Oh, that apparently doesn't open. Yeah, more super rally. Yeah, so I got a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, so probably watch, like I said, we'll probably take the railroad track into that area, start looting and everything. We're close enough with this that I'd probably just fly back and forth, not try and set up anything fancy. Okay, so we can start with that computer chip and use that to get a new blueprint. Jetpack tier 2. Love it. And that would be, I just need 1 unit of sulfur. And that's going to eat 1 of my osmium that I can't really spare. But, you know, jetpack tier 2. What's happening anyways. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to quickly do that. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we're back. Yeah, and check out Bissett was playing, was it Little Rocket Lab recently? But yeah, definitely good times over there for if you're looking for stuff like Little Rocket Lab, playing what was the Digimon Detective, all that kind of good stuff. All right, so we need to just drop off all these seeds, get this figured out. And my mic is trying to run away. Okay, so we got all this super alloy, all the super alloy, which I really appreciate. We have some tungsten. We have some iridium and uranium. We have one osmium. I got a tungsten rod. And an explosive powder. Okay, so let's do a quick check on what we can make here. So if I had 2 osmium, I can make the better exoskeleton. I don't have 2 osmium. Alright, we're going to forget all that and instead look at the air filter, which costs 1 Oh, I need a methane cartridge. So I can't quite use that yet. So that requires the gas extractor, which we're very close to getting. We just need a little bit more air pressure when we get the gas extractor, and then that'll allow us to go much longer between needing air. Yeah, so we're gonna use the osmium for the gas extractor. Or not the gas extractor, we're gonna use the osmium for the face mask for breathing. Breathing atmo. Oh, I actually meant to grab you, not do that. So we'll start processing these into polymer. You want to keep getting that taken care of. All right, Bissett, you sleep well and all that stuff. It's always good to have you. Does it can build underwater? No, not really. Anything built underwater won't work. Like it'll be unpowered. While the game looks kind of like Subnautica, it's not Subnautica. Okay, do I have microplastics? We can get that. Can eat the bean. Get ourselves a new bean. Go play Subscare if you want to build underwater. Got it. Yep. Or you can play if you want to be a little scuff, you can also play No Man's Sky. The No Man's Sky underwater stuff gets a little dicey though. It can get a little funky sometimes. Alright, so we got all of you. There, so just collapsed a bunch of plastic into that. I don't think we make another purifier right now. Okay. We got our power sorted for the time being. You've got a while to unlock, you've got a while to unlock, you've got a while to unlock. You're right about to unlock. We definitely want to get the gas extractor, because that'll let us get the methane, that'll let us get the mask so that we can go much longer between instances of air. I'm going to let that process, and what I'm going to go ahead and do is just beeline over here, and we're going to start just cleaning stuff up. Because I need to explore that, but anywhere I see like the toxic waste, we're just going to start picking stuff up. Oh, good, more uranium over here. Oh, that is quite the box. So there's 37 toxic waste here. Oh, and I missed something. I can catch up with that in a minute. And our box over here. Give me all those goodies. Okay, inventory is full, and there's a lot of sulfur in that box. Okay, we'll want to come back for that. It sells some, really nice. Not notice how much tech it is. Why did you time them out, Luxray? Was that a misclick? That's not at all what happened, Luxray. They weren't telling me. They literally asked, like, can I build underwater? And they're like, if I want to build underwater, I gotta go play that. Yeah, so don't, you don't need to, like, jump on that fast right thing. Your internet's bugging? Yeah, no, I gotcha, but, like, if something's, like, not that big a deal, like, if you don't hear me say something and all that, you don't need to jump on that. Yeah, no, you're all good, Goose. There was just missing context. Is the always telling something and you heard Azio something? And we can go ahead and get that. Gotcha. Yeah, no, but just generally, like, with that kind of thing, unless it's clear that someone's causing a problem, I'd rather err that we don't time people out, like in that particular kind of thing. Like, there's certainly plenty of times that it's justified, but don't want to chase people away by timing them out for innocent stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, it's gonna happen. Okay. There's so much always in there. All right. We should be probably right at the point of. Okay, we got like literally 20 seconds until the gas extractor is good. Let's see. You had a proclivity to do that when modding for female streamer. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. It's very easy to read into stuff, things that aren't there. Especially, like, if you're only able to, like, half pay attention, that kind of thing. So, absolutely understand it. Like, no big stink over anything. There's that. So, it was, what, 2 zeolite? And then some super alloy. Alright. So, gas extractor. Cool, so I'll start grabbing methane. So let's go ahead, and the mask is an osmium, a fabric, superalloy, and 2 bioplast. So there's the bioplast. There's the fabric. There's the osmium, the superalloy, and as soon as that methane gets pulled, we'll have the mask that gradually, as the air on the planet gets better and better, I will be able to just not have to stop for air anymore. What do you mean nothing ever happens in female content creator streams? No, there's definitely no unhinged or utterly cursed behavior that happens. So while we... Let me guess, you're still full? Oh no, you got plenty of room. Let's go ahead and pop over here while we wait for that to pull methane. I'm going to grab more toxic waste. Okay. And somewhere over here was a really good box. I think it was you. Yeah, because I want all that stuff. Okay, so I've cleared up all the goop here. But that could start recovering. Interesting. They just have containers of uranium over there. Cool. You can't sleep and you inspired me to do some Planet Crafter. It's so chill. Is this the new update you're playing? It's the new DLC. The Toxicity DLC. Totally harmonic. No one ever complains about them existing or makes creepy approaches. Never. You had to be truly, truly unhinged and awful to do such a thing. Clearly, no one on the internet ever does anything weird and or creepy. We have the rocket. Right, I needed one of the superalloy here. Then we need the methane. Okay, and with the methane we can now get our mask. And I'm coming to the sudden realization that I'm still out of utility slots, so I don't really know where I'm putting that. We don't have the tier 2 disassembly thing. To make that I need 2 osmium. Alright, so something's gotta go for right now. So yeah, so instead of us breathing 2 oxygen per second, we're now doing 1.9. And it will gradually go up to a point where we stop having that. One of the radiation things is to take up, like, to be able to pick up the goo faster, and the other one is it gives me information about the goo in the area. So they do have 2 completely different functions. Honestly, just eat that now. Ooh, Ooh, really good box. Pulsar crystals, that's what we need to make teleporters. Is this multiplayer? It is. You can do a cooperative multiplayer. It's actually pretty good multiplayer too. So as well as ones that like, you can be like, I'm gonna go over and get, you know, insert name of resource. Cool, I'm gonna go over there. Like even the vehicle over there that has 2 seats in the back so people can ride in the back with you. There's the autocrafter. I can already make it, but you know, I can make it even more, I guess, now. We'll get the spores. Yeah, the multiplayer's pretty solid in this. And it's not the game that's going to take like hundreds of hours to do a playthrough either. Ooh, trying to think it would be a fair amount of time to say like this is what like a typical playthrough runs. It's been a long time since I did the first map. I want to say it was like 20, 30-ish hours or something like that. You know, obviously depending on like how you play, you can spend a lot more time like cleaning up and moving your base around and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I did some collabing with Sui where we did, was it Humble? The Humble DLC together? Which was a lot of fun because I can't remember if I did a playthrough of... I think I did a playthrough of Humble by myself, and then we did one collab as well. And like I said, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely kind of the divide and conquer type of multiplayer a lot of times, where it's like, okay, you know, we're low on sulfur. Oh, I know where the sulfur is. I'll go get some sulfur. You know, bring it back, or, hey, should we put this over here? There is so much toxic goop here. Ah, sweet osmium. And our pulsar crystal. Grab the water and we'll drink that. Okay, and the goop that we're cleaning up, this is strictly with the DLC. This isn't a thing that the other plants have an equivalent of. Alright, so we got all that. So we pulled up about a third of all the toxic goop at this location. We got 2 more osmium, which is perfect. That's exactly how much I wanted for the exoskeleton. And we can go ahead and keep processing those toxic materials and other stuff. And if I can get myself 2 more osmium, we can turn around and make our first autocrafter to get automation started. And I very genuinely think I'm going to have the first automation just be turning the junk into polymer. Because then turning the polymer into plastic rods is not a whole lot of effort. Just to kind of compress all the pollution. I don't know how to deal with it. There's so much. Right. So we got the 2 osmium that I need for you. So I need iridium rod and a super alloy rod. Wait, was that iridium or uranium? Uranium rod. Okay. So I can go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you've already got one made. I'm gonna drop you off with the tungsten. That's 2 pulsar crystals, which is really nice. Now I can chuck the iridium rod in there. And the sulfur. Oh, I need an aluminum to go with that as well. There we go. And then we go here to that. Okay, so the next one, so we have one in between there. But with that, we can put that in there. So what chips am I missing? I don't have the mining speed chip. Let's make that after all this time. As well as the, yes, you can get the mining speed chip up to 3. That's magnesium, silicon, and aluminum. Aluminum, silicon, magnesium. That's mining chip 1. Plug that in. And the mining chip 2, I just need our silicon. And then for 3, I need a super alloy, silicon, and aluminum. Oh, Sui has been, like, teaching and doing a whole bunch of stuff like that. She still streams a little bit here and there, but has not been able to stream nearly as much as she used to. Just, you know, real life, like, outside stream, I should say, not real life. Outside stream responsibilities taking up time. They be like that. It's a lot to undertake. Yeah, the teaching was rough. Yep. I do not envy dealing with teaching, like, when I say young students, we're not talking like really young children, but like teaching like middle school, which in some cases feels like medieval, middle school, like high school, late elementary school, that kind of range can be really rough. It also depends on the school you're at. Some schools are way better sourced than others so far as, like, what support you're gonna get. There's a whole extra segment of the base over there. That's streaming 8 hours ago? Yeah, no, so he still streams, just my understanding is it's been more intermittent. I haven't been able to catch Sui on as much, but a big part of that is probably just schedules in the first place. I stream long hours, so there's a lot of people that'd love to catch that. I just can't. Yeah, let's come back for that nuclear reactor. Give me explosive powder. Alright, we need to get out of here. I'm running out of air quick. Alright. But yeah, every single time we get, like, you know, just a little bit better oxygen rich, like when it goes from like 1.9 to 1.8, each step of that ends up being a bigger and a bigger thing so far as how long we can stay out. Reducing our consumption is incredibly powerful. And that's just a matter of the terraforming score up there. Warning, very low oxygen. We're good. So we got more toxic waste to chuck in the box. That's fine, I'll deal with you in a moment. Drink the water. can take the super alloys and dump them upstairs. Drop off the uranium. Drop off the explosive powder. Actually, so for the booster, so uranium rod, and for the booster I need 2 iron and a cobalt. I'm gonna drop off the water. That's the opposite of dropping off water. 2 iron and a cobalt. And that gives me the booster. So you can get purification booster, oxygen booster, pressure booster. I'm gonna go ahead and do the purification booster just because I have all of those like really bunched up. That's pressure. Let's right. Hold please, let's think this through. So if I go for the pressure, we can get the ore 2 extractor, which will make it so I can put extractors for a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, let's go for the pressure multiplier. Because the oxygen, I don't think I have stuff grouped up enough to make it make sense. So I can go all to you. And we can put down the booster. So that just made everything, like, how much more strong? 5 times as powerful. So we've got all that going. Yeah, so now you can see that number is climbing way faster. But when we hit 360 millipascals, then we will be able to get the ore extractor 2, and with the ore extractor 2, then we can go to an area and, like, we can potentially put down one of those on the osmium to have it pull up osmium for me. Assuming we can rediscover where that was in the map. Alright. I need to keep you moving along. So let's start compressing stuff again. It is definitely one thing with this DLC that we haven't really run into in past DLCs, is the amount I'm having to just manage junk in my inventory like this. So like keep compressing stuff down more and more just to make room. You have to do that a little bit in the base game, but it's just taking, like, you have a bunch of uranium, make it into uranium rod. You're going to use the rod anyways. But this adds like a whole extra set of steps. Okay, so drop out the microplastics. Drop off the rods. Drop off this. Plunk you in here. Cool, so that's going to keep going. Let's just grab another bean and snack. Okay. And how are we doing on our biomass? So we're at 30 tons. So we're getting really close to getting the food up and all that. I need to be getting more of the plants going, and we have not. So let's see what I've got for fertilizer. So we've got a bunch of tier 2 fertilizer. We also have some rocket engines. Okay, so for getting this going for more plants, we're gonna need fertilizer. Fertilizer, I believe, was 2 eggplant, 3 algae, and a sulfur. Let's go get our algae first, because I don't have algae ready. Look at our algae growing thing over here. Okay. So if I need 2 of those, now you can go upstairs, grab another eggplant out of the box. And then 2 sulfur. Alright, and then I need more water. Let's go chuck the rest of the algae in there. And 2 super alloy. Then grab one of our good seeds. We'll get that going to, nudge up the plant production we got going on. Okay, and let's check on our power. I haven't been keeping up with that too much. We're good. Alright, so let's get back over here. We're going to go ahead and grab more stuff. And math isn't a subject that's particularly easy. Yeah. Math is it can be a tricky one for teachers. Alright. Let's go pop over here and keep clearing this area out. That's the big things we gotta clear out all the pollution. I'm guessing we're gonna find good ore down below. But it's getting there, it's gonna take a hot minute. Keep going down the ramp. There was another nuclear reactor here in the middle. Take the rocket engine, take these. Take all that, that's all goodies. We got a lift there, we'll look at that in a minute. That's an ominous room. Oh! Hi, osmium. Wasn't expecting you to just be like laying out in the open. Okay, and there's tungsten here too. All right. Well, we found the osmium. So yeah, so what we'll want to do is like directly out there. We'll certainly want to set up what we need to get osmium drilled. I'm pretty sure that needs to be a Tech 2 or Tier 2 drill to get the osmium. But once we get that, then, we set it to osmium, we let it start pulling stuff, and every once in a while we just drop by, top off our osmium, do what we gotta do. Okay, so pretty soon we should start seeing the O2 rate start going down. We are continuing to build up the GTI here. And I remember getting it to the point where I didn't really have to stop for air hardly ever pretty quickly. Okay, so we got a lot of osmium there. Right. So things worth building. We already have the Agility 2 boots. We already got all that. We already got all this. I can make the next level mining thing, which would be 1 silicon. Probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna. Because just straight upgrades are straight upgrades. Let's also take a look at what we can do to upgrade our vehicle. I have not been paying attention. We can get more equipment with a silicon and an iridium. And honestly, I don't care about most of that. We'll leave that alone for now. Okay, we still got oxygen going. How are we doing over here? So for the oxygen, the tree spreader's a ways off. We're about a third of the way to nuclear fusion, and we're about halfway to the better ore extractor. We are dragging. I'm getting bugs up and running. Okay, so your plant's 11. Your plant's 23. Yeah, honestly, the tier 2 flower spreader is my strongest source of plants right now. It's really not that strong. So we can get another booster going. I just need to go in here, grab the explosive powder. Cobalt. Iron. So we got the purification or oxygen. I'm going to use the purification one just because we got such high tier machines. So only boost 5 of these, but that's okay. There you go. Alright, so what we can also do is let's check our power again. 276. So we can get our auto crafter up. So with that, I'm going to need 8 super aluminum. We can drop off a bunch of stuff, so uranium, iridium, osmium, sulfur. I can just drop the rocket engine over here. I'll need to do stuff with that later. So let's grab 5 of you and 1 aluminum. And I will need 2 of the osmium. Make the aluminum rod. Okay. And for right now, I'm going to plunk you right here. I'm going to walk around that, right? Yep. And I'm going to set you polymer. Because it's going to start gobbling the materials out of here. So for a second one of those, I need more power. It means 3 uranium rods and explosive power. We do not have enough uranium for that. Let's go over here because we had uranium barrels over here, as well as loose uranium, so let's start picking that up. Because then I can potentially also queue it up to make the gas as well. The idea being to slowly process everything. Are you the prisoner? You're always the prisoner. Like, thematically, the story and why you terraform the plants is as a thing to work through your sentence. And that's true of, like, literally every single one of them. Because it's all under Sentinel Corp. So you're not... Like, it's one of those things, like, are you playing as the same character? You kind of can, like, choose to interpret it how you want. It's one of the things they do with all of it, is, like, you know, you're accused of a crime, that, or sorry, you've been found guilty of a crime, but they never do tell you what the crime is. You know, whether you actually did it, whether it's justified. You hear the momentum mod? I knew I was trying new games. You might want to give it a go in the future. Momentum mod? Like, is that a mod or is that like a separate game? Because no, I haven't heard of that one. It's its own game? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've not heard of that. It is a very pink sky. Are we getting a, pulsar meteor? I'd love a pulsar meteor. It's about source movement. You know, I'm not familiar with it. Like I said, you know, I guess it's just a weirdly purple-pink sky. Sometimes with this color, you'll get a pulsar meteor, just one. It is worth, like, dropping what you're doing to grab it, because pulsar crystals are kind of hard to come by. Okay, so I need an explosive powder. So for that, we will need 2 sulfur, an iridium, and then 1 super alloy, and then we're good. And sadly, this one will not get a booster, because I already have 5, and that's all I can handle for... Like, Surf, Bop, Defrag, KZ, Sticky Jump, Rocket Jump. Interesting. Yeah, no, I haven't heard of it or anything like that. But yeah, that's one of those things like, if you want me to check it out, you probably should drop it in the game suggestions channel on the Discord, just because genuinely otherwise I just won't remember. Okay. To get all that, I need to grab a new bottle of water. We get another storm of some kind. Right, so I've got the power now. So let's go and grab 8 more super aluminum and super alloy. And an aluminum. And 2 osmium. And get another auto crafter online. I'm gonna need to move these things. Okay, so that's making the plastic rods. Do I have enough materials for 1 more? I probably don't. Oh, I think I might. Okay. Got the aluminum. So as you can hear those machines just popping off like that, that's just it processing all those materials for me. So now with this, we could tell it to make that stuff as well. And so as those materials are available, it would just gobble it up out of these boxes. Alright, so with that, let's go over here. Because we got the water purifier things, and they've already sucked up all the waste out of this water. We can start processing that, because I'll have to take those to the next body of water and start them cleaning it. Cool, so you can work on that. Yeah, so it's looking like I'm going to need... Yes, you've already got all the purification capsules. Grab those and chuck them up here. Oh no, I had those down below, that's right. Okay, so we got that all improved. Power is still okay. We have purified 22% of the planet. We're nowhere near getting the next unlock there. The incubator lets you start doing stuff with larvae and all that. None of the other ones are close to anything. Okay, so let's get back over here. Make sure I've got goods. Let's get back over here, keep tidying this up. Because we could certainly use more osmium. I certainly need to keep cleaning up all the different areas. Are you excited for SteamOS? I mean, not really. My computer is multi-purpose. Getting an operating system specifically for gaming means it kind of is a detriment for me doing other things on that. I think it's good that it's going to exist. But for me, you know, my computer is what I work on, what I game on, all that kind of stuff. That said, I haven't really kept up with it either. Okay, there was an elevator I saw somewhere around here. It's kind of the same thing where we've got, like, they announced the Steam Cube thing. I think that'll be really, really useful for a lot of people. But it's also something that's like, okay, am I gonna buy it? Probably not. I've got a gaming PC. Kinda already covers that. Decrypt, got those. Grab the sulfur. Grab these. You can do everything that you can do with normal OS. Right. I know a lot of people get really upset with like Windows and all that. I don't particularly have an issue with it. Like I've used Linux plenty in the past. That is not which way I thought it was going to go. I was going to go up. There are very few games coming out that make you want to upgrade your PC. Yeah, no, generally with like a lot of that, like a lot of the games that depend on you like really getting an upgrade, I kind of agree that it's one of those things that are like, oh, I could get the upgraded computer, but, you know, most of the ones that push the limits are not the ones I'm really interested in. Now, granted, like, you know, Anno got a little bit, no, it wasn't Anno. The Last Caretaker, for example. But that was more like, its optimization's bad. I really like it, but it needs some love on the optimization. Also requires long-term hardware and software support. Since Valve is still new to the field, there's lots of unknowns for consumers in regards to that. Yeah. Yeah, like for me, SteamOS doesn't mean a whole lot this or there. Because these days with like Windows as well, you can have it where it like shuts down most of the things that are overhead. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah, if you're running a Linux distro that's like super streamlined and all that, it's going to have a little less overhead and all that. But it's not as big as you'd think. Okay, we have the pinning thing. Did I actually make the pinning thing? I did not. I don't feel like it either. Almost every run like it take forever. You switched to Linux because you really didn't want to buy a trusted computing trademark enabled PC? Oh, the TPM. I mean, it just keeps you from, like, having certain things mess with your, like, a lot of that stuff does help against certain malware and all that. Now, granted, it's not like they can't circumvent it. But every extra layer you have like that does make it a little bit harder for malware authors to do their thing. Okay. Yeah, no, the Steam Cube, I definitely would not be one getting it the first iteration or anything like that. Like, I think they're gonna have probably a rough launch at first. You know, maybe some software updates and all that they'll get there. But it is just kind of one of those things. It'll be their first foray into that kind of a thing. Not really, it's their second or third, depending if you want to count the Steam Deck. But still, overall still thing. You're probably getting one? Yeah, that's fine. Like, don't let me yuck your yum. It's as well as things that for me I've found over the years. Getting the first iteration thing, I end up spending a lot of money on it. And then, you know, you kind of don't really get what you're really hoping for a lot of times. So that's oxygen. So the plant multiplier. So let's go for this. So rocket, Lyrma, tree branch. And fertilizer 1. So the tree branch I can get from over here. 1, 2. Pop up here, I have 2 of these. Go to here. Get our 2 Lyrma. And so for the fertilizer, it was 2 sulfur. I'll need 4 eggplant. The one research for enthusiasts. Usually, may as well call them beta testers. I mean, you are beta testing at that point, yeah. And then the algae, which I think we have over... Oh, I think I put it in the water. There's probably not a TPM of a new enough version they would like. Yeah, no, like, I totally understand that kind of thing. You've got working hardware, and it's like, you need to have the latest TPM and all that. They're like, well, I'm not replacing my perfectly good computer just randomly because some requirement changed. Like, I 100% understand that. It's like, yeah, if you're on a computer that you didn't have was a TPM 2.0, then yeah, like you got forced. You're doing good. You're definitely getting to space today. There's so much of the water. Grab a bunch of those microplastics and chuck them in the box. So let's go grab... No anymore, man. I just need to keep processing things. Because it seems like you mostly use like the plastic rods and all that. Oh, I should top off my air. The plastic rods and all that on just the new DLC stuff. And so you just have... Oh, good. Wait, I'm actually up to the food grower again? What? Oh, cool. That means I'm pretty close to being at the tree spreader. So once we get the tree spreader, we'll be able to do that. So one of the things I should do is let's look at that gene splicer thing. Yeah, so that's another osmium. Let's get that built. That's our last osmium for now. I need bioplast explosive powder and a zeolite. So zeolite, do that. We're not gonna have the explosive powder, so there's that. And those for the explosive powder. I also need the bioplast. And the bioplast is 2 mushrooms and something. 2 mushrooms and a silicon. Well, I'll just go down here and grab them from the thing there. All right. Whoops. Built, immediately disassembles. Alright. So, we can start making the trees using mutagen. But I don't have anything to put them in yet, so let's not sweat it yet, but that's what we'll end up doing, is we'll end up taking mutagen and making those. Alright, I've been using these for the polymer. And just the purified water piles up endlessly. Honestly, just clear out the purified water. It's fine. Okay, so you can get back to your thing. We can go ahead and grab that. Drink one, take one. Okay. Do we have something at 5 GTA? Or GTI? Okay, so 5 GTI, we can create new insects with larvae and mutagen. But I don't have something to put the insects in, I don't believe. Yeah, because the tree spreader... Well, that's fish eggs. Where do we... So that's where we get the butterfly ones. But where do we unlock the actual thing for the bugs in the first place? Because that's water. That's a water filter where I can now drink directly from lakes. Okay, so we get the butterfly incubator, which is 215 power. So we're going to need yet another nuclear reactor, which is going to be a lot more uranium. Yeah, because I got about 2 uranium rods in there. Alright. I mean, go over here and collect some. Yeah, because I'm trying to, for the life of me, remember, because normally you get a little butterfly garden thing. That you put the little larva in, and you get yourself like a little butterfly garden. I'm not seeing that. But we are getting the stuff where we can make the larva and all that. So I'm curious about where that's going. Okay. Yeah, in these little pools here, you'll eventually find amphibian eggs around those. So I'm grabbing more of the spores because I've not been doing that. I think that'll help a bit deal with all that water we've got an overabundance of. Okay. I mean, you can understand the technical side of it. The security protocol probably just wouldn't be possible without making a lower version TPM. Making it mandatory, though, and not you can switch this off, but it's dangerous, assume the risk, is a choice. Yeah, no, it's always one of those things. Like, that was, if we go back in the day, before Microsoft had the whole thing where you go to do something and prompt to be like, are you sure you want to do this? You know, blah, 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 turn on administrator, that kind of thing. You know, it got a reputation of being just malware-ridden and, like, all that kind of stuff because it's, like, the biggest fish in the pond. Everyone was targeting it. And they weren't following some of those basic practices. And so later on, they added those, and people lost their mind being like, this stupid thing prompts me every single time I go to install something. And it's because over the years, so many application authors were just making it making it do admin stuff when it had no business doing that. Like, you'd have stuff like your stupid, like, little calculator app, and it'd be like, do you want to run this as admin? And so, understandably, Microsoft finally was like, alright, we're going to put down the foot that we're going to have this prompt that every single time you go to access certain things, it's going to say, hey, do you want to go into admin? And it took a good couple of years, but eventually it got a lot of devs to stop doing that. You know, only access stuff when they need it. So yeah, you know, when you run the program to install something or whatever, or using some, like, close to the metal utility, it prompts. But, like, when you're just booting up a game, not installing it, just, like, straight up booting up the game, it shouldn't be popping every single time being like, yo, I need access to, you know, your admin stuff. But yeah, I know it's the thing that people were pissed when that first got implemented. Because I was working in IT at the time, and man, people would complain endlessly about being like, the stupid thing always prompts. I'm like, well, what are you doing? I'm running this application. It's like, well, why is that application doing that? Don't get mad at them, get mad at the application. Why is your calculator trying to operate with System 32? What's it doing? Why is your, you know, why is your little Ask Jeeves toolbar sitting here trying to, you know, reach into your registry and change things constantly? It's not random access memory. It's not what it's made for. Let's see, de novo would, but it's running at booty, remember? Yeah, not when the game's starting. Yeah, there's a bunch of that stuff. Why does your calendar app need... Yeah, no, it's exactly. It's like, why does this app need this, like, extremely sensitive, you know, access? And it's like, the answer is it doesn't. But also, no, seriously, what are you doing? Ooh, 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 Pulsar. Oh, no, not Pulsar, not Pulsar. The other, okay, get back inside. Get back inside. That is not Pulsar. That is, a biblical level bombardment of superalloy. I just saw the purple and heard it coming. I was like, heck yeah, it's time. There's a real good chance we catch one of these on the head. And there it is. Let's maybe run inside for a minute. Okay, so it can be really easy to lose track of these. The super alloy doesn't stay super long after those, so it is those things when you have the super alloy meteor shower, you scurry on, you start grabbing. Because that is a lot of materials. The super alloy meteor shower is like kind of winning the lottery in the game. The only one that I would say is bigger is the pulsar. The pulsar asteroid, where it just drops a bunch of pulsar crystals. Because usually one of those will give you either a fusion generator or teleporter. Though you can still run stuff as admin, but it would have the prompt. But that'd be Windows Vista. That's like Windows Vista had some really good stuff it put under the hood and some stuff that really upset people. The big failure of Vista, more than anything, was Microsoft misjudged the direction the market was going on computer hardware. That computers have been getting more and more and more powerful. And around the time that Windows Vista was coming out, netbooks were all the rage. So it was, you know, getting you know, like your $200 laptop that had about the computing power of, like, you know, a Dorito. And other, like, super budget computers are kind of like one of the big things that really, really hurt its reputation. Because the operating system was made in mind being run on some pretty strong hardware. And yeah, that really, really was bought. You know, it was really, really a bad call on their part. But then on top of that, they did add a lot of really cool stuff. They completely reworked the network layer and the operating system and all that, which massively improved in a bunch of ways. They did go and add multiple layers of security features. Like, that's when we first got kind of a an antivirus just built into Windows, because till then, Microsoft was scared to do it out of fear of antitrust. So then they eventually made Windows Defender. And yeah, you know, even now, there's better stuff than Windows Defender out there by a very large margin. But just having everyone have a baked-in antivirus of some quantity still helped a great deal with, like, just computer security on the internet. Like, granted, don't get me wrong, you could get past it pretty easy and all that, but it was better than, like, literally nothing, which is what so many people were doing. They went and added, like I said, the whole thing where it would prompt if you tried to do anything that required admin access. They reworked a lot of how, when, you know, when you'd go to a new computer, the way you could restore your files. Vista introduced a lot of that, and then, you know, Windows 7 refined it, like, took what they did. So, like, very genuinely, for as much of a bad rep as Vista gets, and from the performance side, well-deserved. But again, that was just a bad call on Microsoft in the direction they thought things were going. That there was a lot of good stuff in there. And, like, honestly, you look at Windows 7, the vast majority of the stuff there that people herald as being, you know, wonderful and good really came with Vista. They just really, really improved things over the years after, you know, from there. Yeah, Windows Defender, you forgot about? Oh yeah, no, very genuinely, the frequency you would see people getting viruses just out in the wild went down quite a bit after the introduction of Windows Vista, which, you know, in hand was Windows Defender, and all that came with that. Because that's kind of the thing, is it's not exactly the same as, like, biological viruses, but there is similarities in the sense that the more systems get infected, the more likely you are to be attacked by infected files and all that, with certain types, like worms and all that. Stuff like Trojan Horse, usually that's something that's to go, but even that it would help with, because you would have someone that go like, hey, check out this game I found, And you know, the one buddy goes to open and their antivirus screams at them that there's something wrong, and then, you know, turn around and be like, hey man, that thing you just sent me had a virus. Especially when other antivirus are so very intrusive and resource intensive. Oh yeah. Like, there was a lot of back and forth over the years about like which antiviruses to use for what, and you know, which ones are best, and you have the ones that get like better security ratings, but then they're just completely potato your computer because it was perpetually scanning your files just extremely aggressively. Or malicious. Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff going on that. Where's home? Might have to use my oxygen container. Can't get a virus, can't use your PC. You'd still be running XP if you could. That's honestly the fun one. Is I remember when XP first came out, so we're talking before Service Pack 1 or 2, that it was another one that people were super not cool with. And, you know, over time it became kind of the beloved one because, you know, after the service packs, it has, you know, is in a really good place at that point. But yeah, no, when it first came out, people were not a fan. Which is funny because, you know, there was Microsoft, or there was Windows ME came before that, and like, while that was another one that introduced some actually good tech, it was also another one that just spit polished a lot of stuff and was not great. Like, they reworked the network layer on ME as well, because before that, if you went into, say, like Windows 98 SE or whatever, you'd make almost any change whatsoever with the networking stuff. It'd be like, okay, you gotta reboot. I'm not gonna let you do that until you reboot. Want to change your IP address? Reboot that crap. I'm exaggerating there, but it was like really everything. Is really over the top. Okay, like, and all that kind of stuff versus, you know, someone on Microsoft was like, you know what? Maybe you don't need to reboot every single time you change literally anything. Yeah, I don't think you had to for IP. I know if you changed your subnet, you had to reboot. I remember that was a thing. Because every time I'd go to join a computer to a different network than it was used to, I'd have to change its subnet. Or not every time. A lot of times, I'd have to change its subnet. And that immediately is like, alright, well, I guess I'm rebooting now. But yeah, was it Bubblegum? No, I think XP was Bubblegum. Or, because there was Glass, there was Arrow, there was Bubblegum, and these are the names of the UI for the different Windows operating systems that I can never remember. But, like, ME introduced a new one, then XP introduced a new one, and I think it was Vista introduced a new one, and then 7 kept the one that Vista introduced, but, you know, like, it was the second iteration, so it was much, much nicer. Okay, so we're about to get the Tier 2 ore extractor, and I'm a little worried about the material requirements. Oh, we also apparently are going to get the tree spreader. Okay, so what's a tree spreader cost us? That's actually not bad. But I'm more curious about... Okay, so the Tier 2 ore extractor. So it's one more osmium. That's actually not bad at all. Really big energy requirement. So, that's fine. Because what we're going to go ahead and do is please have one spare osmium. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm probably going to cannibalize something to just get that osmium real fast. Just trying to think of what is something... What is something that has an osmium in it I want to do away with temporarily? See, I can get rid of these temporarily. fine. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to cancel your stuff here. Take that. I'm getting that osmium because I need it for what I want to do. Okay. So, we want to get that. So, I would pull up the other drill. And then I would need an iridium rod. Because we're not going to be using the other drill anyways. So, let's grab a second iridium rod. And I've got food and water and all that stuff. Okay, so I am going to go over to where we have the aluminum one there. And I'm going to yank that thing up and take its beacon. Ooh, let's also... Yeah, no, I remember where the osmium is. Yeah, so let's go over there. Let's grab the aluminum one. Just grab what's there. I'm going to probably find it full and be very upset when I get there. But we're going to move that up to where we can get the osmium from behind here. And once I've got that, we then have renewable osmium. And with renewable osmium, then I could sit there and start making more of those drills in different locations to get the uranium, to get the iridium, aluminum, super alloy. I don't believe we'll be able to get like the zeolite and the obsidian. I believe that requires the tier 3. And actually, that's where we got the osmium, just up the hill there too. When do you get to turn the atmosphere poisonous? I mean, we've been fixing the atmosphere. Cool. So I got that. So tier 2. Let's go up here. Because this was marked with osmium up here. At least this is the spot I think it is. Yep, and we got ourselves osmium. So let's zip on back here, drop this off. We'll do some cleanup in the meantime. Oh, let's just drop off real fast. Yeah, I got more inventory space left. There we go. And the reason for that is there is more toxic to clean up, but it's down below. So, I was hoping the DLC meant you could create a new Venus rather than a new Earth. That's not the point. The entire point of the game is that you make planets habitable. The big thing that's different about this one is instead of it just being, a barren rock of, just barren, is that this one actively has, horrific pollution. And we're kind of on the other side of most of that. Like, we're still using the purification stuff to keep things moving on the terraformation index. And then, having to process those goods to clean up the planet. But it's a very different animal. Okay, so let's drop this all off. Let's get the tree spreader online. So iron, cobalt, you're full again. So let's see. So 1, 2. Drop you off. Grab the magnesium. Grab 2 of you. I think that's everything, so we can make 2 more. Alright. So, for the tree spreader, I need a bacteria sample, a bioplast, a fertilizer. Let's start making this all happen. So I got the fertilizer. I don't have that. We do have a bacteria sample. I need a bioplast, and I need tree bark. So if I remember correctly, that was a silicon for the bioplast, and then the tree bark, we just run on back here and grab you. Oh, I need to grab the mushrooms. Alright, we're gonna have to start doing the stuff with the mutagen and all that. Let's see. So that gives me the tree farm thing. Now, the first version of the tree farm has to be set in water. You remember with the space strategy 4X games? Let's one second. We got view over there. So that's not going to work until I put a tree in it. Remember in some space strategy 4X game, barren irradiated worlds were terraformable with enough effort. Toxic planets, those are just a lost cause. No option to terraform. I can see why. Yeah, no, absolutely. Alright, so we're going to need to make a mutagen. So let's go up here and grab... we had the algae here. And I need methane and sulfur. That gives me a mutagen. And for the recipes... Okay. And then I just need... Well, actually, wait a second. So if I use that... Alright, so let's grab... that seed there. Alright, so we're sequencing tree DNA so that we can make ourselves our first tree. Drop off the super alloy. We got an osmium here. We can pop down here and have ourselves a sippy sip of water. And how long is that going to take? You're going to be relatively quick. A water filter. Okay, let's check on that real fast. So the water filter is 2 bioplast, water fabric, and all that. Okay, so 2 bioplast is the bottleneck. So if we have 4 mushrooms in here, we'll be good there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll need the 2 silicon. I saw there's aluminum in there. Gonna need to grab some more water. So bioplast, bioplast. And the water filter, so fabric and silicon. We're almost out of fabric and I can't make more. Not yet, at least. And with the water filter, I no longer need to always be worried about having water on my person. I still will carry it, but then I could take a sippy sip from, you know, lakes and rivers. I assume if they're not horrifically polluted. I'm assuming that is a requirement. Okay, and how's our power? Good so far. Okay, so we got a little bit more time till we get the teleporter. The teleporters are huge for just convenience. We got the tree spreader 2. We got a while till that. We're halfway to getting nuclear fusion, and we've got a long time till ore extractor 3. Nothing really to look at there. We're getting relatively close to starting to see insect stuff. Oh, cool. So we actually have where it's starting to count up towards insects. Okay, so you're still going there. So with that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we'll go back towards the middle over here. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Yeah, so we're going to go in here and we're going to clean up more pollution. Okay. That's all fine for right now. A lot of goodies down here. Open fusion reactor. Okay. That's interesting that is not the normal fusion cell. I think that's the purification cell. So what we'll do here... Oh, we've cleared the area already. Alright, so let's go and grab one of our, Wait. Okay. Alright, I thought that was a cave system back there that we could explore. There might still be some down here. Alright, my inventory's full, that's fine. Yeah, so let's go and get one of the things for detoxing, the detox booster, because that didn't look like the fusion cell like we put in the power reactors. It looked like a detox one, and I could just be seeing things. But my guess is we'll put that down here, and it'll start cleaning a bunch of the pollution down here. I'm trying to watch to see if there's any gaps or anything that looks like an obvious thing to check out. And my inventory's already full. Yeah, so let's try dropping down there. We've removed all of the goo here. So then the next move is going to be putting the stuff to clean the water down here. But most likely I'm going to need to get the auto crafters back online so that I can again have them just crafting the stuff as fast as we can. Turning them into polymers and plastic rods and all that just to reduce how much inventory they take. And honestly, probably just making more storage boxes for them to be put in. There's no need to die for no reason. Okay, so we can pop on down here. Yeah, so you can see that's getting all backed up. Okay, it's nothing. Alright. Very wet in the UK? I hear that's pretty normal. But yeah, for those who don't know, Azrael, another fantastic content creator. If we get a shout out for Azrael, that'd be wonderful. Bernard, good content creator, a solid content creator, does a lot of simulation games, that kind of stuff. So if you're into all of that, that is what they do, among other games and all that stuff. Let's see, drop you off, drop the Lirma here. We've got our fertilizer there we'll want to deal with. We've got all you set up. Grab an aluminum. Grab our tree. At the moment you tend to spend your time shouting about giants, but yes, other games. Yeah, no, it happens. Alright, now start growing trees there, which will help with our plant biomass and oxygen. The year 2 season pass, I did not. I need to catch up on things. Alright. Fire's at 351. That's still going fine. Okay, so we can take a sip of water. We're going to cut across here. Oh, wait. Let's first... where did I put those? Is it in here? No. Let's get the booster for purification. Because like I said, the thing looked like a fusion reactor, but the image didn't look like a fusion cell. So we're only getting 2 packs and an expansion this year, and the bonus was the world's fastest tractor. 247 kilometers per hour. No 3-point attachment, no front attachment, no work lights, completely useless. On the contrary, counter-argument, it go fast. It's useless for farming, but I mean, it go fast. What else would you want? Yeah, so again, check out Azrael. Absolutely fantastic. Ah, it's lowering the water. We'll check that out in a minute. The comments have not been restored with the past. Yeah, no, I know you've been thinking. What did the letter say? I'll read it when we get back to the place. Unfortunately, one aspect about this game is while you're at the computer reading, it doesn't pause the game last I checked. So you will slowly suffocate and die while reading. But it also does show those once you've read it at your home computer. So like I'll just tag the screens and then we go back to the home every once in a while. I'll be like, okay, let's, you know, see the 2 or 3 bits of lore we got. So grab all that. We get the extra junk. So let's go ahead and... yeah, let's not go down below because I don't... have the air top off. Oop. You take these, give me those. You take those, give me that. Give me that and that. Give me those. Give me that. Okay. Yeah, we can check, see what lore I picked up, because it's just become a habit now to just like quickly toggle it and move on, so I don't die. But it is worth going back and seeing what's going on there. Because it seems like this DLC, they're actually going into kind of the start of Sentinel Corp so far as the program where, you know, they send a convict to terraform a planet kind of thing. And that, you know, the individuals are like, I'm not sure this will ever work or anything like that. This seems completely unrealistic or whatever. Which is fun because obviously anyone paying attention in real life would look at the idea of one person just plopping down some equipment and terraforming a planet and be like, there's no way. The scale of planetary change, there's no way. You're not slapping some heater in an enclosed space where you're staying and have it be hot enough to literally change the temperature of the planet at scale and be in an enclosed space of that and not be utterly cooked alive. Like, not even kinda cooked alive, we're talking like instant incineration levels of heats would be necessary to make it that scaled. Let's grab the osmium. In the original Planet Crafter, there's dozens of crashed ships. Yeah. Over the years, they've kind of moved a little bit away from the crashed ships. And they've moved more to, you have, like, bases. And then the bases would have the lore. Same idea, though. Okay, so let's put you back onto that. Unclog that. Go with all this in a minute. Alright, so we got you to drop off. We can drop you off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You like the terraforming in surviving Mars? Massive furnaces and atmospheric processors. Still takes like a relative century. Oh yeah. Well, that's like a lot of when you talk about like the terraforming planets, you know, obviously video game's gonna video game, but like the realism in it is not really there. It is a thing that they have investigated, like what it would take to try and terraform Mars, and just unfortunately the nature of the planet, it wouldn't be able to hold an atmosphere due to its own mass kind of thing. Like, of an atmosphere that would be appropriate for human beings, I mean. And so it's kind of just one of those things, it's like, it's a cool thought to, like, go, what would it take to get there? But unfortunately, the real world kind of side of it, you know, it just ain't a thing. Plus, if you actually heat up the surface of Mars, the soil there contains stuff that would ultimately be incredibly toxic to people. So, if you warmed it up enough that it wasn't, you know, inhospitable for human beings, you would then poison us trying to live on there. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong, the idea of being able to terraform something, that is a plausible thing with enough investment of effort, whether or not it is a realistic thing. But, like, the science of going, oh, hey, there are things we can do to create feedback loops that we could just let run, and eventually could hit something, like, could work on something at scale. Alright, so let's go see what we opened up down in the Big Abyss. Like, there is a certain amount of sound theory with some of that. But, you know, geoengineering is a whole thing that you're very far in the realm of sci-fi because of the scope. So that's interesting. So we didn't have any toxic, but then we lowered the elevator, because that's the deepest we could go before. Give me a chip, give me these goodies. Oh, hey. Okay. I don't want the flowers. Just make sure I didn't grab that. So that's an interesting one. I wonder if those rocks will go away after a certain point. Alright. So we got a bunch of stuff down here. Ah, and I knew 2 purifiers in that one. Interesting. So apparently we're going to be digging deep down here. So I believe I do have 2 purification boosts. I'm going to have to steal one off of, I made the booster running the purifiers. I'm going to want to grab that one, and we can then go down there and potentially lower this water level even farther. Which that's fine, because what I can do then is I can switch the purification boost for an oxygen boost. So it's, you know, still doing something. I need to get more tree spreaders built, but I'm getting caught up wanting to do all the exploring. Because sometimes, like, you'll find goodies with exploring that just straight up, not skips you ahead, but gives you just really strong things to make progress much faster. All right. So that's not what I want to see. So we've got the decrypting thing there. So we got a handrail. So it could finally be OSHA compliant. Been a long time coming. Alright. Super alloy, we can drop that off. The tungsten, we can drop that off. Okay, so for more trees. The tree was bioplast. We're gonna want to get that going because things are stuck there. Oh, I'm surprised that didn't have more. What are you missing? Are you missing the gas? You're missing the gas for more. The gas comes from you. Oh, I see. It's just ever so slightly stuck. And it's just purified water. It's just a giant mound of purified water. Everywhere I look, purified water. Alright, well, I'm just gonna go grab something. I'm gonna make like 4 boxes, and they're all gonna be purified water. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If purified water is just gonna be that kind of a problem, that's fine. I can embrace this chaos. There. We can go here, give me the purified water. It goes in the box. And then we go here, give me the purified water. And it goes in the box. And in the other box. Then we go over here, and we're gonna grab the purified water, and guess where it's going? In the box. And that purified water, I'm just gonna grab you. I'm gonna shove you back here, just so at least you're in the same place. Okay, so we'll let you keep processing all that. Exactly, you got it, in the box. So we need more of these, so I need a mutagen, a Lirma, or I need a mutagen. And the mutagen was algae, methane, and sulfur. So let's go up here to you. There's algae, sulfur, and methane out here. What's in the box? Purified water. So we need that, and I need a tree branch. We can chuck you in here. So that's now got that going. And for our tree spreader, I need a bioplast, which is 2 mushroom, a silicon, and a water. Let's go grab ourselves a new water. Okay, and I need fertilizer, a tree branch, and a bunch of other good stuff. There's a tree branch. Fertilizer. Okay, so I need a super alloy. Then all I'm missing now is the bacteria, which we can make that happen. Cool. And that'll be another tree thing going. Then we want to grab the purifier things we got in our box. And then the other one going on. Oh, we don't have the thing yet. We officially can just drink from the lake now. Alright, so the next thing to consider is I need to get the detoxifier thing so we can potentially go deeper into that area over there. So we have those up here. So I've got one detoxifier there. Let's also grab another one of these, because we're going to move our booster. So with our booster, I'm going to switch it over to oxygen. So let's go down here where I got the booster just tucked in right here, because I need to steal that from it. Okay, so you give 920 oxygen. The Biodome 2 gives 140, but you also get a multiplier. So let's see if we can't get the booster over here by the tree things, because that's going to go farther than having it by the biolab. Okay, it is working on both those. Cool. So that's boosting our oxygen production. Yeah, so we're with the tree thing where it's boosting in, it's supposed to be 920 oxygen. If we go over this now, it's not doing anything yet because there's not one in there. Yeah, now it's doing 5,750, but part of that is this is giving a 125% bonus, and they are stacking. We can get much better. We should also grab these one here. We can get much better ones, but we'll have to unlock those as we go. I am really curious that apparently as we get the detoxing going, that eventually we get a detoxing tree. And I'm kind of wondering if it's the idea is it'll be like a really strong tree both from the oxygen and the purification side. Yes, that's going to be a while, that's going to be a while, that's going to be a while. You're coming along nicely. We're getting really close to getting bees. The beehive is at 60 tons, or 80 tons, and we're at almost 70 now. Let's go up here, and for right now we'll just chuck all the algae in that box. Snacking that. We could chuck you over here to get the other tree going. So we're starting to get some trees showing up on the map. Okay, so let's top off our air, and then what we're going to do is we're going to hop on down to the hole. We're going to put both of our purifier things in there. And see, like, if we go even deeper, what we unleash. But running around slowly cleaning up all of the polluted garbage that's everywhere. At least with this one, when it comes to, like, re-entering the area, you just kind of huck yourself over the edge. Okay, there you are. And the water level is going down for those who might not have noticed. So many goodies. It's just all good news the whole way. Yeah, we got more pollution down there, more stuff going on. My inventory is once again full. Okay. Yeah, so this is the thing that, with our oxygen consumption, Okay, it's not. Not especially. Right. Don't go down. Okay. I was worried we weren't going to make it up there. It's fine. With the oxygen consumption still going, there's a lot of time I lose going back up the elevators. We're getting so much good materials that aren't easy for me to come by. Okay. So what should be the next thing we're working on? We're getting the trees up, and I think, honestly, it's just getting more of the trees up. Just because that will boost the plant biomass, and that's kind of the big thing there. The detoxifying thing, honestly, I think we're in great shape with that. I got the giant field of them right here. I can make a ton more pretty easily, but it doesn't feel like I have a need to. Yeah, and we're gradually making our progress towards this. Yeah, this is the big one here, is when we get to the detoxo tree. Yeah, so we're cleaning up more and more of the areas. The insects are coming along. Can you see how much tox is on the planet? Yeah. So right now, we've cleaned up about 1/4 of all the goo on the planet, and we cleaned up about 1/3 of all the toxic areas. It's just the big thing I'm noticing is we're not really progressing, we're not really progressing some of the other stuff. Yeah, to keep in mind when it comes to all that is I haven't been running around focused on clearing up a bunch of that stuff. Whereas if I do stop and be like, alright, we're working on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna need to put these rods to use. Okay, for another nuclear reactor, I need water and explosive powder. I put the super... did I put in the uranium? I meant to put in this... Put in the super alloy. I did. That was simply a mistake. Gonna drop off more toxic crap. That's what you want to see. Properly getting that all cleared out. So, what we can do here is I can grab... Oh, actually, I've already got that cleaned up. We'll leave that just the way it is. Do you have more in this box? You do. So keep on processing. Okay. So let's work on getting another one of those tree things up. That's going to be another bioplast. We need the bark and the fertilizer. I'll need 3 of you. 3 of you. I also need a mutagen, so I'll need a methane and a sulfur. I need 3 more. Don't need more water. Okay. Let's get the mutagen going first. reason we're doing the mutagen first is so we can get those trees going. Hey Alex, how's it going? Then get you plunked in here. Get our tree seed going. Alright, we're officially hitting the point where I am going to need to expand my water production. That I individually can outrun it. Gonna need a super alloy. Okay, we can check in our power again. 496. Okay. So we can plunk down another one of these. And I'll need to get that sapling in there. Oh, let's take a drink from the lake here quick. Cool. Still haven't had the oxygen use tick down at all. Alright, so it's gonna take a minute. So in the meantime, we're gonna go back in the hole. You don't need to put so the first one you do, the second one you don't. The first one, it requires you to build it on water. It's why it has bioplast as a required material. Because I tried to put it not on water and it won't let you. There's multiple tree spreaders. Some you do, some you don't. Ooh, I see pulsar crystals. It's such good stuff, so I'm not mad about getting it, but you keep getting all this good stuff, and so my inventory just fills up so fast. Still need to read those. Yeah, once you put those in, they're locked in. Okay, so I've got that. For the moment, it's fine. I want to grab a lot of these things, but it's fine. Yeah, looking down below, there was a corner over there I saw pulsar crystals. Which is good, because you use those for the fusion reactor and all that, and we're getting to the point that fusion reactor is going to be kind of important for us for our power management. We're continuing to make the nuclear power, but we're kind of hitting the point where I'm having to build more and more. Like every 2 or 3 buildings, I have to build another one. Beehive. So the assumption now is that I should be able to start making insects happen if we got access to the beehive. The big question is how we're getting a hold of a bunch of that, because usually what you do is you find the larva, and you find an uncommon larva, you use the mutagen 2s, I believe, to make that, and it's its own thing. Oh, right, we actually have access to it. That's right. We got access to the incubator thing, I just haven't had a chance to make it, because at the time I was short in power. Yeah, let's play it safe. Because I want to get the insects going as soon as we can. I haven't been noticing larvae on the ground. Let's see. Got the osmium. We get a lot of those materials I could do something with. Okay. And not that I'm aware of, Luxray, but you take care and all that. Thanks as always for like hanging out and all that good stuff. All right, so nothing there, nothing there. We can grab the tree and shove it in here. But here, I can, yeah, no, exactly. And these are tier 1, so yeah, these ones need to be on the water. I think tier 2 do as well, and then tier 3 definitely doesn't, and then tier 4 definitely doesn't. So we got that set up. Right. We had unlocked something that I needed to do stuff with. So, right. Oh no, it was, we needed to get the incubation thing here. So tier 2 fertilizer, yeah, that's super easy. So tree branch. Tier 2 fertilizer. Super alloy and oxygen. Alright. So yeah, so we can make bee larva. I have to find an uncommon larva. Now, we are making progress here. So I might actually be able to find the larva on the ground. I always forget exactly, because I know the larvae show up earlier than you would expect them to. At least on the other planets. But we're still very, very early into what is going to be the insect phase. And all you have to do, like, to find them is they're usually just on the ground. They'll just appear wherever you're working. So you can do a lap in an area and just find the larva and put them to use. I don't think we're going to find them since we're still going into the insect phase. Yeah, so let's go ahead and grab more of the gas out. Okay. Okay, so we don't need anything from any of this stuff. You get a long ways till that's ready. We're over halfway there. We're about halfway there. Actually, no. No, we're not halfway there. We're not even close. We're like a 24th of the way there. We're 1/6 the way from the next tree spreader. We're about little under halfway to the teleporter. Nowhere near getting that. Nowhere near getting that. And then we aren't doing insects yet. Okay. Let's go get our water over here so I'm not wasting our containers. Alright, that will probably drop down below again. As much as I'd like to... Let's see, would you consider building an oxygen hut at the bottom of the pit, considering how long it takes to go back up in the base? If I can, a lot of the times when you're in areas where it's not normal ground, you can't build there. The big thing, though, is I need to bring my goods back. Like, I'm getting all these things like the osmium, the uranium, the iridium, and all that. And so making a room down below doesn't do me any good. I still have to bring them back up here. When we get the teleporter, there's certainly an argument to be made for putting a little room and a teleporter down there if, you know, I'm going to keep going down here. I'm having a feeling with where we're at now is the bottom. Like that floor down there is the bottom. And we saw that there was pulsar crystals and that kind of stuff down there. It's all these goodies that are the thing that's taking up all the inventory. Then we got osmium rods and all that. It's just all good stuff. Like the boxes feel extra generous now. Like earlier on, they weren't nearly as generous. I already looted that. I also need to use a bunch of these supplies. Okay, so where is the lift down? Oh, it keeps going. There's also a bunch of tungsten down here. Alright. So let's get over here. Yeah, so we got the pulsar crystals down there. Yeah, so that spot I could probably actually make a room. So like this whole platform here, it wouldn't let you. But that area down there where the pulsar crystals are, there's a very good chance I can put an oxygen room down there. What I'm hoping is soon enough we'll be able to get a better means of getting through here. That is one thing that this map has been weirdly a whole thing with it, is just the fact that there's so many like elevators and trains and those kind of things that really do slow your mobility around the map. They're cool and all that, but I definitely want to be to the point where you can skip them pretty quick. I also didn't grab an oxygen container, so I might learn to regret this situation. But yeah, no, I think you're like down there where those pulsars are. I think that would be a place I could plunk down a room, hop off the air so you don't have to scramble up here and try and beeline home as fast as possible. I don't think we're gonna make it. Oh wait, we can make it, this'll work. This one I believe has air in it. Ah, yeah. And it's got more loot. And thank you, Marcus, please, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. You'd imagine that rover with a large trunk would be a decent solution. That isn't wrong. I honestly could grab that rover, put it in the pocket, plunk it down where those pulsar crystals are, fill it up, and then teleport it back up. You're not wrong. So we'll bring stuff down there the next time to build a little room down where those pulsar crystals are. Because I'm pretty sure the tier 2 drill cannot mine pulsar. I'm pretty sure we gotta be at the tier 3s. Alright, and I need to use some of this material. I'm like completely overwhelmed with junk. And it's gotta get put to use. Alright, yeah, so I don't have that stuff. Of course. And you're full again. How's my power? It's okay. So let's make another one of the automaker things. So I can go boom and boom. And boom. Where are you at? Try setting you for this thing. I think it's too far away from that. Cool, so I'll use up some more materials. That should slowly deplete this thing. Let's see, Pulsar was a crafting recipe? Yeah, no, that's, we don't have it yet. Keep in mind, this planet has a different progression. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, alright, yeah, no, 175 GTI we have. With that. So the big thing I need to do now is get the insects going. You're fine with that. Tuck you in here for right now. Alright. So for the beehive, I believe... Yeah, I need a bee larva. For the bee larva, I gotta find an uncommon larva and make it into a bee larva. Because once I get that, we're introducing insects, and that'll massively speed up the rate a bunch of this goes. But I'm not sure if we're at the point where insects can even show up yet. Because I do know you need a larva to get insects going, but you need enough plants and oxygen and all that to get your terraformation index high enough for them to be eligible to show up. We have more places we need to clear. But basically I'm like, I have to get this stuff to put to use. Because my inventory cannot handle leaving this alone. Okay, so with that, we've got another tree spreader so we can get 2 of the algae. We already have those up here, I believe. Yes, I got 2 bacteria samples there. So I need a bioplast and a... You know, I will grab you. Pop you out, pop you in. And I need 2 mushroom. And a silicon. Okay, we've got that. We'll also need some of this. I'm trying to remember if you can skip up and make like a better flower or whatever. I know the Lirma seeds work. Been trying to remember which ones do and don't. There we go. This might as well get at least 5 of these up here. So that way the booster's getting fully utilized. And I guess I build more of the detoxifier things. I wasn't going to, but I'm just getting overwhelmed with the material. Alright, well let's go here and go 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because at least this will get that stuff in use. Alright, so we need more power yet again. So let's go up here, grab our uranium. 1, 2, 3. And what else was it? I think it was explosive powder. Yeah, explosive powder and water. All right. So we go over here and once again go 1, 2. 1, 2. And this feels kind of like it's just a waste, but I'm sitting in all these materials. And we don't have more we can do with that right now. Alright, so 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. So all this will help with terraforming, so, you know, it is whatever. Did they add a new rocket? There's a couple new rockets, yeah. That's true. I should probably be sending off a whole lot of these rockets. That's fine. Let's check on our power. Yeah, so for the rocket, the detoxing rocket, okay, it's 1 tungsten, 2 plastic polymer, and all that. Okay. So not the plastic rods, but the polymer. Let's grab these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the other rockets we could send up is the, Ooh, do we have... Yeah, we have the seed spreader, which gives more oxygen. We've already got one of those up. We got the plant ones up as well. Or is it purification? I honestly want to do the purification just to get rid of materials. And I believe it was super alloy as well. You like to, oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. So I need tungsten, and then I need more of the gel. Yeah, so it's just waste a lot of materials. Okay, purification rocket. So you need 2 more polymer. And 2 more gel. There's the 2 gel. And the polymer. We're not wasting materials, we've been playing the game. Man, I was just desperately trying to get rid of all of these byproducts from the waste. you stuck? Nope, you are just processing as fast as you can. Meanwhile, grab all that purified water, chuck it in the box, grab the purified water, chuck it in the box. Okay, and send another one. Okay. And just gobbling up all the mushrooms. And this might be a mistake, but you know. We're now sitting on 6 purification rockets up there, giving us 6,000% on that. We could certainly use stuff like seed spreader rockets and all that. But I figure I'm just going to burn all of these materials. Oh, I need more tungsten. So we're honestly getting to the point where I'll probably want to get an auto builder making the rocket engines and that kind of stuff. Because I do know that's a thing I remember doing, is just having it auto make rocket engine, auto make the iridium bars. We don't have everything we need to get that kind of power going yet. Alright, so with that, let's go up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Grab you, make 4 more rocket engines. So for the plants, I would need mutagen and I would need tree bark and super alloy. But how are you doing down here? You're just churning away. Go check on the tree bark situation. And we can go ahead and grab 3 of you. 3 of you. Make another bacteria real fast. And I need a sulfur and a methane. We can make a mutagen with this. I'm also sitting here thinking, do I instead... Do we actually get the... Let's get the tree planted. Because you do nothing if I don't plug you in. There we go. Yeah, so I'm just going to keep burning all that iridium to just send up rocket after rocket after rocket to get it out of here. Until some of our material starts to get properly low. Okay, so we got the engines. We needed an algae and a mutagen. Okay, I just need super alloy. Okay. So that's the oxygen one. So that one I need a fertilizer and a lirma seed. Alright. Got another branch for me? You do not. So we'll go back to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm suddenly questioning if that's too many. It's fine. Oh, and more tungsten. Okay. Have a nice flight. It's fine. Okay, we go to iridium. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we're putting a proper hammering on our materials. Gotta eat something. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grab 2 more tungsten. Alright, that'll probably wrap up gobbling up all those materials for at least a while. Okay, so I need... There. And that'll be the last of the rockets for a while. Okay. So, we deliberately just used a hell of a lot of materials. But with that, these boxes, we still have so much iridium. But other than iridium, we're doing pretty good. I do have a lot of fertilizer and all that stuff, which is a good thing to have because we'll end up using that for a lot of stuff later. Like when we're starting doing the bug stuff. So with that, we did launch a ton of these. So that's going to slowly climb. That is... Alright, so we're about 1/5 of the way to the tier 4. We're making relatively good progress towards these. The fusion generator is a bit longer. We're honestly about 1/3 of the way to the tree spreader 2, and about halfway to the teleporter. That's forever away. And we're actually, okay, so we're getting very close to the butterfly dome. So that's really good. So that means we're going to have proper insects soon. And once we get that online, that should pick things up again. Because I'll be able to get, you know, a couple of larvae and all that. And that's all I need is just to get off the ground with that. And once we get that going off the ground, we should be able to just send it. I'm a little surprised still we haven't hit at least minus 1.8 on our oxygen consumption, but it's whatever. And how are you doing? You're still just churning away like I want to see it. And you're out of stuff. That is ideal. That is perfect. Very surprised around the ground at this point. It could be that the area I'm specifically in doesn't get them very often. Oh, we talked about a couple things. One, go here. Hold it into my bag. And then 2, when I go to head there, let's grab our materials. So 2 tungsten, silicon, and 3 iron if I can find it. All right. So you try dropping down here, using the vehicle and all that to make life easier. So I'm hoping if I drop to the absolute lowest level, we have the pulsar crystals over there. It's not supposed to be tungsten. I grabbed titanium, so... Oh, I can't build here. Right. It is still polluted. So I can't put a air room down here at all. Okay, so this area is fine. Can I go and put a room over here? Probably not, because this is a rock surface. Oh, nope, it will let me. Alright, so right now that could sit right there. Oh, so it did like a save reload just to get the bugs going? Honestly, for right now, let's leave that. I'll grab the mutagen and the sulfur. But the rest of that could just sit where it is. There's so many spores over there. The osmium's good stuff. Forget those. I don't need those. Grab the rockets, because those we can just fire off in seconds. Grab the uranium. There's one purification. That was in Prime, is unfortunately consistent. Yeah, that might be the case. We can try that really fast. What I can do is, when we get up here, I'll do a quick save reload and see if the larva will start showing up. Because, yeah, we're definitely in what's considered, like, the bug or insect phase, or just in the earlier part of it. Yes, I did get one of the purification things. I need 3 of them to drain the water farther. But there are ruins we haven't hit. Now, I am curious if the game has a thing where it deterministically chooses boxes to have those in. Or if it is one of those things that it's an RNG thing and eventually you get the ability to craft them or to use the trade ship. We haven't seen the trade ship yet. Now that I think about it, we haven't had that opportunity at all. Huh. Because normally we'd be at this point where I'd be able to start trading certain things if I wanted to for credits. And then using those credits to, you know, pick up bug larvae or whatever. But yeah, not something we can do is we can quickly, like I said, we'll get back to the home. And then once they're back there, I'll do a quick save reload and just see if that like unsticks the larva showing up. Because then, if we do that, I can get 2 bee larvae. And once I get 2 bee larvae, we can get a beehive going. And that'll bring in insects. We can use that to get honey to eat and all that. Because, yeah, that used to be one of those things that you'd take the honey and you use the honey to make high-quality food, and you could use the high-quality food to sell it. To get, like, your little credits or whatever. Because there's a bunch of endings to the main game, and I won't spoil them, but one of them does involve trade. And a lot of it. Okay, we've got the osmium. That's enough for a reactor. So let's grab a super alloy and water. We can put down another reactor since I know I'm going to need another one. Yeah, no, I got the ending a long time ago, so I probably did at the higher rate. It was a grind. No question about it. It was a grind. Alright, so we got the purification module. We're going to chuck that. I didn't use the vehicle at all, which I could have. That's fine. We're already back. Okay. So let's go over here. Grab the bark. They had a ton of features. Oh, yeah. So for the plant mass, I need Lirma fertilizer and super alloy. So fertilizer, Lirma, and super alloy. So plant. Okay, so those would require more tree bark. We'll go ahead and do more of this nonsense. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And just continuing to delete materials. Alright, just like that, we have got all those rocket engines used. We got the mutagen to drop off there. I've got the sulfur. And we got some spare water. Okay, and like I said, we're going to save. We're going to exit the main menu. We're going to reload the save. And the reason we are doing that is there's a suspicion that the larvae aren't spawning like they should be. And that might unstick it. You'll want an air container. There is a larva. Yep, so it seems to be the case. Either that or it's just happenstance to be at the same time. And back to back, we got ourselves 2 uncommons. So that can be bees. Alright, so for making bees, I need mutagen fertilizer. So mutagen fertilizer. Mutagen. I need a bacteria, sulfur, and methane. Algae, mutagen. Yep, no, it's super alloy. I took a peek. I'm pretty full on it. I'm going to go out there, but I figured I was just going to let it calm down for a minute. And then we'll go collecting. Okay, and for the bees, need fertilizer, bioplast, and all that. And then, of course, we unlock the butterfly dome right then. Alright, let's go see what we got out here. Okay. Alright, seems pretty good. So we can take these back real fast. Just gonna grab some aluminum to make them into rods so I can actually fit them in an inventory. There we go. Alright, so for you, I need super alloy. That's fine. So let's grab 2 super alloy. I'm going to need 2 more mushrooms. We need our silicon. And I'm going to need to get more water. Need a second fertilizer. And now we officially are making bugs. We now have bees. Alright, so the next thing we have is the butterfly dome. Let's first check in our power. We have plenty. So the butterfly dome, we also have better seeds. So tree bark, zeolite, tier 1 and 2 fertilizer. Tree bark. Fertilizer, we have a 2, we don't have a 1. So that's that. We can grab the 2 eggplant. And then 3 algae, that's fair. Yeah, no, I've done that in the past, made the high quality food. Alright, so with that, I need super alloy and zeolite. Cool, and I need to get some butterflies. That's usually straightforward, we just gotta run outside, find some larvae. And ideally, we want to find, like, I believe rare larvae. Alright, so I've got one of each. Yeah, so mutagen and fertilizer is what we need. So I'm going to need more algae. Yeah, no, that's just trying to remember is if we were able to skip directly to the rare or not. It's been a while. Now, I do remember the common larvae do have a use. I can't remember for what. I think maybe make terrariums out of them. Yeah, so we want 2 rare. Grab more water. I'm gonna need tons of it. As you can see, they just appear on the ground, just scoop them up. Yeah, tier 1 animal food. That's the one I was thinking of. Right, so we need to make the butterflies. So, right, so I need to make mutagen, which means sulfur methane and all this. I'm gonna need a bunch of stuff, so let's get the bacteria. Let's grab the methane. And grab the sulfur, and I definitely need to... Yeah, no, I'm gonna definitely do it. I need to actually make the recycler. Now that you mention it. That's one we've been just kind of sitting on. Let's go ahead and get the mutagen done. And then I need the tier 1 fertilizer, which is 2 eggplant. The sulfur, and I can't think. Oh, the recycler? Yeah, that makes me curious, because I don't remember what that even gives you. Thank you, Mahalik, for the 12-person raid. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thanks so much for that. We'll drop those off right now. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. I do appreciate it. Sorry, I'm braining right now. But welcome in, raiders, and all that. So what were you streaming and all that stuff, and I do hope it went well. Yeah, so you can get the fertilizer. Only the rare, the only rare / common uncommon rare can be recycled. Yep, we can go ahead and get you. Tried the demo years ago, addictive dopamine loop, but never bought the full game. How's the DLC? It's good. Very, very much I'm enjoying it. Let's see. So what did I need for... Right, I need more bacteria. Alright, so one thing we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to get one of the water collection things over here, the faster ones, because we are not getting water nearly fast enough. Oh, that's been a long time coming. Let's get sorted. So I believe that's 2 bioplast, if I remember correctly. So that'll be sulfur. Well, not, sorry. The bioplast will be those and 4 mushrooms. I don't have 4 mushrooms. Well, I don't like that. You're not grown yet. Okay, let's check the water collection thing and see where that actually is at. Oh, it's 3 bioplast. Alright, well, we're not doing that then, because I don't have those materials. So instead we'll just make like a regular atmospheres collection, we'll just double them up. Okay, so for another one of these, it is a silicon, magnesium, aluminum, super alloy, an iron, and a cobalt. We'll just double up our production rate, because that'll still help. Okay. In the meantime, we should have our first butterfly larva ready. But yeah, the idea is it was going to be in addition to that, but that didn't happen. Alright. Okay, so we need our mutagen, which is bacteria, which is 3 water, and 3 algae. Okay, so you can do that. And then we need a fertilizer. And the fertilizer is 2 eggplant. I always forget the last ingredient. Oh, it's more algae. Okay, we unlocked high quality food. I don't really care about that. So with that, I need to find another rare larva. Yeah, no, I remember what you're talking about with the recycling. It's, you know, when you find a butterfly larva, you just huck the butterfly larva in the recycler to get fertilizer out of it as a means of getting fertilizer. Just remember, that's a very efficient way of doing it. But just want to get another rare. And some of the maps will actually have special places where if you go to a certain spots on the map, you'll consistently be able to get like really good larvae. I definitely remember that, like finding like the secret places for the goodies. Okay, we got all that. Chuck you in here, and chuck you in there. I'll need more water. You remember the rare larva give you tier 2? Yeah, no, I definitely remember it was just one of those things that, like, it was a much more efficient way of doing a lot of stuff, was to just, you know, grab, like, the larvae off the ground and recycle them, or wherever you end up getting them from. Okay, so power, we still got plenty. We are 2/3 the way to nuclear power. We're about 1/13 of the way to the last drill, which will be able to pull up anything. About halfway to a tree spreader. We're closer to a third. About 2/3 of the way to the teleporter, which would be really nice. Nowhere near the next heater. About halfway to being able to get like better butterfly larvae, which I'm not too worried about. About 1/4 of the way towards getting a better tree. And then nowhere near getting any of the animal stuff going. Okay. But nevertheless, that's all going well. You are getting to be close to about, not quite halfway there. We chuck this butterfly back here. All right. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a new oxygen container. Take a sip of our water and get moving to checking out the underground area where those pulsar crystals were. And keep that all moving. And we've officially gone to the point where our oxygen usage has gone down another tick. We're at minus 1.8. Let's see, when do you unlock fish? I seem to recall that you can use C from a rare in an incubator to make a fish egg. Fish are well past the insects, because like it's fish and then amphibian. It's around the time you get the thing where you can get like the plankton collector thing. That once you get the plankton collector thing, you know, that's the precursor, because then you would take the plankton to make the fish eggs. All right. Honestly, I'm going to leave him alone for right now. Let's focus on cleaning up the toxic waste first. Oh, that I will need. So we get one more of those. Then I'll be able to open up the next floor down. Okay, inventory is full. Okay. And honestly, if I remember correctly, I've got a room that we can get oxygen here. We can actually put this truck to use that I brought for this purpose. Okay, so I got this. If I get one more of those, we can go and do the elevator, because the next elevator requires 3 of them. I'm going to go over here where these pulsar crystals are. Okay. Just start ransacking everything real fast. Here's a ladder that goes deeper. A whole bunch of the detox stuff. Got oxygen tanks. We'll drop the tungsten in here for a minute. Grab the oxygen tank. Okay. It's fine, I'll deal with that later. Yeah, because that takes 3. I'm hoping to find one more. We do have another reactor there, that'd be nice. You got more pulsar crystals inside the box. Alright, so what might happen is I might have to explore more abroad. Because I'm not seeing other places with containers I can reach. Like you have where there's the ladder that goes down below farther. I'm assuming we'll see like more pulsar crystals and all that. But popping in all these, I'm not seeing more opportunities for those. I have 2. It'd be 3 that I actually want. Oh, just give me a tongue. Well, actually, yeah, it's fine. We'll be back for more later. Let's see, this section of the level gives Selena vibes. Yeah, no, it's interesting because this has gone really deep. Okay. Former GTA and you get teleporters? Yep. Apparently I didn't position that thing well and I gotta ride the elevator back up. So, there are more ruins on the map we have still not checked out at all. So most likely we'll be able to get our, you know... Yeah, no, there's tungsten down here. With the story where they're talking about being like, oh hey, you know, we were mining for tungsten. Oh no, we, you know, unleashed a whole lot of pollution. Yep, we've already done that. Yeah, so I suspect what we'll end up needing to do is instead of continuing to search this spot, I will need to circle back to one of the other ruins we haven't checked yet. See if we can't get the purification thing to then, you know, lower this one more tier. We gotta be getting close to the bottom, because this is definitely the deepest I think we've had any of our maps really go. And much deeper, and these elevators themselves are going to be a danger from how long it takes to go up them. Yeah, we can get back to base and take a quick peek and be like, alright, you know, where haven't we gone? Because I've honestly not been to a lot of the area back here. There's more ruins back by where the aluminum marker is that we haven't been to. There's some that are way over that way I haven't been to, and I want to say there's some back over there I haven't been... No, I've been to the ones there, so there's ones back there I haven't been to. Not to mention very well some of these little pools we could find stuff there. I probably also need to go to where we have our water cleaning stuff, which I believe is right now over there. Yeah, they're right there. Probably get all this stuff out there and start feeding into the system. Is it horrible? You haven't played this far into toxicity? And would probably abuse the I'm stuck teleporter to return home. Oh, right. We have the truck. Okay, so we've got osmium, zeolite. We need a sip of water. Yeah, but we did get pulsar crystals, so we should be able to start getting, like, teleporters, fusion reactors, that kind of stuff going soon. Right, so I got the chips. The first one is the map that we can bring with us. And the second one is the vehicle increase in inventory. Yeah, so we look at the map. I have not properly explored this area. I've not properly explored that area. I've not properly explored any of this back here. We've not explored that area. We've not, well, I've poked down here, but I've not properly explored that area. I've not explored that area. Not explored this area. I've been through some of this, but we have not properly explored that. Really, the only place we've properly explored on this one... Oh, you know what? It might have been this area, or it might have been over here that I may have explored. One of these areas I have. Or no, a bit... Well, that's... I've explored that. All of this up here I've properly checked out, that we've kind of really tapped that for everything it's got. It may have been back here. It's kind of hard to tell from the overhead map. Let's see here. Keep dropping off our stuff. Drop you off. We've got mutagen and all that good stuff. We got the fertilizer. We got more rocket engines to deal with, which I'll have to figure out later. A super alloy bar, osmium, iridium, or super alloy. plants. Worry about the food later. I can pop on down here real quick and chuck you in there. Yes, I got 2 of... Oh, actually, that means I got all 3. I think. It's nice you have the areas identified to use ore extractors. Yeah. Alright, so I can grab all of you. Chuck you in there. No, I didn't. Okay. I thought I didn't have the other one already in my hand. That's fine. Like I said, I think what we'd end up doing from here is I think the next move would be to disregard that middle ruin that we've been hitting pretty hard. And instead switch over to one of the side ruins. And see if we can't find what we're missing. Let's grab the quasar, the pulsars out of here, and these. Put the explosives back in there. We can drop you off. There's the flowers. There's the seeds. Get a snack. Right now, I'll drop all the crystals in there, but they're going to need their own lockers eventually. Yeah, so I've got 2 of those. Right now, I'm going to just chuck you in here. And the food we can just carry, and we're just going to end up eating it. Okay, so we're making solid progress. If we look at where we're at, we're almost halfway through insects. Our heat is about 2/3 the way to nuclear fusion. We're about halfway to tree spreader 2. We're really close to getting the teleporter. And then for this, we're about just a little shy of 1/13 the way to the last of the things from pressure that we unlocked, the ore extractor 3, which will make pulsar crystals and all that mineable. We are nowhere at all towards getting that heater. We're about halfway to start getting all the individual larvae and all that and expanding the bug population. And then for insects, yeah, we're only about 1/15 the way of getting the outdoor farm, which outdoor farm's a big one, because then instead of using all these like little teeny tiny things here, you can build like a big thing that gives you like 4 or 6 per seed or whatever. And so it massively improves the throughput. And then from this, we're about 1/3 of the way towards getting the next tier higher atmospheric purifier. And then we get the detoxo tree, which I'm assuming once you do that, that makes things going well. We're over 1/4 of the way with all the goo cleaned up. We've only really kind of started putting proper effort into cleaning that recently. We are about halfway through cleaning up all the areas on the map, though. So that's good news. I'm going to quickly do one thing real fast, because we are going to be wrapping up here in just a couple minutes, because I need to call it a night soon. And then we'll just do this whole thing all over again tomorrow. But I'm just going to grab the junk out of these, because you're probably clean. No, you're getting there. So that we can go and shove all this into the machine. The downside is the whole thing's getting backed up on the purified water. I don't know if the devs intended us to drink the purified water, or they just, they're just being very generous with it, or what. But I am running into a situation where there's always more purified water. Okay, and this whole thing is backed up. Yeah, no, I know you can drink it, but it's one of those things I'm wondering if that was the intent, is that we would do that. Because, like, I look at a lot of that, and it feels like it's a finite material. It may not be in reality, but it definitely feels finite. But yeah, so at the moment I've got 4 lockers back here. Here's in the wrong place. That's just all purified water. But it's all good. So with that said, though, I'm going to go ahead and save because we're going to be wrapping up for the night. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Otherwise, what we're going to end up doing is, otherwise you won't see the stream tomorrow or whatever. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. But if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly on the YouTube side. I don't have a host ready, but thank you for tuning in. Over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up the ending stream screen and seeing who we can find a raid. But yeah, no, it should be fun.